Button Press presents Unreal, Book 1 in the Unreal series, written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2022, Button Press. Prologue, March 27th, 2131. Quinn, quickly! Her mother's voice had never sounded quite like this before. Panicked, desperate. Quinn dropped the tattered doll she'd been playing with on the floor of her room and ran into the hall, searching. "In here!" her mother hissed, flying around the corner and snapping her hand around Quinn's thin 6-year-old arm. "Come when I call next time." "I did, Shh!" Her mother gave her cheek a slight warning slap, taking Quinn's breath away and knocking her mask slightly askew. She adjusted it without another word. Her eyes darted around her mother's bedroom, trying to make sense of what she'd been pulled into. Her mother flew around the room in a frenzy, her long strawberry blonde hair, dull and dirty, falling across her face. Quinn wanted to reach up and brush it out of the way, maybe pull it into a ponytail like her mother did for her on school days. "We're leaving," her mother said finally, shoving a handful of worn clothes into a bag and yanking on the zipper. "You have 2 minutes to gather anything you can fit in here," she said, throwing a small backpack on the floor at Quinn's feet. 2 minutes, she repeated tersely, and Quinn hastily grabbed for the bag before running back to her room. Quinn's stomach grumbled as she lurched behind her mother, barely able to keep her feet under her at the pace her mother pulled her forward. Her arm ached, rubbed raw after being held tightly for nearly 20 minutes in an unforgiving grip. She'd done as her mother asked, filled her backpack with anything she liked in her room, though she wished she'd thought to grab something to eat. She'd been so scared. It hadn't crossed her mind. But she'd been hungry before, and she knew the worst of it would pass quickly. Their family had gone days without food, and after the first few hours, her body always seemed to forget. She was sure her father would have something for them when he got home tonight. But why was her mother in such a hurry, and why wouldn't she let go of her arm? "Ow!" she whined, tears beginning to roll down her cheeks. Her mother only held on tighter, and Quinn bit her tongue as she stepped on a rock and stumbled. The taste of hot iron filled her mouth, and she swallowed, nearly choking as the blood mixed with tears in the back of her throat. They trudged behind the school building, and Quinn looked at the red brick longingly. School days were her favorite. She'd only just grown old enough to attend, and she craved more time there. Not only to be with her friends, but to learn more about the world around her. All the other kids seemed to know more than she did. Just last week, their teacher had shown them images from the world before she was born, when the trees were still alive and everything was green and colorful. She'd been mesmerized and had asked to watch it again when the screen flickered off. Tim, the boy who sat next to her, had laughed and called her an unreal. "How could you love that more than the real world?" he'd sneered. Quinn had no idea what he was talking about, but she knew it meant she'd said something wrong. Was she an awful person because she liked the way those pictures looked? That night, she'd asked her parents about it at dinner, but hadn't gotten a good answer. Just as her mother had started to explain, her father had slammed a hand on the table so hard it made her fork jump. "We don't talk about the communities here," he'd said, and that had been that. They'd eaten in silence, and Quinn had gone to her room after dinner more perplexed than ever. Her mother's grip loosened, and blood rushed into Quinn's fingertips. She took a deep breath as their pace became more manageable for her short legs. Looking up, she saw where they were headed. The manor house at the far edge of town, where they had to go each month for town meetings. Was that what this was all about? Another meeting? Then why had Mother asked her to bring her things? As they walked closer, Quinn's eyes widened as she noticed a boxy silver vehicle parked on the road next to the building. She took in the size of it. The wheels stood taller than she did, and it looked as long as their house. A small group of people stood in a clump with bags just like hers, and her heart started to pound. Her mother wasn't pulling her toward the front of the building where they normally entered. Then she saw the man from school. He stepped out of the vehicle and motioned for everyone to get in. Were they going on a ride? Seeing more of what he was talking about in class? She tugged on her mother's sleeve, but the line moved fast, and soon they were sitting with the others. Quinn sat stiffly, sidling up to her mother as she situated their bags under their seats. Something rumbled under the floor, but before she could figure out what was happening, the manor house slipped away outside the window. Quinn's eyes fluttered open as the vehicle pulled to a stop. She lifted her head from her mother's lap and looked out the window. It was dark now. They'd have to hurry home or Father would be wondering where they were. Leaning over, she reached for her bag and hugged it to her chest. Whatever Mother had needed to do today, it was almost over. She didn't like being away from home so long, especially when they had to be smushed into an uncomfortable bench with people she didn't know. Lights turned on in the vehicle, and a man with a blue jacket walked down the aisle and smiled at them. She stared at the color. Even in the dim interior, she could tell it was brighter than any clothing she'd ever seen. The man held a hand in the air and swirled his finger back and forth, tapping like he was painting a picture. Quinn tried to imagine what it would look like in the same brilliant blue he wore. "Welcome to Paradise 3 Community," he said cheerily, ignoring the sagging shoulders and weary faces that filled the vehicle to the brim. Community. The word made her chest tighten, and her mouth felt dry. Where had she heard it before? "You've made the right choice," the man continued. "Please bear with us as we get each of you checked in and prepared for your initial scan." "We already gave our information to the people at home," the woman in front of them called out, her voice trembling. The man nodded. "I know, and we have that, so don't worry. But as I'm sure you can understand, we'll need to obtain some very detailed physical information before your implantation and integration into our community. I know some of you may feel nervous about this process." The man's voice droned on, but Quinn couldn't understand what he was saying. None of this made sense. Why couldn't they get off and go home? She felt weak and cold after not eating anything all day. She began to shiver. "Mother?" she whispered nervously. Her mother's eyes flitted down toward her briefly, but then lifted again to the man talking at the front of the vehicle. "Mother, I want to go home." Her voice came out in a croak, and she wasn't sure if her words had made it to her mother's ears. She pursed her lips to try again, but suddenly people were standing around her, shuffling on the bench as they collected their things. "Let's go," her mother said, picking up her bag and scooting Quinn forward off the bench. "They have food here," she said, and Quinn's words died in her throat. "Good food," her mother continued, grinning encouragingly. Food did sound nice. If they had that, maybe Father wouldn't be upset if they were late. She could take some home to him, too. "How long do we have to stay?" Quinn asked as they filed into the central aisle between the benches. Her mother didn't answer, but placed her hand on Quinn's shoulder, guiding her forward in the mass of people. As they stepped out onto the ground, Quinn's eyes widened. They were walking into a building just like the manor house, but different somehow, wider and fatter. Tall pillars stood in the distance, shining bright circles of light into the night sky. They followed the line of people through the doors and into a large room where there were more people in blue coats. This looked nothing like home, and Quinn's heart began to sink. "How long do we have to stay here?" she asked, her lip quivering as she turned to look up at her mother's face. "It will be better here," her mother said, smiling and patting her shoulder. "I want to go home," she said, her breath coming in short bursts. "Hush, Quinn." Her mother pushed her face forward, the smile disappearing from her lips. Quinn's whole body began to shake until she couldn't hold it in any longer. A howl burst out of her, and she dropped to the floor. I want to go home! Quinn woke to the soft sound of fabric rustling and immediately tried to open her eyes, but couldn't. Something was holding her eyelids closed. She tried to sit, to reach up and pull off whatever was blocking her vision, but again, she couldn't. Her arms were fastened tightly to the bed beneath her, and something pressed into her chest, holding her torso still. "Shh," someone said next to her before she could cry out. "It's me, Quinn. I'm right here." Her body relaxed at the comforting sound of her mother's voice. "What's happening?" Quinn asked, her throat scratchy and dry. "Where am I?" Before her mother could answer, she remembered the tight grip on her arm, walking behind her school and getting in the cramped vehicle. She remembered the man and how he promised them food. Her body started to shake. "Where's my backpack?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Tears collected behind her closed lids, making her eyes burn. "It's safe," Mother said. "You're safe. If you can keep calm and promise not to touch anything, I can take off the bands so you can move." She waited a moment as Quinn processed this. "Would you like me to do that?" Quinn nodded, licking her lips and swallowing hard. She felt her mother's hand tug on the strap around her left arm. When the pressure released, she lifted it, stretching it out and reaching high into the air above her. "Don't touch anything," her mother reminded, and Quinn clenched her jaw, forcing herself not to reach up and free her eyes. Her right arm was free, and she clasped her hands together, flexing her fingers. A moment later, the pressure around her chest disappeared, and she sat up, bumping into her mother's shoulder. "Ooh," her mother laughed. "Not so fast." She put a hand on Quinn's back to steady her. Something throbbed on the side of her face, and she reached up to touch it, but Mother pulled her hand away gently. "No touching, remember?" "My face. It hurts." "I know. You have a bandage there." Mother's voice was calm, with none of the tension and anger Quinn had heard yesterday when they left the house. "Last night, when you were upset, do you remember that?" Quinn nodded. "You thrashed around and hit your head on a chair. You cut yourself." She didn't remember thrashing or hitting her head. She didn't remember the cut. "The doctors here are incredible, Quinn. They patched you back up. You're young enough, they're hopeful you won't have a scar." "A scar?" Quinn asked in horror. She'd never gotten a scar before, but she remembered Cam at school. He had a white, puckered scar down the length of his calf, and she thought it was ugly. "It doesn't matter, though, Quinn," Mother said, and Quinn could hear the smile on her face. "I haven't told you the best part." Quinn held still, waiting. The best part? Was Dad here? Were they back home? "Do you promise you won't touch your eyes if I take off your covering? No rubbing, no touching." Quinn nodded emphatically. "It's going to feel like your eyes are scratchy, like there's something in there, but there isn't. Can you keep your hands still?" Quinn nodded again. "Yes," she said, her heart pounding with anticipation. Her mother's hands brushed the tops of her ears, and Quinn could smell the warmth of her skin as she leaned close. Her world brightened as the fabric lifted from her face, and she slowly blinked her eyes open. Her hands involuntarily snapped up toward her face, the desire to rub her eyes overwhelming as her eyes moved back and forth. It felt exactly like when she'd been playing tag in the yard with the neighbor kids, and she'd fallen and gotten a face full of dirt. She forced her hands to stay still, like she'd promised, and blinked again and again. Quinn couldn't believe what she was seeing. Bright colors swooped across the walls. Light poured in from the window at the other end of the room, making it glow. Without thinking, she stood up and walked toward the beam, reaching out her hands to touch the glittering dots floating peacefully in the air. "Incredible, isn't it?" her mother said, laughing in a new way Quinn had never heard before. She turned to look at her. "What is this place?" Quinn asked in awe, looking down at the beautiful red nightgown draped around her small frame. Her mother stood and walked closer. Everything about her looked the same, and yet different. Her hair was shiny, sparkling like the light through the window. Her eyes were a brighter blue and her lips a warmer pink. She smiled, making her eyes crinkle like she was about to tell Quinn a secret. She kneeled down next to Quinn and wrapped her arms around her, pulling her face inches from her own. "We're home, Quinn. This is paradise." Chapter 1. "Channel, are you almost finished? Sanitation will be here any minute," Mom called from the living area. "Yep, almost done." I glanced over at Dad and smiled. He was sitting next to me on the bed where he often sat when I got ready in the morning. Having him here felt safer somehow, comforting. He was tall and strong, not wiry like Abe's dad, and it made me secretly proud. Even in digital form, it felt like he could protect me if I ever needed him to. Standing, I closed the windows on my visual console, smoothed my cyan blanket over the bed, and fluffed my pillow, not even blinking when my hands passed directly through the image of my father. My pictures danced in their frames on the wall, and I took a second to smile at my cheery, tidy room. "Looks like Mom needs me," I said apologetically. "Thanks for being here." I felt silly saying the words out loud. He had no choice in the matter, as usual, but it still seemed like the right thing to say. I ached to be held by him, the way I was as a child. I'd been bringing him here for years, and it never made me miss him less. You'd think I'd learn. I yawned, giving him a small wave as I swiped him away. "Why is sanitation so early today?" I asked, trudging out of my room. Mom sat on the paisley sofa, patting the cushion next to her. "They always come in the morning." She looked at me and raised an eyebrow. "Nice hair." It felt like a purple kind of day. She tilted her head, interested, though I doubt she had any clue what I meant. Her hair had been the same every day since I could remember, light brown with golden highlights that shimmer in the sunlight. Pretty and boring. Sometimes I wondered if I'd recognize her without augmentation from the edge. How much was she choosing to change? "I'm so confused. I thought they didn't come till—" I stopped short, noticing the time in my field of vision, and laughed sheepishly. I guess I've been watching longer than I thought." Mom raised an eyebrow, amused. "No judgment." I sat next to her on the couch and leaned my head on her shoulder. Since when is there ever no judgment? "What were you watching?" she asked, ignoring my sarcasm. I shrugged. "You know I can just tune in." Scoffing, I lifted my head. I had my privacy screen on. "I could still get in if I wanted to. I have parental access." "You wouldn't." "I might," she laughed. I rolled my eyes. "You're ridiculous, and it was nothing to be worried about," I said, relaxing back against the couch. "You were talking with him again, weren't you?" Her tone was gentle, not accusatory, but I sensed the underlying disappointment. "You have to let him go," she said, reaching out and playing with a tendril of my hair. "That digital version of him isn't real." "I know," I nodded, looking at the floor. "But it is kind of him. He's built out of pieces of the real thing. It's only a memory of things he's already done or said. Nothing new, Channel." "It's still comforting to remember." Mom sighed. "I know. I miss him every day. But I've found the more I dwell on him, the harder the days feel. It's good to move on. Hard, but good." I pondered her words, enjoying the soft tug of her hand on my hair. "Channel, do you wish you had someone?" she asked, and the question surprised me. "What do you mean?" "I think it's normal at 17 to want to have a relationship." "Mom!" I groaned, pulling away from her. "No, I'm serious. You've never really taken any interest in anyone like that, and I just wondered." She trailed off. I don't know, maybe it would be good to try it out? So I can forget about Dad? It might help, she admitted. What about Ave? What about Ave? Well, it seems like you like to spend a lot of time with him. Yeah, and Glyn, because we're partnered together for the world build. But even before then, you two. Mom, stop, okay? Ave is one of my best friends. It's not like that. Mom held up her hands. Fine. I guess I misunderstood. I stood up, putting my hands on my hips. I'm going to meet Ave and Glyn for a bit, I said dramatically. Uh-huh, Mom laughed. Ooh, before you go, there's something I wanted to show you. I can't believe I forgot. Lex, pull up my inbox, please. I sat back down as she tapped the projection to open a new window. A document from the community leaders appeared in front of us. I scanned the first few lines of text. What is this? I asked, turning to her for an explanation. Mom's eyes remained trained on the words in front of her, and she motioned for me to keep reading. She was trying hard to treat this casually, but the tightness of her jaw belied real anxiety. It spooked me. Why didn't this show up on my console this morning? I asked, moving closer to the projection. Not sure. She swiped left, and I began reading the details on the second page. I went over it twice, making sure I understood it correctly before speaking. Mom, this isn't a, hey, I have something to show you kind of thing. This is a massive deal. When she didn't respond, I continued. Has an update like this ever happened before? Mom shook her head. Not in my lifetime. She scrolled to the next page and I sucked in a breath. A 3-day recovery time? Does that mean it's actually... They're planning to... Go in? She finished pensively. Definitely. Why? She swiped to the next image and my heart stopped. But this is a brain, I whispered. Mom nodded, and I went practically catatonic, staring at the implant site. This isn't a retinal implant update, Channel, she said, putting a hand on my shoulder. The communities are launching a full replacement. I took a deep breath and held it a moment before releasing the air slowly. We all knew this was a possibility. Someday, like when my theoretical kids had theoretical kids. Some amorphous day far in the future, because there was no way our technology was advanced enough to do something like this, right? I mean, we barely updated our software's tracking capacity during last semester's world build. How could something like this actually exist? What does this have to do with us? I asked softly, my stomach flipping beneath my ribcage. Mom chewed on her lower lip. They want us to attend an informational meeting. Are we... I don't know, Channel, Mom sighed, swiping the projection closed. Just try to keep an open mind, okay? There's an informational presentation. Tomorrow, 1800. I nodded, forcing myself to keep my mouth shut. We can talk more tonight, she said, reaching out a hand and touching my shoulder. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spring that on you. I guess I didn't know how to bring it up gracefully. Her eyes glanced to the right. Ooh, I have to get going. Because my world didn't just completely shift, I muttered. Let me go hang out with my friends like normal after casually reading about life-altering technology. Channel. Pulling my lips into a tight smile, I stepped back and turned, walking toward the front door. Love you, I called. Love you too. I hastily grabbed my mask, stepped outside, and headed toward the park without another word. Is this the first time we've made good on our threat to get together outside of grid hours? Ave teased, waving as I approached. He was sitting on our bench, and just walking to this spot lightened my mood. The letters we'd digitally scrawled to claim this place years ago were still visible on the wood, though Ave's shoulders were covering them slightly. Glynn stood a ways off, her hair pulled up into a tight bun on top of her head, and wearing utility pants with a hot pink tank top. Ave was dressed in his typical outfit, a t-shirt and black pants. He was almost as dull and predictable as Mom. "First time meeting up this semester, maybe," I said. "So, what's the plan?" Without waiting for a response, I turned, watching a group of younger children playing target match across the field. I couldn't help but grin at how ridiculous it looked when I didn't have visual access to the barriers and targets they were seeing. Ave waved a hand in front of my face and caught my attention. I smacked him away playfully. "We don't need to have a plan today," he said, "so we're not going to make one." "Ah, I see. We're playing restless, spontaneous youth this morning?" I chided, but despite my badgering, Ave's excitement was contagious. What about Ave? Mom's question popped up in my mind and my cheeks burned. At Ave's declaration of freedom, Glynn's face finally showed a glimmer of something other than disinterest. She was always somewhat standoffish, but this morning, she seemed particularly broody. Probably worried about the build, and I couldn't blame her. "I'm in," she said. "Let's walk any direction. Ave, you choose first, and then when we get to a cross street, I'll run my randomizer, and we'll go whichever direction it tells us to." "Easy. That way," Ave said, pointing north. I laughed, grateful for the distraction. "I don't think that's going to work. What if your randomizer just sends us back and forth?" "New rule. We can't go back the direction we just came. I'll only put in 3 options," Glynn said, and I nodded appreciatively. The soft breeze brushed against my skin as I rushed to keep up. "I have to be back in a couple of hours, so we can't go too far." Glynn groaned. "As if we could go far enough that you'd be late. Community boundaries are only a 20-minute walk." "Yeah, Channel. But by all means, keep poo-pooing our ideas," Ave said, feigning disgust. He winked at me to make sure I knew his comments were good-humored. Though I couldn't say the same about Glynn. Something felt off with her, and I couldn't put my finger on it. As I scanned the street, everything looked different to me this morning. From one day to the next, my reality had gone from cutting edge to obsolete. This augmented world was going to be outdone by a whole sensory experience. Virtual reality, not visually augmented. A complete brain implant. Did my friends know about this? I quickly shoved the unwanted thoughts deep down and forced a smile to my face. Even if they did know, I absolutely did not want to talk about that now and have it sully our day off. I kind of didn't want to talk about it ever. Glynn held out her arms perpendicular to her body, barring us from moving past her. "Okay, stop. Lex, pull up a randomizer for left, right, or straight." She scrutinized the air in front of her. "Right." We followed her down the street and weaved around other people, window shopping and strolling amiably along the path. Usually, I loved rest days. When Mom didn't insist I wake up and stretch with her first thing in the morning. No hurry, no rush. This should all feel peaceful. But of course, today it didn't. Any calm seemed to be forever obliterated by the dull ache I felt in my stomach when I thought about that message. Or the strange new hesitation that hit me each time Ave opened his mouth. Why would Mom bring both of these things up today of all days? "Winners for World Build will be announced in 2 weeks. Are you nervous?" Ave asked, breaking me from my thoughts. "Great. Another thing to feel anxious about." Glynn shrugged. "What? Don't want to get your hopes up?" Ave teased. "I think it might be too late for us," I said. Ave grinned. "Having your hopes up is never a bad thing." "Until your heart gets ripped out and crushed with disappointment," Glynn muttered. "Whatever, just project a smiley, gracious face to everyone that night and you'll be fine," I teased. "Make sure to upload it beforehand so nobody witnesses your indignation." Glynn grimaced. "I'm going to turn off all access. Then everyone around me will only be able to see my placeholder image." "Choose a weird one," Ave said. That's probably an easier option, I admitted. But seriously, if we don't figure something else out, there's no way we're even going to place. I felt bad saying it out loud, but it was true. Sure, we'd made some reasonable adjustments to the algorithm, but it wasn't exactly award-worthy yet. Ooh, question, I said excitedly, suddenly remembering something Mom had brought up this morning. Wait! Next turn needs to be decided, Glenn said, cutting me off. Ave and I patiently waited as she reran the sequence. Straight, she commanded, and we obediently followed. Your question? She asked. Right. Did you two know our parents can bypass privacy screens? Ave's head snapped in my direction. What? My mom said she could tune in to what I was watching earlier if she wanted to. No way, Glenn said. She was kidding. I shrugged. I'm just saying, be careful out there. Ave looked visibly shaken by this information, and I stifled a laugh. Glenn ran her randomizer at least 6 more times over the next few minutes, and we found ourselves walking the block leading behind the community center. There's no way that's true, right? Ave said. What's true? Glenn asked. The privacy thing, he said. Wait, are you still thinking about that? I laughed. What do you have to hide? Nothing. It just seems wrong that they could do it. Uh-huh. I want to see your history, I teased. New subject, Glenn said, rolling her eyes at our bantering. What do you think the chances are that everyone will forget about the reveal at the World Build celebration? I groaned. Is that happening this time? I always forget which semester it's in. How can you forget? Glenn asked, obviously annoyed. It's always this one? Not true, I shot back. One time we did it in the fall, remember? They switched it because, well, I don't remember why, but they did. And then there was that, we get it, channel, Glenn said. But it's almost always spring. Fair. Aren't you used to it by now? How could we get used to it? Ave asked, aghast. Are you used to it? He looked at me, horrified. I guess. You guess? Yeah. Ave stopped on the street. How can you be used to seeing the real world? It's the stuff nightmares are made of. I've begged my parents not to take me. I've faked illness. I've tried to injure myself, all so I wouldn't have to show up for the reveal each year. I blinked. Explain, Ave said, planting his feet and refusing to budge. I looked between him and Glenn. I guess I'm just braver or something? Ave doubled down. You're telling me that the pitch black doesn't terrify you or the dull eyes in your parents' faces? Sorry, Ave said quickly, looking down. Your mom's face. Or the... I've never seen it, okay? I blurted out. Ave and Glenn stared at me, their eyes wide. Ever since I was little, it was too scary, so I just closed my eyes. You closed your eyes? For over half an hour straight? Ave asked, incredulous. Every year? Glenn echoed. I nodded. You were never curious. Ave continued his questioning. Of course I was curious. I was just more terrified. Ave laughed in shock and disbelief. So you've never had nightmares like us? I've had plenty, I shot back, feeling my hackles rise. It's not like I haven't heard people describe it, which is why I never wanted to see it. But don't you think it would be better to know, instead of letting your imagination go wild? Glenn countered. She had a point, especially considering the thoughts I'd been having lately. We walked in silence a moment, and I stepped purposefully, one foot in front of the other, trying to take my mind off the topic by walking perfectly along the line where the edge of the street met the walkway. There wasn't much to see here on a typical day, let alone rest day. With no interesting shops in this part of P3, the streets were dead. Lush greenery peeked out from behind the brick buildings and above even the tallest rooftops. The treetops were far enough away, though, that even if you walked closer and closer, you'd hit the community boundary before you could reach out to test if the trunks of the trees were real or not. I knew they weren't. It was still fun to pretend. This year, you have to open them, Ave said. You have to, Channel. It's the last time you'll be a part of it. Who knows if they let you do that once you're an adult? I shrugged. Promise me, he said, lowering his face to force me to meet his eyes. What will you give me for it? I asked stubbornly. Ave waggled an eyebrow. No, I didn't mean that, I laughed, pushing him away. Fine, whatever. I'll open my eyes, but only for a second. I felt slightly guilty about the white lie I had just told my friends. I didn't close my eyes because I was scared. I mean, initially, yes. When I was younger, it seemed terrifying, and I had refused to open my eyes. My dad and mom would both take a hand and stand with me during the opening ceremonies of World Build. Dad told me the year I was 9 that next year I'd definitely be strong enough. Next year, I'd be able to open my eyes and see him for real. 3 months later, he was gone. And if I couldn't see him for real, I didn't want to see anything. A blue butterfly fluttered around the flowers in a planter next to us, and I followed it, marveling at the brilliant, iridescent wings and erratic flight pattern. That was impressive code right there. Suddenly, a hand gripped my arm and pulled me off the path, away from the butterfly and closer to the building on our right. When I began to protest, Glynn put a finger to my lips and motioned down the street. I turned and nearly gasped before catching myself. An image was flickering in and out of focus. Despite being too far away for full rendering, I squinted, attempting to make sense of what I was seeing. 2 men were dragging what looked to be a heavy sack, but I could see shoes peeking out from under the fabric. I sucked in a breath. Shh, Ave said, and I covered my mouth. When my head started to feel fuzzy, I forced myself to exhale and breathe slowly. We watched, frozen together in a tight huddle, until the image faded entirely, and we were left staring once more at an empty street. Chapter 2. What was that? Glynn asked, breathless. I have no idea, I whispered, still catching my breath. Did you guys see? They were dragging a person? Ave finished, and I froze. I didn't just imagine it then. Glynn shook out her hands. I couldn't see who they were. Their clothing kept pixelating. It didn't look like community workers. It looked like medical staff to me, Ave said. They were wearing tags. Maybe it was that, I said hopefully. Maybe someone died and they were taking them for body disposal. Out the back door of the community center? Glynn scoffed. True, I said, deflated. It's not like we knew where they took people who expired. I was too young to know what happened to my dad, and I don't think either of these two had lost someone yet. Glancing down the now fully empty street, our game didn't seem fun anymore. I thought stuff like that only happened in the real world, Glynn said softly, shoving her hands in her pockets. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. Just because we've never seen anything like that before doesn't mean there isn't a good explanation, I said. Glynn looked at me, her eyebrows furrowed. So, how do we find out? Are you going to march in there and ask why people were dragging a body out the back door? Her sudden intensity startled me, and I stepped back. Let's just head back to the park, Ave said. We can ask our parents or something. Glynn looked behind her toward the community center, then reluctantly pulled herself away and followed us down the street. It was a straight shot back to the park, thankfully, because nobody seemed to have much to say. Before we got there, Glynn waved non-committally and, without a word, split off to head down a side street, a quicker way home, which meant I was left alone with Ave for the last awkward half a block. The discomfort of not speaking was painful enough that I was willing to broach the only subject on my mind besides the body in the alley. Hey, I said, clearing my throat. Did you hear about the update? Ave slowed and looked at me quizzically. I'll take that as a no, I laughed almost giddily. I was apparently trying to counteract the heaviness of the topic with over-the-top levity. What are you talking about? Ave asked, seeing right through my anxious humor. Doesn't the edge update as needed? No, I mean, yes, it does, but this isn't an edge update. I stopped, grabbing onto his sleeve and pulling him back to stop in front of me. Ave, it looks like they've developed a full sensory implant. He stared at me blankly. It's like we were joking about the other day, but more than that. It's implanted in the brain and can oversee all executive processing. It's the next step, I thought. No big deal, just the natural next step. His mouth dropped open slightly. Wait, I laughed. Are you speechless? Did I finally land on something that... What do you mean? Ave blurted, completely ignoring my needling comments, and it sobered me instantly. I don't know much, but we had a message this morning. There's an informational session. You've been selected to participate? I shrugged. I'm not sure. Maybe? I only looked at the schematic for a minute before I left. I didn't have much time to inspect. When is it? I blinked. Your time slot, he clarified, walking forward again. I rushed to catch up. Tomorrow, 1800. Ave nodded, then made a beeline across the street for our bench. Today, it was painted a pleasant blue with shiny black legs folding into the ground. He sat. I sat next to him and folded my arms across my chest. You don't have to act all mad. I'm only the messenger. Ave ran his hands through his hair. I'm not upset. It just took me by surprise. That's all. Yeah, I nodded. I get that. Did you see the specs? I shook my head. I only saw the message and then the image. What did it look like? It showed the implant site in the brainstem, but there are these, I don't know what you call them, tendrils, I guess, that reach out to specific contact points. Ave shook his head. That's insane. I know. I couldn't begin to imagine the possibilities. Exhaling audibly, Ave shifted and met my eyes. I think that's the problem. I'm beginning to imagine the possibilities. When it seemed impossible, it felt fun and exciting, but knowing it could actually happen, that it is happening? He leaned forward and rested his arms on his knees. With an implant like that, someone could literally be left in a bed with zero external stimulation and they could think they were, I don't know, flying or something. My face scrunched up at his comment. There's no way we're ready to go full sensory VR. Our bodies still need to be used. Ave looked at me unconvinced. I know, I said. The whole idea sounds crazy to me too, but I don't think our tech would be at that level yet, especially with a Gen 1 implant. They've got to start small, right? Ave nodded. But even with partial VR, I shook my head. We'd be able to experience anything. No more simply viewing it or linking up. We'd be able to experience it. A thought occurred to me and I sucked in a breath. I could be with my dad. For real. I could hug him and be with him whenever I wanted. Yes, it would still be replicated from previous digital interactions, but maybe it could go beyond that. Maybe we could use predictive models to... Could they make one that's removable? Like, we could just put it on and take it off? Ave asked. I looked at him quizzically, trying to catch up. The implant? Yeah, it'd be super convenient. I laughed out loud. Who knows? Maybe that's what it is. Just put a little trap door back here, he said, moving his hands to the base of his skull, pretending to open it up, take something out, and put it tenderly in his pocket. This only made me laugh harder. When I could finally breathe again, I stood up and stretched my legs. I'm sure sanitation's done by now. I should probably get back. Enjoy, Ave said with a goofy grin. It might be your last night fully as yourself. I rolled my eyes and took a step backward. It doesn't even matter. I'm not going to do it. They want volunteers, but I'm not interested. Because we're going to win that competition, Ave said, raising a fist in the air. I laughed. Exactly. We are going to solve a problem nobody's ever solved, and you, me, and Glenn are going to be world builders for the rest of our lives. He closed his eyes and slowly rose off the bench, as if listening to the applause of the community around him. "You're a dork, Ave," I called, waving as he opened his eyes and smiled. I turned and ran down the hill, my heart begging for my brain to let go and believe his words. Chapter 3. "Ready?" Mom called from inside the house. "We need to leave." "I know, I'm coming," I said, rubbing my eyes and forcing myself to sit up. Naps were my new favorite thing, especially when it was warm enough to lie outside in the afternoon sunshine. Typically, I would have spent the morning coding at the grid, but all three of us were behind on our presentations, so Glenn had suggested we take the morning off. Obviously, that meant I should take a nap instead of working on my project. Unfortunately, that brief respite also meant I'd forgotten about our assigned orientation today. "You haven't eaten yet," Mom scolded as I walked into the kitchen. "Why don't they just stream these meetings so we don't have to go anywhere?" Mom threw me a mask. "Because we actually do benefit from social gatherings, despite your constant efforts to avoid them." I followed her out the door, and we walked in step toward the community center. "I was very social this week," I argued petulantly. "Glenn and Ave don't count." "How do they not count?" Mom sighed dramatically. "Fine, they kind of count, but it could be good for you to branch out a little. You're going to be 18 and— Wait, are you continuing to insinuate that I should start looking for a partner again?" My face contorted involuntarily into a look of disgust. Mom pursed her lips. "No," she said slowly. "But haven't you at least thought about it?" No, I have not," I lied. Of course I thought about it. How could I be turning 18 and not have thought about it? "It's your life," she said with a slight edge to her tone. "But I know from experience that it isn't a lot of fun to do this solo." I groaned internally. Classic mom move to bring up a subject that obliterated any chance of rebuttal. Sick of my argument? Just bring up dead dad. Conversation over. "What is this, anyway?" I said, pivoting to attack the only piece of her comment that was still in play. "Ugh, don't start this again, Channel. The meaning of life isn't going to be discovered on our way to the meeting." I stifled a laugh, and Mom noticed. Her eyes flashed briefly, but I saw a slight grin forming on her lips before she hastily turned her head away. As we approached the building, we held our bracelets up to the sensors and walked through the large double doors into the expansive foyer, already packed with people waiting to enter the auditorium. Without any warning, my mind flew back to the scene we'd witnessed in the street behind this building yesterday. I shuddered and changed the subject. "The doors aren't even open yet. I could have slept for 5 more minutes at least." Mom rolled her eyes. Then, turning, her face lit up with an excited smile. She waved at a friend across the room. "I'm sorry," I said with difficulty. "I know I haven't been in the best mood lately, and I'm trying." Mom looked at me knowingly, a friendly grin still on her lips. "I doubt it has anything to do with the official end of your childhood combined with unknown information that could potentially turn our lives upside down." "Couldn't be that," I said, and she reached out to pull me close. "Listen," she said. "Whatever happens in there, we're in this together. This is only informational, and once we have said information, we'll take it home and discuss it, okay? Nothing has to be decided right now." I jumped as a metallic scraping noise cut through the buzz of conversation around us. 2 doors on either side of the hall opened up, and we followed the stream of people into the seating area. Mom chose a seat near the aisle, and I slid into the open chair next to her. Not for the first time, I wished I could somehow surreptitiously turn on a game to quell my anxiety while I waited. Since that had been my strategy to avoid assignments all year, however, Mom was far too tuned in to my air taps at this point to get away with it. There was no way she wouldn't notice. Instead, I took in the room around me. The golden scrollwork, the maroon panels, the rotating ceiling. Quite a change from the last time I was here. It was visually stunning, and that helped take the edge off. The lights began to dim, and my attention drifted back to the front of the room where a community leader stood on stage. Her red blazer set her apart from the other community workers in blue seated to her left. I held my hand up and pretended to squish her between my thumb and forefinger. Mom swatted my wrist. "Welcome," she said, and I immediately recognized her voice but couldn't place it. "Who's that?" I whispered, and Mom moved her head close to mine. "Cass. She does all the announcements." Realization dawned when I heard her name, and I remembered the countless times I'd seen her in announcement messages. There were only approximately 28,000 community members, so you'd think I'd know more people personally. Apparently, Mom was right about me needing to branch out. Cass's voice filled the auditorium. "I'm sure you all have plenty of questions, and we'll have a Q&A session both in person and virtually after this session. But first, let me see if I can cover the basic information." The same three-dimensional image I'd seen the day before appeared and hovered in the air above our seats. "I know you've all seen this," Cass said, "but I wanted to talk about it in more depth. First of all, you are likely well aware that it's been over 40 years since our last innovation in retinal implants. I'm sure you've at times wondered why the world builders haven't come up with something revolutionary during that time. I know I have," she teased. "Well, this is why. At a certain point, there simply wasn't much more to accomplish with retinal imaging. Yes, during each world build, we've been able to update the edge, thanks to some brilliant coding by our youth." She paused and clapped her hands, waiting for people to join her in giving applause. When the sound died down, she graciously continued. "We've all enjoyed increased resolution, dynamic light play, creative gaming, and incredible flexibility with personal enhancements, just to name a few innovations. But resolution can be only so good before our brains struggle to differentiate a meaningful difference." She paused and scanned the room as if gauging how to phrase her next words. "There are over 4 billion people in communities like this one. That's over half the world's population. Let that sink in for a minute. Over half of the humans on this planet are experiencing life at a level never before imagined because of our retinal implant technology. I'm sure you've heard this a million times before, but it's powerful, so I'm going to say it again. Our retinal implants have allowed us to create the world we crave. And not only that, augmented reality has created a world where resources can be used on necessities instead of unnecessary luxuries. Can anyone recall the amount of money spent on, let's choose clothing, fashion, before the communities?" Cass looked for a hand and found one raised a few rows back from the stage. "Over $1 trillion, the woman said, her voice shrill as she attempted to project. Cass nodded. "Right on. Over $1 trillion annually. Within the communities, that statistic has dropped to next to nothing, because it doesn't matter what our clothing looks like. We wear something comfortable and then create our own fashion in the edge. And when over half the world's population cuts out a need for resources like that," she shook her head, "well, that builds all of us a better world. And that's only one example. We could spend all day listing the global inefficiencies we've abolished in community living, but I don't need to hash that out. You know all this." She smiled. "So why am I repeating it?" I was annoyed with her unending perkiness, but I was also riveted. The brain map still spun in the air above our heads, and the room felt electric. All of us on the edges of our seats. I had to remind myself to breathe. "I'm repeating it," Cass continued, "because this week we are making the first substantial leap forward since the communities began." She paused, waiting for this information to land fully. "This week, Paradise 3 is one of 10 global communities selected to be a part of the initial rollout for the Cerebralink. The room erupted with applause and cheers, and goosebumps lifted on my skin. The Cerebralink is sleek, she said, barely taking up enough space to cover the tip of your finger, and is implanted in the brainstem. The image above us lit up, and a tiny silver disc appeared at the base of the brain. From there, sensory stimulation can be catalyzed by the edge in a series of pre-programmed experiences or directly by the individual. My brow furrowed, and I leaned close to Mom. Did she say we'd be able to control it? In the moment? Shh, Mom said, holding up a finger. Cass twisted the image, and a series of thin, delicate threads arced over the brain. Your brain, in conjunction with Cerebralink, will build neurological connections. The threads began to duplicate, landing with small splashes of light. These fibrils will be unique, built by the Cerebralink specifically to match your neural chemistry, and will learn and adapt as electrical input is received and integrated over time. Cass swiped the projection away, and the lights dimmed slightly, leaving her illuminated in a singular spotlight. This technology, she said with intensity, as with any tool this powerful, will require a linking between the individual and the artificial intelligence. It will be like learning to ride a bike, except this one can literally take you anywhere. Or bring you anything. Cass paused again, the air in the room thick with anticipation. And when you achieve symbiosis, your brain will look like this. The image reappeared, this time with delicate strings of light stretched in arcs across the cerebral cortex, each of them ending with a tiny glowing bead pressed against the fleshy folds. There were thousands of them. Chapter 4. After the presentation, Mom and I walked down the darkened street toward home. I couldn't think of a single word to say. My thoughts were jumbled into one massive pile of shock, disbelief, possibilities, and confusion. That was something, Mom said finally, breaking our silence. What did you think? My mind continued to spin, and it was impossible to form a cohesive sentence. Being able to experience literally whatever I wanted was tantalizing and unbelievable. An implantable artificial intelligence that could learn from and bond with your brain? Who wouldn't jump at the chance to live in a world with no boundaries? And yet, something deep inside me swirled with hesitation. Was it fear of the unknown? Fear of allowing someone to access my body and mess with my mind? All of these thoughts crashed against each other until one, above all, seemed to rise to the surface. It didn't matter. None of this mattered because I wasn't going to do it. I was going to move forward as planned and let other people worry about whether it made sense for them. Mom sighed. She's a fantastic public speaker. Though she wasn't saying it specifically, it felt like she was kind of excited. I didn't want to say anything to kill her mood, so I followed her across the street to our living quarters. We walked in the front door, hung up our jackets and masks, and walked toward the kitchen. Can you believe we're one of 10 communities chosen to roll out the Cerebralink? I wonder why they picked us. Mom continued to ramble, confirming my initial suspicion. She was definitely excited about this. While I didn't feel like discussing Cerebralink, the presentation had brought to the surface other topics and questions. As if my brain was a randomizer, I scanned the options and selected one. What are people living like in the real world? I asked, and Mom blinked at me. What do you mean? She turned and walked around the counter. Cass said over half of the world population now lives in communities like ours, right? Mom nodded, reaching for a cup and filling it with water. So then, why? What about the other half? Why don't they live here too? I'm sure they wish they did, Mom said, taking a sip. But it's been a process trying to convert such a large population. I mean, think about it. Implants for 8 billion people all at once? And infrastructure to support the edge? Yeah, I nodded. I guess that would be a massive undertaking. Massive is right. And, she took a deep breath, I know there are still some purists out there who are completely against the communities, but from what I've heard, they're dwindling out quickly. It's bad, Channel. Like, how bad? I asked, rummaging in the cupboard closest to me for something to eat. Finding a bar, I turned and ripped off the packaging. She looked at me quizzically. What? I'm hungry. No, she shook her head. Not that. It was your question. Don't you remember what the real world looked like at the last? Of course, I lied preemptively, recognizing she was about to ask about the reveal. But it sounds like it's gotten worse since then, and even if I get to see what it looks like here, I don't know what it looks like somewhere else, outside the communities. Mom accepted my explanation with a slight nod. Do they have to wear masks too? I asked. Mom scoffed, planting both hands on the counter in front of her. Of course they do. Can you imagine? Walking outside every day, not having air-mitigated buildings, so you have to wear a mask at all times outside of the house? Being met by bleak views everywhere you look? She shook her head. Even within their own homes, there isn't always an opportunity to make things livable. It would just be depressing. I tried to imagine this. Masks all the time, bleak, colorless, no safe spaces. What if it's not? I said softly, sitting down on a stool and leaning on the countertop. Mom's eyes narrowed and she smiled. You're doubting? She said gently. Maybe a little. I jutted out my chin. Is that bad? I'm just facing some pretty intense decisions, and I don't know if what everyone's been telling me is... What? Where is this coming from, True! What if everything we've ever been told is false? What if it's not worse out there like our community leaders tell us? I slumped over and pressed my head into my hands. Mom walked toward me and rubbed my back. Why in the world would they be lying to us? I don't know, I mumbled. I had to tell her. There was no way I was going to find enough excuses to avoid this topic forever. I'm not interested in Cerebralink. I'm going to figure something out for our world build project, and I'm going to get a world build placement, just like I planned. Mom's hand paused on my back. Okay, she said slowly. But what if Cerebralink is better than a world build placement? How could it be? I asked, standing up. She shrugged. Think of the coding possibilities. If you could connect directly to the world you were experiencing. But are we experiencing it? I asked, lifting my head. Or are we just using technology to pretend we are? My statement didn't get the reaction I'd hoped for. Mom sat calmly on the stool next to me, pondering my question. I guess I would ask, as a counter question, what is our purpose here? That's exactly what I'm asking. No, you're asking if, as a society, we're choosing to blind ourselves to real experiences. I blinked. That was a surprisingly good summary. So, what is our purpose here? What's the point of life? Her questions made my insides squirm. I don't know, I admitted. Well, that's comforting, because neither do I. She laughed. But I would argue that there isn't any overarching meaning to our existence, and I know how that sounds, hear me out, she said, watching the expression on my face. I do think there is value to our existence. I believe we do have a moral obligation to our species to make life better for each other. That is a truth that sits deep within each of us. She sighed, leaning her elbow on the counter, and turned to face me. I guess what I'm trying to say is, why would we purposely force ourselves or anyone else to suffer if they didn't have to? And I guess you could argue that suffering is relative. she said, raising an eyebrow. I laughed in spite of myself. But, she continued, then I'd argue back that withholding a more pleasant experience is always suffering in some way, especially because we can't pretend a better way doesn't exist. I met her eyes. She looked serious, intense. So you think choosing not to do cerebral ink is lesser? That it would be suffering for no reason? I said. Maybe not right at first, but eventually, as the technology gets better and becomes the new standard of life. You think it will become standard? How could it not? You saw the research channel. I swallowed hard, staring at my uneaten meal bar. I don't know if I agree with you, I said slowly, but I'll keep an open mind. Mom beamed at me, as if I'd just given her the best gift in the entire world. That's my girl. Chapter 5. The sunrise was especially spectacular today. Bright reds and oranges burned along the horizon, beginning to streak across the early morning sky. I couldn't help but wonder what it would look like in different hues. Magenta? Tourmaline? When your whole visual world was created by lines of code, it was easy to get lost in the possibilities. It had been over a week since we'd attended the Cerebral Ink presentation, and it was almost like it never happened. Everything in P3 still felt the same, especially with everyone gearing up for the World Build celebration. It was only in still moments like these where I remembered my life likely couldn't be the way I'd always planned. Walking around the side of the house, I picked up the waste bucket and placed it under the spout protruding from the wall. Uncapping it, I held my breath and pressed the button. Yes, I was wearing a filtration mask, but I'd found out the hard way that even a mask wasn't capable of keeping out the smell about to waft over me. Thankfully, emptying our waste compartment was only necessary once a week, but I could make a strong argument that this was the chore I loathed most. Sitting here on the side of the house, I suddenly wished I'd already received Cerebral Ink purely for the scent augmentation. I waited for the pump to click off, then recapped the tube and twisted on the seal to the bucket. Using both hands, I lugged the now full container in front of the house and set it on the side of the street. Later today, sanitation would pick this up for composting, along with any leftover food scraps, and would replace it with a new, clean bucket. And this was a perfect example of why I wanted to be a coder. Minimizing community waste was all good and well, but cleaning up people's trash for the rest of my life? Not my first choice. Before touching the doorknob to head back inside, I extended my hands under the sensor next to the front entry. A sanitizing mist coated my skin, and I waited a moment for it to dry. Then, as quietly as I'd exited, I slipped back inside, hung up my mask, and ducked back into my room. My stomach grumbled, but I knew if I went into the kitchen and rummaged around for something to eat, Mom would be up in seconds. Annoyed. I checked the clock in my visual field. Only half an hour before she'd be up anyway. I could wait that long. I flopped down on the bed and swiped open my capsule project. I'd been avoiding it, but my procrastination was no longer a viable option. The World Build celebration kicked off in 2 days, which meant I had exactly 72 hours before I had to present. This community party only happened twice a year, and the one in the spring was particularly special. Not only would we be submitting our World Build projects, we'd also be presenting ourselves, sharing what we learned the past 5 years in our educational tracks, verbalizing our goals and ambitions, and most importantly, our commitment to building a better Paradise 3 community. Taking a deep breath, I flipped to my opening statement. It wasn't anything special, but reading through it now, I thought it could at least be passable. It could use a few exciting adjectives, but right now my brain wasn't in the mood for tedious editing. I swiped to the next, most challenging portion of my speech. My letter to the reals. How was I supposed to write a letter to people I knew nothing about? Sure, I'd read the stories and knew the history, but it didn't seem very personal. Taking a deep breath, I started reading what I'd written yesterday. My name is Channel, and I'm unreal. I'm guessing that statement probably triggers pity from anyone living in the real world, so let me first assure you, I'm thrilled to be living in Paradise 3 community. Based on what I've seen, I don't ever want to live in the world as it was. Or still is, I guess. I've learned it can take over 1,000 years for a landscape to regenerate, so I doubt much has changed out there. And I can't imagine what it's like closer to the campy eruption site. I'm so curious about you and where you live. Do people exist on the European continent too? Or were we far enough away here in North America that we had a larger chance of survival? More time to respond? I've learned a lot over the past 17 years, but there's still plenty I don't know. I'm sure we'd have a lot to tell each other. I paused at this. Was that too cheesy? Too cliché? Maybe. But it was true. What I wouldn't give to talk to someone who actually existed out there. I continued on. I really am good here in the communities. I hope you're just as happy with your reality, though it's hard for me to believe that's possible. Retinal implants aren't as scary as you think. I honestly don't remember mine, but I know of a few people who joined P3 later, and they didn't seem to have any complaints or visible scars. I sighed. Why would anyone care about that? It's not like they're planning to move here. Lex, delete the last 2 sentences, I said, then tapped to add new content and began dictating. My visual reality is permeated with color and beauty you've likely never experienced. And what is reality anyway? If my brain is interpreting electrical impulses to create the world I see, isn't that the same as what's happening in your brain? But, being unreal, I'm choosing my input. I'm opting for the diverse and picturesque, and avoiding whatever mundane, monochromatic drudgery this scarred rock has to offer at the moment. My input is coming from within my visual neural pathways, and yours is coming from the reflected light around you. And I don't think our brains can tell the difference. As far as I can tell, non-augmented reality is channel, Mom called from the kitchen. In here, I shouted back, laughing to myself when I saw the words springing up in the middle of my essay. I deleted them and pressed pause. Lex, end dictation. Can you be in here with me, please? So I don't have to yell? In a second. I quickly swiped away my dashboard, realizing a bit too late that I'd forgotten to upload my new clothing preferences for the morning. Should have started that process yesterday when I was on break. But at least I looked somewhat presentable. I hurriedly tapped to raise my cheekbones slightly and add a few teal streaks to my hair. Thanks for letting me sleep, Mom said with an appreciative grin. She'd been heaping praise and gratitude on me since I'd agreed to go with her to get initial brain scans for Cerebralink. She knew I still wasn't interested. At least I thought she did. But she'd been so excited to learn more about our brain functioning, I didn't think it would hurt anything to play along. Turns out, it actually made my home life easier. I leaned over the countertop. Welcome. Already did my morning chore, too. Mom nodded, impressed. Did you finish your capsule? I shook my head. Almost. Still working on my letter to the reels. Ah, she nodded knowingly. Have I ever shown you mine? I looked at her, incredulous. You wrote a capsule letter? Mom laughed out loud, the joyful sound filling our utilitarian space to the brim. Capsules haven't changed since my day, Channel. How old do you think I am? She swiped her hand and the projection hanging in the air over the countertop disappeared. Ready for another week? I nodded, walking behind her and opening up the cupboard. Our kitchen was small and efficient. Everything had a place, and since it was just the 2 of us now, we didn't have many things to find places for. There wasn't a need for them. At any time, we could change the decorations, color scheme, style, anything we wanted. Things were so 2030. Any other solutions come to you overnight for your world build project? Taking a packet from the breakfast shelf, I turned, allowing the cupboard door to close softly on its own. I shook my head, avoiding her eyes as I took a seat on the stool across from her. Mom raised an eyebrow. Don't judge, okay? I'm not... I sighed, unable to communicate a fully formed thought as I ripped open the packaging. I'm not judging. I'm just surprised, I guess. Last semester, it seemed like it wasn't as difficult. Well, we didn't choose a project that was impossible last semester, I muttered under my breath, then pulled out the pressed breakfast bar. I'd never been totally sure what was in these things, but today the sweet scent of banana permeated my senses. At least something I recognized. I took a bite. Impossible? Mom put a hand on my shoulder. I hated when she did this, asked a question while making it perfectly clear that there was only one acceptable answer. At least only one that wouldn't catalyze a lecture on courage and self-doubt. The truth was, this was my last World Build competition ever, and I'd gotten caught up into making it my best ever. Glyn and Ave had felt the pressure too, which meant all three of us were feeling overly ambitious. This was our last chance to show off our coding skills. Our last chance to prove we were worthy of a world-building placement. Our last shot. Mom was silent for a moment while I ate. Finally, she stood, pulled a glass from beside the water dispenser, and filled it. I know you feel the pressure of turning 18, she said softly, lifting the glass to her lips. Just a little. I brushed the crumbs from my lips and snatched the glass from her hand as she lowered it, sneaking a drink. Mom scoffed in mock horror, and I giggled as she wiped the splashed water droplets from her hand. She waved me off when I offered the drink back to her and turned to fill another cup. But Channel, maybe that's a good thing. We're at the point as a community where we need a breakthrough, she said, her back still turned. Haven't you noticed the pattern? Technology ebbs and flows. One massive innovation hits unexpectedly, and then we ride the wave for a while. Cerebralink is definitely that, but maybe you and your friends will mix things up even more. I drank the last sip of water, then tossed my breakfast packaging in the compost, leaving the empty glass on the counter. I don't know. I highly doubt the next big thing is coming from me or my friends. Mom laughed. Why not you? You're one of the most critical thinkers I know. You need to get out more, I said, walking to her and kissing her cheek. Love you. Love you too. Have a great day and say hi to... Will do, Mom! I rushed down the hall toward my room. If I didn't get going, I was going to be late for the reception tonight. Wait, I stopped. Aren't you supposed to be at work? It's the first day of your celebration, Mom called. I'm not missing your last World Build Channel. I'm going with you. And clear your dishes next time. Ooh, are you taking your mask? I smiled, rolling my eyes. She was going with me? Sorry, I shouted back. I'm going to the bathhouse, and yes, I have my mask. I reached out and pulled my jacket over my arms, then grabbed my mask from the hooks. Pulling a drying sheet from the dispenser, I flung the door open and walked into the bright morning sunlight. Chapter 6. Lex, load capsule letter Sinistral, I instructed, and watched as the words I created in my room earlier populated in my left field of vision. The text hovered in the air, and I turned my head to make it look as if they were written on the bricks in front of me. The glow from the sun was intense today. It warmed my skin as I strode down the walkway, quickly passing the few people on the path in front of me. Initiate dictation, I said, then began narrating when the tiny light blinking in the text turned from red to green. This is something I wish you reals could see, I said, continuing where I left off. The feeling of the sun on my skin? Real. Touch, taste, smell, sound? Real. It's all real. I get to experience complete reality in all my senses, with the added benefit of visualizing something more fun. My breathing quickened as I walked with more intensity. This always happened when I tried to narrate while walking, especially when I didn't have extra oxygen. Not that Mom was right about the mask. It was challenging to narrate with it on. The accuracy was never as good, and my capsule presentation was only a week away. Since I wasn't even close to being finished, I needed to be extra efficient with my time. Right now, I continued, I'm looking at buildings that wouldn't exist anywhere on this planet if world builders hadn't preserved them in this reality, my reality. A mix of ancient Gothic and Renaissance architecture mixed with new world elements and improvements. Every day I get to walk to the grid viewing stones that existed thousands of years ago. And the best part? Next year it'll be something different. Some other piece of forgotten history or previously unknown beauty. I took a deep breath. And next year, I might be the one building it. Something caught my eye and I stopped in my tracks. Rushing to the window of my favorite shop, I nearly shrieked with delight. I'd posted requests on the network for weeks, practically begging that the next painting rotation be Carol Marin. But of course, I never expected my opinion to be the one that won out. And yet, here they were. Floor to ceiling, paintings of people doing whatever people did before the communities, when everything was still vibrant and colorful and not dead. Seeing my request in real life sent a shiver down my spine. I closed my eyes, forcing the images to momentarily disappear. Sometimes I thought it would be exhilarating to keep my eyes closed and still see the world around me, especially convenient when my corneas got dry and irritated by low air quality. But more often, I was glad the edge imagery was triggered off when my eyelids shut, because then I could do this. I snapped my eyes open again, and the juxtaposition of the black nothingness against the colorful paintings made them even more stunning and delightful. One in particular caught my attention. 3 women in conversation, their facial expressions somehow obvious, yet blurred at the same time. I sat in awe of how she captured their familiarity with each other in a still image. The blue skirt of the girl on the left intrigued me, and I inspected every inch of her. Her tanned skin, athletic legs, and high cheekbones looked nothing like mine. My skin was pale, and my shape wasn't nearly as elegant. The shoulder-length dark hair, though, that we had in common. It looked good on her. I sighed, my eyes drifting over the rest of the paintings. Couples, friends, even flowers and old cups. More than anything, I wanted to be the one building this. I wanted to be the one to decide which requests were granted and what direction we would go in our community design. I wanted to have creative flexibility to make things more beautiful and seamless for our entire community. But earning such a coveted spot wasn't going to happen unless I found some way to distinguish myself. Some way. "What do you think you're doing?" a gruff voice said behind me, and I spun around. Seeing a familiar face, I relaxed, grinning. "What, are you stalking me now?" I said, walking forward. Abe's brown hair was tousled, and if I didn't know it was purposeful, I'd think he'd just rolled out of bed. He turned and I followed, then stopped, blinking. "Closed capsule letter," I said hastily and hurried to match his stride. Abe laughed. "I hope my incredibly witty comment made it into your dictation." I rolled my eyes. "Not likely." Truthfully, his comment probably had populated in my essay, just like Mom's had this morning, but I didn't want to give him any satisfaction by admitting it. I really needed to change my settings to personal voice activation only. Abe shrugged. "How was the rest of your rest day?" "Not at all restful. You?" "I slept." He swung his hands almost giddily, flashing a smug smile. "Of course you did," I grumbled. "How is it that your parents somehow understand the need for adolescent sleep, whereas my mom thinks articulated shoulder bridges at first light are the answer to my ornery disposition?" "Wait, she thinks your attitude is changeable?" Abe laughed. "Has she even met you?" Ha ha. I reached out to smack him, but he dodged my hand. "Are you going to the bathhouse too?" "No," Abe laughed. "I'm a guy, remember?" "What, guys don't bathe?" Abe shrugged, and I wrinkled my nose. "I went last night," he said, and I made a show of being relieved. "Did you figure out a solution?" Abe asked, smirking because he already knew the answer. "Did you?" I asked, toning down the annoyance in my voice, but only slightly. You know I'm messing with you, he said softly. I sighed. Yeah, I know. Are you ready for your presentation? Not even close, Ave laughed. I'm heading home to work on it. I stopped, pointing in the opposite direction. Home is that way. I know, he said, grinning. I wanted to walk with you for a minute. My cheeks flushed, but thankfully Ave couldn't see it. He got the flawless, smooth skin with the sun-kissed glow I always kept uploaded to my personal form. Mm-hmm, I said, my heart pounding loudly in my chest. You know, I was thinking, always a bad sign, that we should spam Mr. Andrews. I wrinkled my nose. What? He's the best. Why? Not in a bad way, just something funny, to say thanks for his mentorship this year. You want to spam someone to say thanks? Ave laughed. When you say it like that. I rolled my eyes. No, it would be hilarious. I was thinking we could bump his inbox with one word every minute, and it would end up being a "you're the best" message, you know? You don't think he'd be annoyed? I asked skeptically. Ave shook his head. No way. He'd be impressed with our hacking abilities, first off. He paused, taking in my "I don't know about this" expression. Come on, he goaded. I promise, if we get in trouble, I'll take all the blame. All of it? Ave grabbed my arm and pulled me to a stop, then put out his hand. Promise. I took in his earnest and hopeful expression. Fine, I said, shaking his outstretched hand to solidify our deal. But we're spamming Caro too, and that's included in your blame promise, I said quickly, holding on tightly so he couldn't pull his hand away. Hey, he laughed. That is not part of the... Great idea, Ave! I yanked my arm away, jogging backward as he lunged forward, trying to grab me. Waving, I smiled cheekily and bolted down the path. I'll see you later then, Ave called, and I nodded, not looking back. As soon as I was sure I'd given him enough time to walk away, I slowed and walked the remainder of the path to the bathhouse that served our section of the community. Why had Ave suddenly gotten the urge to spam people? We hadn't hacked into the school's communication boards in ages, mostly because the last time we'd had to clean the primary school bathrooms for a week. I'd heard of other students pulling pranks before their placement, but it hadn't ever occurred to me that I'd be part of one. As I approached the front doors, I heard the water running and groaned, hoping there was still an open stall. Quickly reaching out, I tapped the glowing circle in the corner of my field of vision to open my settings, moving my status to offline. I didn't go into incognito mode often, but when I did, I felt like one of those undercover agents from an ancient super spy novel. I read a bunch of them during my primary years, sneaking past my restrictions because Mom knew they gave me nightmares. But they also gave me strength and hope. If those characters could solve impossible puzzles, maybe I could too. I was still waiting for that superpower to kick in. Entering the building, I smiled triumphantly. Success! Green lights along the right wall indicated at least 2 open stalls. I quickly stripped off my shoes and clothing, threw them in the sanitation slots, and turned toward the second set of doors. My feet slapped against the cold tile as I walked back into the shower room. I quickly spotted the coordinating green light and walked toward it, weaving past a few other patrons marked as gray, offline columns gliding between the hallway and their stalls. I'm not sure when everyone decided to go entirely offline instead of using a placeholder image, but the anonymity certainly made my life easier. The last thing I wanted was for someone to notice me and strike up a conversation while I was in the middle of washing my armpits. Plus, undercover agent fantasy. Very important to keep that alive and thriving. I turned on the water and shivered as the warm stream hit my chest. Rotating, I allowed the spray to cascade over my head and form rivulets down my face and body. Someone was singing to herself in the stall across from me, her voice lilting and echoing off the sterile walls. Even with the buildup of stress and frustration from this morning, I couldn't help but smile. Without taking too much of my allotted time, I quickly assessed my dripping body, looking for anything that could be cause for concern. I did everything I could to avoid looking at my real self most of the time, but augmentation of our forms wasn't active in the bathhouse. Something about looking at our real bodies and illness prevention. I did my best to comply, but didn't really see the point. My real soft composition wasn't anywhere as impressive as my toned body in the edge. My thighs were wider, breasts smaller, and my dull shoulder-length brown hair left much to be desired. Mom talked a lot about shifting beauty standards through the ages and how I should focus on my body being strong and healthy, blah, blah, blah. The fact was, augmentation looked good on me. Natural skin was so messy and hairy. Gross. Turning toward the wall, I hit the button and held my hand out to catch the soap tablet. Rubbing it between my hands, I used the lather to wash my hair, then scrubbed the soft foam over the rest of my body. I relied on these showers to be moments of peace, moments when I could be completely alone and let go of my worries. But today, though I was doing my best to force it, my brain simply wouldn't sit still. I couldn't stop thinking about Ave's question. Did you find a solution? I rinsed the soap from my skin and sighed in frustration. Time had officially run out for me to build enough of a portfolio for placement consideration as a world builder. I knew this. I think Mom knew it too, even though she continued to bring up my few small successes in past competitions. Granted, a few achievements were better than nothing, but world building was too competitive to simply be average. I didn't want to hope I got lucky. I wanted to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that I was at the top of the recruiting pile. Which is why I couldn't stop thinking about our current build. We'd all agreed we needed to develop something beyond prediction, to write a powerful enough algorithm to correct the lag time in our retinal programming. Since I still had a few minutes left of warm water, I tapped the blue circle and pulled up the visual memory of our initial meeting at the grid, hoping our conversation would trigger something I was missing. Glynn stood in front of us in the simulation room, her dark hair slicked back, showing off 3 gleaming facial piercings. Skin-tight onyx pants and platform boots completed her ensemble. Anything but subtle. I thought of something we could try today, Glynn said excitedly. It's not sexy, but it hits an edge glitch point. Which one? I scoffed. Glynn flashed me an annoyed look. Lag compensation, she said with slightly less enthusiasm. A worthy adversary, Ave said dramatically. I didn't want to be negative, but I was immediately skeptical. Do you even notice lag anymore? I asked. I know it's a thing, but... It's totally a thing, Glynn cut in. It drives me crazy. Every single time I'm playing that stupid game with my brother, it looks like he hasn't even hit the target, but then all of a sudden his points show up. Her passion surprised me. I held up my hands in defense. Okay, I laughed. You've convinced me. Lag is still a major problem. Glynn folded her arms across her chest. It seriously doesn't bother you? I shrugged. Ave laughed, putting an arm of solidarity around Glynn's shoulders. You know I can't feel that, she said, glancing at him sideways. It's the thought that counts, Ave grinned. Are you going to keep hanging on me, or can we start working on the algorithm? She said. I can't work in this environment, I teased, but watching Ave so close to Glynn made my face flush and my palms sweat. I hastily wiped my hands on my pants. Glynn rolled her eyes. I'm convinced this could move us up in the ranks for the world build. It's a problem that nobody has tackled. And probably because other groups haven't been successful, I cut in. Right, but what if they weren't using the correct model? Glynn asked excitedly. Wait, Ave said, pacing across the floor, his body reflected on the smooth surface beneath him. My understanding of lag is that it's a problem with the server. If we want a lower ping time, doesn't that have to start with them? He asked, pointing skyward. Yes. The amount of time it takes for our user input to travel to the edge and bounce back to create the visual world around us is definitely on the world builders, Glynn agreed. But as far as I know, a server update hasn't been deemed necessary, so that means it's on us to provide a solution for now. If we can write an algorithm that would predict future actions, but we can't predict the future, Glenn, I said. At least not perfectly. Remember Caro's group last year? They attempted it and ended up with mediocre results at best. That's because Caro's an idiot, Glenn said, grinning. There has to be a way to solve it. Something more than just prediction has to be an option. If we could mix two different models? I don't know, Abe sighed. Not that I don't love the idea. I do, Glenn. It would be seamless if we could all experience the same thing simultaneously in every circumstance, especially gaming. But I don't know if this is big enough to win the world build. Every winner in the past has done something to solve a quality of life problem. A real one, not a convenient one, he said, holding up a hand before Glenn could argue. I'm talking about something major that impacts food production or body maintenance. What is this useful for? Glenn, in obvious frustration, stared bleakly at the blank wall in front of her. Hey, Abe said gently, I'm not shutting it down. Just because Channel and I don't see the big picture doesn't mean it isn't a great idea. He looked at me meaningfully. Abe's right, I said, attempting to come up with something comforting but failing miserably. Abe gave me the, "Is this the best you could do?" expression, and I shrugged apologetically. It should only take a couple of days, and maybe it will lead us to something bigger, Glenn said. We're a team, Abe said resolutely. Channel and I just need to trust you. I tapped the air to pause the playback. She was right, that lag time was a bigger problem than I'd initially recognized, but we'd experimented with everything we could think of. Nothing beyond prediction existed, which I guess was the point. That was our job, to come up with something revolutionary. But usually our revolutionary ideas were more in the realm of enhancements, not a complete overhaul of a traditional model. My mind ran over option after option. The same pathways we'd been considering since the simulator, and I always ended up at the same dead ends. It was just that, a dead-end project. We could write the most powerful predictive algorithm and it still wouldn't be up for the task in all circumstances. But what could possibly... I froze mid-thought. The water turned off. The soap long since rinsed off my skin and down the drain. My heart rate quickened as I stood there dripping. I hastily reached for a moisturizing tablet, rubbed it over my skin until it disappeared, then pressed the button for the dryers. My hands shook in nervous anticipation, willing the fans to work faster. Finally, the antibacterial mist hit my skin, and I walked as quickly as possible to retrieve new, clean clothes. I needed to get to the simulator. Now. Chapter 7. Today's going to be a good day, I said to Dad, grinning as I pulled a breakfast bar from the shelf and walked to my stool. Mom was gone early today, so I brought Dad here to eat with me. He used to do this every day when I was little. It was never Mom with me in the mornings. I'd never admit it to her, but this was probably the time I missed him most. Dad smiled and leaned over the counter across from me. I figured out a solution for our world build, I said, taking a bite. It's not a perfect solution, but at least we have something. Nothing like cutting it close, right? I grinned, kind of in shock myself that we were still tweaking our project 2 days before required submission. Dad nodded. I chewed and swallowed. Abe said something last week about me wanting to be a world builder. How I'm just trying to avoid responsibility. I took another bite and reached for my cup of water. It's not that at all, I insisted, taking a drink. I want to build something great, make our community better than it's ever been. And I'm an excellent coder. I know I have the skills to do it. I just need the opportunity. I took my last bite of the bar, chewing slowly, then took another swig of water to wash it down. I know I wouldn't be happy just doing filler code, I said softly, and Dad smiled knowingly. But maybe... I stood, sliding my stool under the edge of the counter. That will change? Maybe I can sit back and do what people tell me to do all day every day? Even as the words left my lips, I felt like I might be sick. Thanks for listening. I'll see you later. Dad waved, the pre-programmed smile still plastered on his lips. Normally, I could pretend he was wrapped up in what I had to say, but today, his silence only made the ever-present ache in my heart grow exponentially. I turned away quickly and didn't look back. I thought you said this was only going to take a couple of days to get functional, Ave said to Glyn with a grin. His speech was slightly muffled by his mask, just like the rest of us, though none of us ever chose to show this facial accessory in our visual form. Masks were necessary, but a total visual buzzkill. I may have minimized it slightly, Glyn laughed, pushing him forward along the path. But it wasn't my fault. Channel's the one who decided to shift the project. Today, Glyn was dressed in black, again, though her signature short bob haircut was a new stunning color of electric blue. It softened her look slightly. Okay, stop here, I said. I think this will work. We paused at the edge of the field behind the community center. The long green grass rustled in the breeze, and the red glowing sun hung low in the evening sky. This grassland optical rotation from the World Builders might have been one of my favorites. Do you think the code is good enough to put it into a real-world simulation? Ave asked, bringing me back to reality. Despite hours of collaborative effort over the past 24 hours, we still hadn't been able to get rid of a few significant bugs. Lag time in an algorithm built to eliminate lag time? Not ideal. Glyn shrugged. Why not? If it doesn't perform, at least we'll be able to see the issues in the light of day. And if it does, you won't have to listen to us complain anymore, and we can all enjoy the celebration kickoff tomorrow. Ave finished for her. Glyn nodded with a grin. Risky, I teased. Glyn waved me off. Lex, load target match, invite players in proximity. Accept, I said as soon as the invitation appeared in my field of vision. Accept, Ave mirrored, pressing his auditory sensor to his temple. I reached into my pocket for mine, quickly setting it in place above my cheekbone before targets and barriers appeared across the field. Parameters? Ave asked, his voice now vibrating through my sensor. First 1 to 5 loses, Glyn said. Targets count as? -1. Each minute that passes adds a point to your roster. Targets have a 1-minute kill time. We're starting without the code addition, so watch for lag. I nodded, adrenaline pumping through my body. I hadn't played this since I was a kid. A green light appeared in the sky and I bolted to the nearest barrier, sliding out of view behind it. Glancing down at my hands, I found them empty and flicked my wrists. Small digital firearms appeared and I positioned my pointer fingers to pull the triggers. I couldn't help but smile as the antiquated music filled my ears. It hadn't changed, and a wave of childhood nostalgia washed over me from head to toe. Peeking around the corner, I spotted a target and carefully aimed. Before I locked, a shot whizzed past the right side of my face and I lurched to safety. That was too close. My eyes darted left and right. Without pausing to analyze, I launched myself forward, exposing my body momentarily before taking shelter behind a barrier with a more protected view of the target. I hesitantly leaned out and aimed, then fired, hitting the target squarely in the center. Another shot sounded, and I pulled back only to see a point appear on my tally count a full second after I was in the open. I thought I protected myself, but the game algorithm determined I'd been hit. Lag. This was what Glyn was talking about. It made the game seem arbitrary and unfair. A minute and a half passed while I was analyzing the situation, which meant I'd gained a point despite my target hit and late damage canceling each other out. I needed to move and find another safe zone. With as much fire as I'd been attracting, I decided to move toward the back of the battle zone and hit the targets there. I wasn't sure who was firing at me, but since the bullets seemed to be coming from 2 different locations, my guess was both of them. If I could extricate myself, Maybe Ave and Glynn could keep each other busy while I lowered my point count. Keeping close to the ground, I dodged around the first barrier I'd used and clambered behind a rock to the left. The lack of audible gunshots gave me courage, and I flat out ran to the next obstacle further back. A target came into view, and I shot it, keeping my score at 1, despite the timer passing minute number 2. At this point, I could wait a minute for the kill time to pass and hit this same target again. It was cheap, but technically not cheating, and tempting. Mainly because as a kid, playing offensively was never my strong suit. But I wasn't a kid anymore, and sitting here seemed like a cop-out. I snuck a glance to the left and caught a blur of movement across the open space behind me. Turning the other direction, I slowly crept to the edge of the barrier and poked my head around the corner. It was Ave. I could just make out the edge of his shoulder. I doubted I'd be able to hit him from here with such a small target area, and I didn't want to scare him off. But if I stood up and took a step out, I'd have a completely clear shot. Worth the risk? Taking a deep breath to calm my heart hammering in my chest, I stood up and stepped out, raising my weapon and firing without hesitation. I fired again before he could move, and the simulation dissolved. Ave threw his hands up in frustration, and Glynn laughed, standing up from a slow crouch. "Did you notice it?" she asked. Yep," Ave said. That last hit shouldn't have counted. I'd already shifted out of Channel's view, and yet somehow she still hit me. Annoying, right? But you were actually hit. The information is delayed on your end, not Channel's. She saw you where you were at the time, but the algorithm takes time to process the information. I know how it works, Ave muttered, breathing hard. It's frustrating, for sure, I added. But where would this have real applications besides a game arena? Think about it, Glynn said excitedly. When you give someone access to your reality, the Edge is constantly adjusting things to ensure a seamless, integrated experience for both of you. Like when my mom pulls up a projection, I mused. Exactly. That information has to show up on both of your retinal displays at the same time. But if you're moving and she swipes, you've got that lag. I know it doesn't sound like a huge deal, but at a minimum, I see it eliminating all of those day-to-day inefficiencies in the system. Who knows what we could do with that extra bandwidth? I nodded, impressed. So, are we going to try this thing and see if it works? Ave snorted. I don't care if it works. I want a rematch. So I can beat you again? I laughed. It was a cheap shot, he muttered. This algorithm I came up with, I started, suddenly feeling nervous. It uses prediction and joint rendering. The idea is that it will give unlimited users a baseline timeline, instead of rewinding time to create accurate results. The Edge should theoretically create a reality that could be accessed simultaneously between users, so all of us could access the same information at the same time. It sounds great on paper, Ave said. I nodded, but I have no idea if it's going to work. The code looked good when I mastered it, Glynn said with a smile. I had to adjust a few different formulas, but other than that... This is not a time for monologuing, Ave groaned. Let's play. Glynn rolled her eyes. Lex, load target match restructured. Again, the targets and barriers appeared, this time in a different configuration. You're going down, I teased, running past Ave and hiding behind a stack of logs. It's not perfect, I said, staring up at the endless strings of numbers and symbols on the wall in front of us. Now, back in the simulator, I'd narrowed down the problematic code evident in our earlier game, but was still stumped on a solution. It functions, Glynn said, impressed, her digital avatar standing next to mine. I laughed. That it does. Beating Ave in target match over and over proved, would you say relentlessly? Glynn smirked, and Ave exhaled loudly. I would, Glynn. That is the perfect adverb, thank you. Beating Abe relentlessly in target match proved that we've worked out most of the major issues. Abe sighed, defeated. I'm so proud of us. Glynn bit her lip, and I could see the worry on her face. I wasn't the only one hoping to make a mark on this competition. That's all we can do, I said. We did our best. Glynn nodded. 3 hours before submissions close, she said, almost to herself. She pulled a piece of code out to analyze it. I at least wanted to give this a little... Stop. None of the world builds are perfect. Are you kidding me? Abe shouted. If we were capable of that, we would have already been recruited. Come on, I said, not wanting to look at zeros and ones for a second longer. Let's chat on the outside. Glynn shrugged reluctantly, and the code disappeared. Pulling my head from the sensor bank, I blinked and stepped out of the simulation. The grid was mostly empty at this time of night, only a few stragglers like us desperately working to perfect their world build projects for submission. The stars were barely peeking out overhead, and their pale light bathed the archways in a ghostly glow. I stretched my fingers and tipped my head side to side to relax the muscles in my neck. Within moments, Ave and Glynn were standing next to me. Submitted? I asked. Yep, Glynn said nervously, shoving her hands in her pockets. You did good as project manager, I said, throwing an arm around her shoulders. This far exceeded my expectations. I'm sorry we gave you such a hard time when you first brought it up. Ave walked around to Glynn's opposite side and joined our awkward, celebratory hug as we moved as a group past the ports toward the main scanners. Are you saying trusting Glynn was a good idea, Channel? I laughed, and Ave's eyes danced. Do you think we'll hear about it when the real world adopts our algorithms? He asked. I think they'll name it after us. Group 22. Glynn pushed him sideways. Whatever. Don't get ahead of yourself. It's not that good. And that's a terrible name. Luckily, it doesn't have to be that good for them to want a piece of it. I laughed, stumbling to hold on to her as Ave dramatically teetered on one foot. Still, it'd be cool to hear about it, Ave said, dropping his arms and leading us toward the exit. We walked in silence for a few moments, and my mind was spinning, imagining what it might be like to have our upgrade out there. I doubt there's even that many reels to impress these days, Glynn said nonchalantly as we put our masks back on and walked into the open courtyard. I chewed on my lower lip. Were they still out there? If so, what was their reality like? Did they regret their decisions and wish they could be here with us? Why I cared about real people who chose to stay in a broken world, I had no idea. But I did. Chapter 8. The next morning, my body was stiff. Even though I knew I slept, I must have been a subconscious ball of stress because every muscle in my body screamed at me as I stood up. Not cool that I'd be sore for the first day of celebrations. Not cool. My stomach twinged as I realized this would be my last World Build celebration. Ever. Sure, I'd still participate with the rest of the community after that, but it wouldn't be the same. I wouldn't be the one competing. I'd be placed as a community worker somewhere. No, I'd be a world builder. Positive self-talk, remember? Which meant I'd get to judge the submissions. A thrill of excitement passed through me, until I remembered Cerebrolink. Questions began to flood my mind. Would that be a draw for people to join the communities? Would people want to jump straight from real life to that? Was I even sure this whole virtual reality thing was a good idea? I knew nothing about people on the outside. I knew nothing about people on the inside either. And if there was no need for me to code, I basically knew nothing. I moped into the kitchen for something to eat and saw Mom in the backyard. She was standing still, staring into the distance, probably viewing something in the sky I couldn't see from here. I squinted, taking a closer look at her form from the back. Was her hair cropped short today? Grabbing a breakfast bar, I walked out to join her. She smiled and turned her head at the sound of the door opening. Hey, I didn't want to wake you. It's a big day. Thanks. I sat on the end of her wooden lounge chair. Normally, it was me trying not to wake her. What time was it? Did you sleep okay? I asked, activating my time display. I did. It was 10 in the morning. Wait, aren't you supposed to be at work? It's the first day of the celebration. I'm not missing your last World Build celebration channel. I'm going with you. I gaped at her, trying to hide my surprised smile unsuccessfully. You should go get ready. She laughed, and I nodded. Giving her a, who are you and what have you done with my mother look, I turned and walked back into the house. I pulled up my profile and scrolled through the images to choose my style for the afternoon. At least I had fashion to distract me from my current existential crisis. And Mom took off work to attend with me? What? It seemed like she'd thought I was making too big of a deal about my last everything, putting too much pressure on myself. But maybe she did get how important this was for me, for all of us. With so many things shifting, who knew what these traditions would look like next year? Dad sat on my bed as I settled on black faded jeans, a pale purple top, and a black leather jacket. With long wavy hair and black nail polish, I looked very intense and very adult. Shh, I said, grinning at Dad. I'm 17 now. This is totally appropriate. He smiled back at me, and I pretended it was a true stamp of approval. Wow, Mom said when I walked into the hall. That's a little dark, don't you think? I rolled my eyes. Dad liked it. It's empowering. And don't say anything else about how I'm taking this too seriously or I'm going by myself. Mom stifled a laugh. I won't, I promise. It's not my thing, but you do look amazing. We grabbed our masks and walked out the door, heading to the grid. Since we weren't in a rush, we took our time, noticing how the center of town had been completely transformed. Colorful bricks replaced the building facades, and people were already streaming through the streets. Music filtered through the air, and I couldn't help but begin to walk in rhythm with the steady beat. The accomplishments of the rising generation are the best reason to celebrate, don't you think? Mom said with a smile. How do you know I have any accomplishments? I muttered. Oh, no, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the kids who weren't all washed up and ready to be adults, the ones who still have dreams and think the world is their oyster. Ah, I laughed. They are definitely worth celebrating. Mom nudged me gently with her elbow. You know, you still haven't told me about your submission. I shrugged. I know it's something good, and, she cleared her throat, I also know that you came up with the algorithm. I stopped abruptly. Who told you that? Ave, she said, stopping a few paces ahead when she noticed I was no longer with her. Since when do you talk to Ave? She motioned for me to keep walking and linked her arm with mine. Ave and I secretly meet at night after you've gone to bed. He tells me everything about your life that you refuse to tell me. You do not, I laughed, but my heart started to pound. It seemed hard to believe, but was Ave going behind my back and telling her things? He'd always been more than just my friend, kind of a part of our family. But after Dad died, we'd shifted to spending time together outside of our mutual homes. Mom whispered conspiratorially, You think Ave's your friend, but really he's mine. Mom, stop! She laughed, tickled with herself. Fine. I happened to see him when I was walking through the park yesterday. He told me how brilliant you are. Ave said that? She nodded. Yes, and now I'm dying to hear about this channel, please. Okay. But the reason I'm not talking about it is that I combined 2 different models to create a new one. Even though we've tested it, we didn't have time to try it under different circumstances or in different situations. I have no idea if it will work. I don't care, Mom said. Start talking. My cheeks flushed, and it was impossible to resist the surge of excitement that bubbled up. As much as I refused to admit it out loud, deep down I knew my algorithm was excellent. I did secretly hope it won. But the only person I'd said that out loud to was Dad, and that wasn't changing anytime soon. I couldn't jinx things hours before the announcement, but I could tell her about the process. I took a breath and started from the beginning. Mom and I stood in the clearing at town center, surrounded by what felt like the entire P3 community. I knew it wasn't that bad. I just wasn't feeling particularly jazzed about being surrounded by random people at the moment. Or my friends, to be honest. I was too nervous. I was actually glad that this portion of the evening tonight would be me and Mom. I could do all the socializing starting on night 2, after the winners were announced and my presentation was over. After all the pressure was off. I clenched my fists and recognized my stress for once. Taking a moment to acknowledge the tension in my body, I actively released it. Shaking out my hands, I realized I had to make a choice. I could focus on all the things I disliked about this situation, or I could focus on the fact that I was here with someone who loved me. It seemed like such a simple path. Just be okay with not knowing. Be patient. Do all the things that people kept telling me to do that I was obviously terrified of. Easier said than done. The celebration began with psychedelic colors streaking across the sky, and I gratefully latched onto this distraction from my cognitive dissonance. Cheers and shouts lifted into the air around me, and I surprised myself by joining in. I might not be able to solve my problems tonight, but I could ignore them and have a good time. I kept my eyes trained straight ahead until the eerie feeling of someone's eyes on me became too powerful to ignore. Glancing to the side, I caught Ave looking our direction. How he'd found me in this mass of people, I had no idea. He was mouthing something, but was far enough away I couldn't catch his meaning. I shrugged, lifting my hands to relay my confusion. A message popped up in my field of vision. I tapped the air in front of me to accept. "Turn that off," Mom scolded. "You're going to miss this." "It's Ave," I whispered, ignoring her. "Ave, keep them open." I rolled my eyes, flicking his message away, and turned back to look at him. He gave me a thumbs up and his signature goofy grin. I'd somehow managed to forget about the reveal until this very moment. My heart fluttered, and I balled my hands into fists. Again. I wasn't going to open my eyes. Or should I? Channel! Look at that! Mom said in complete awe. Ahead of us, a swirling circle of gold sparks began to swell and grow until it seemed to envelop the entire evening sky. An ethereal voice began to speak. "Our world is abounding with beauty and adventure." The center of the spinning disc opened into an inky pool, and I suddenly felt unsteady. I gripped Mom's arm as the darkness transformed into lush rainforests, then faded into ancient ruins, boundless deserts, and finally plunged into the tourmaline water of a tropical sea. See it, taste it, touch it. Leaving the reef, we were launched through the blue sky, past the clouds and high into the starry night. I wiggled my toes and took a purposeful breath. Experience life without limitation. Experience Cerebrolink. The golden orb began to shrink, our portal to the planet slowly dissolving into dusk. "Wow," Mom said. "I've never seen resolution like that," I whispered. "It was like we were there," she breathed. The voice sounded again. "During each world build, we take a few moments for children and youth who have yet to find their placement within our community. A time to remember the world before Paradise 3 and communities like it existed. A time to show gratitude for those who came before us and to renew our commitment to building the best version of ourselves and our world." My breath began to come in short bursts. I didn't want to do this. I did, but I didn't. Somehow, without realizing it, my secret ritual had become a scrupulosity of sorts. If I didn't open my eyes, my world could stay the same. The world where things were predictable and beautiful, where Dad still existed. The world where I could hide behind settings and preferences and never have to let anybody in if I didn't want to. Closing my eyes kept that world intact. In 30 seconds, this year's reveal will begin. Please keep your mask safely on as we guide you through our opening ceremony. I didn't have to keep my eyes open. I knew that. Facing Ave and Glyn afterward would be annoying, but I could always pretend I saw. No, I could easily sneak through another year without participating in this tradition. But something niggled at me. A thought had been poking and prodding me since I talked with Ave and Glyn in the streets that night. Peer pressure was not the reason I kept my eyes fixed on the world ahead of me instead of the backs of my eyelids. I had to do this for myself, to prove that I wasn't a kid anymore, that I was ready to move on, to win this competition, to accept my placement, to become a world builder. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest. You can do this, I kept repeating in my head. It can't be as bad as they say. And then my world went dark. Chapter 9. I gasped, and Mom reached for my hand. I was wrong. It was absolutely as bad as people said. Pressing my free hand to my chest, I forced myself to take a breath. The world around me looked like an alien landscape, completely foreign. I didn't recognize anything or anyone around me. Hazy sunlight bathed the rocky earth in a dull orange glow, and I was surrounded by an army in gray. Here, Mom said, handing me the thin metal tube she always gave me during reveals. I knew to press the button on the handle as she'd instructed me countless times before, but in the past I hadn't seen what happened next. A stream of light burst from the end of the rod and illuminated the space around me. Lights blinked into existence all over the clearing, better illuminating the barren space and filling it with ghostly silhouettes. How long do we have to do this? I asked, my voice low. Mom, how long before they turn the edge back on? I purposefully stared straight ahead, not ready to see her real face. I'd never seen my mother's real face. It's like always. They'll give you a few moments to acclimate, and then we'll go on with the ceremony. Usually about 20 to 30 minutes, I think. I wanted to close my eyes, to forget this ever happened, but curiosity got the better of me. I want to go home. Now? But no! I don't want to leave. I just want to see our home, my bedroom, how it really looks. I don't think that's the point. It's more, Mom, I need to see it, I pleaded. They won't even know we're gone. We can go quickly and come right back. Mom sighed audibly. It's your last year. I want you to know that's the only reason I'm entertaining this. She pulled on my arm and we quickly made our way through the people around us back to the walkway. It wasn't a walkway. Well, it was, just not the walkway I thought I knew. Nothing was like I thought I knew. The buildings on either side of us were dark and ominous, not cheery and full of character. There were no colorful bricks. Then we came to the neighborhood. In the dark, our houses were dark gray blocks, sitting in a perfect row. The direction of the streets made sense to my brain, but everything else was disturbingly different. I turned my light back and forth, taking as much in as I could handle. What I thought was soft green grass at the park was some substance I didn't recognize. Definitely not green. My beam of light stretched far enough that I should be able to see the trees, but they didn't appear. Tiny specks of something floated in the air around me, distracting me from the horizon. Dust? I reached up and pressed my mask tighter against my face. How had I willingly walked out here without a mask on? It almost made me gag. Hurry, Mom said, walking briskly, Without meaning to, I noticed her hair. It was dark brown and shoulder length, longer than her short cut this morning, darker than her usual, but not different enough to seem out of character. This tiny piece of familiarity was more comforting than I could have imagined. Looking away, I put the light down and focused on keeping up. Mom had to stop me when we got to our house because I didn't recognize it. I knew we were getting close based off of timing alone, but it looked identical to the habitations around it. No distinguishing factors. Maybe this was a bad idea. 5 minutes, she said nervously. I forced away my hesitation and walked in, using muscle memory to navigate the visually unfamiliar space. The walls were dark gray, smooth and cold. I walked straight into the kitchen and flashed the light around. The stool I sat on, with its sleek metal legs and shiny black top, was gray too. Everything was gray, blank and colorless. I turned in a circle, scanning the room. The cupboards were light brown and completely plain, no detailing like in real life. Well, my real life. Spinning around, I walked to my room and desperately shone the light through the doorway. It was empty, except for a basic metal bed with dull blankets. This view took my breath away. My colorful walls, the pictures I'd hung, my cyan blanket and my favorite pillow with the flowers on it, they didn't exist. I sat down on the bed and pulled the modest pillow to my chest. A tear rolled down my cheek, and I hastily wiped it away. I knew this. It wasn't a secret. I knew theoretically that this was how things were, but somehow, actually seeing it. Clutching the light, I reluctantly set the pillow down and walked back to the front door. Hesitantly, I stepped outside, shining my light into the street. Mom, standing directly in front of me. Relief flooded over me when I realized every part of her looked almost exactly like she usually did, except... What happened? I breathed, moving toward her and reaching out a hand. She winced when I touched the left side of her face, tracing the pale, shimmering line from the edge of her hairline across her temple. You've never asked me about this before. I've never looked. Her face scrunched in confusion. Never? I shook my head. Even when... Never, Mom. I thought you were just playing a game, that you didn't want me to see you with your eyes open. She trailed off and took a ragged breath. I fell when I was a kid. Does it hurt? I ran my fingers gently along the stretch of puckered skin. No, she shook her head. Just a little more sensitive, I guess. I looked down at our clothing. Gray, plain. No surprise there at this point. I stepped back and turned, walking to the corner of our house and pointing my light through the gap between homes. There was just nothing. No view, no backyard. Rocks and dirt were the only things illuminated in front of me. Something about my normal world being stripped away made the thoughts I'd been hiding bubble to the surface. I ran quickly back to Mom's side. I don't want to link. I blurted the words out. I've thought about it, and it doesn't feel right to me. Mom's face fell. Channel. I know, it's not what you want. I know that. I looked down at my shaking hands. It's not about what I want, Channel. Mom sighed and closed her eyes for a moment. I just don't understand. Don't understand what? She exhaled audibly. I've done everything I could to give you the opportunities you've wanted. I've supported you, listened to you, and kept my mouth shut when you didn't want to listen to my advice or shift your perspective. I've worked hard to pull our weight here, and haven't asked for much in return. The truth is, I don't know how we're going to make things work unless... I'm doing my best, Mom. I didn't know... The sound of shoes on the street startled me, and I turned, swinging my light wide. The beam landed directly on a boy's face, and he grimaced, quickly covering his eyes with his hand. Are you two okay? He said, and my hand flew to my mouth. I knew that voice. Ave. I stared at him as he blocked the light. Wavy, light hair just long enough to be tucked behind his ears, eyelashes that cast shadows on his cheeks. His face surprisingly still recognizable, but softer somehow, more boyish. "Can you lower that, please?" he asked, still wincing from the glare. "Sorry," I mumbled, quickly pointing the light away from his face. My cheeks felt hot. "What are you doing here?" "I looked over and saw you were gone," he said. Since this was... Wait, did you tell her? He asked, pointing to my mom. "Tell me what?" Mom asked sternly, planting her hands on her hips. She put our prior conversation aside for Ave's sake. "Channel, what is he talking about?" I rolled my eyes. "She's kidding, I told her." Mom laughed, and Ave's shoulders relaxed. "Sorry," she said. "I know I shouldn't be teasing you, but the opportunity was too perfect." He took a deep breath and tried to laugh it off. "Since it was your first time seeing all of this?" He motioned around him. "I worried it might have been too much." He walked closer. "I wanted to make sure you were okay." This was Ave, the boy who knocked on my door every day when we were kids asking if I could play. The boy who made me laugh for the first time after my dad died. The boy who was still always watching to make sure I was doing all right. My light pointed to the side, but there was enough ambient illumination for me to view his features clearly. His real features. His eyes were dark-ish. I could see a little blue. No, green? Maybe a mix? I found myself inspecting him openly, and then my heart clenched in my chest. If I could see the real him, he could see the real me. I quickly whipped around and faced Mom. "I think it's time to get back, right?" I asked hastily. "We've already been gone too long." Mom took in my alarmed expression and her eyebrows furrowed. Even now, I couldn't stop staring at her forehead. "Yes, we should get going." "Thanks for checking on us," I said hastily, turning to go and angling my face toward Mom. "See you later, when we meet up with Glenn to hear the results?" "Sure," he said. "See you then." Walking quickly past him, I didn't allow myself to look back. Chapter 10. I breathed out slowly, feeling much more comfortable now that I could hide behind my algorithm. After Mom and I returned to the clearing, though we missed a few parts of the presentation, we were just in time to watch the edge gradually come back up. It was mind-blowing enough to make me think the past half hour had been mostly worth it. My vision divided into segments, and each one was methodically loaded in sequence. At one point, half of the community was augmented, while the other half was real. The contrast was stark and breathtaking. I tried to enjoy the moment instead of geeking out about the code I knew was running behind the scenes. Sometimes all I saw in my head were strings of numbers, and that's why there was probably something very wrong with me. I found Ave and Glenn after everything was back online. We still had an hour before the results of the world build would be announced, and I was already jittery. Mom said I could catch up with my friends only if I promised to come back to meet her in the auditorium 10 minutes early. "Tonight is about family," she'd insisted. "You'll have the rest of the week to hang out with your friends." She was continuing to take this last celebration thing extremely seriously. I knew we were going to have to talk about cerebral ink in more depth, but I was grateful she wasn't pushing the issue now. With the reveal and having to wait for our competition results, I didn't think I could handle anything else. Ave sat next to Glenn on the ground in the clearing, his form returned back to exactly what I was used to seeing. Surprisingly, I felt disappointed. I found myself sneaking glances, hoping I'd somehow catch a glimpse of the face I'd seen earlier, but I couldn't meet his eyes. I felt small and exposed knowing he'd seen me. The real me. I forced myself to sit down across from them, hesitantly putting my hands down on the fake grass, the image of the gray, non-living substance too fresh in my mind to make me feel comfortable. "So, what did you think?" Ave asked, catching me off guard. I swallowed hard, looking down at my hands. "Of what?" "Ha ha," he chided. "You know what." I shrugged. "The reveal?" "I don't know. I can't say I'm glad I saw it, but I think I needed to. Lately," I paused, considering my words. "I guess I've had a lot of questions, you know? Have you ever wondered if everything we've been told is true?" "Of course," Glyn scoffed. "All of us have wondered, but we've been brave enough to see this every year, remember?" She motioned between her and Ave as if they were the sole members of a club I wasn't invited to be a part of. I rolled my eyes, and she laughed good-humoredly. "Plus, it seems pretty obvious we're still in crisis," she said, leaning back and resting on her elbows. "Every time I forget my mask and I'm out for too long, I'm reminded real quick," she said. "Yeah, I guess that's true," I said, remembering my tight chest and tired lungs. "But you're not weird for questioning," Ave said hurriedly, noticing the look on my face. "I'm glad you got some closure." Closure. Yeah. So far this night felt like anything but closure, but hopefully in an hour that would all change for the better. "Hey, how did the meeting go?" he asked me. "What meeting?" "What meeting? What is wrong with you, Channel, for the sensory implant?" "Oh, I kind of forgot about that. Feels like a lot has happened since then." Ave shook his head, stifling a laugh. "It was intense, actually," I pressed on, smacking his shoulder. "The technology is mind-blowing. They implant it, and it completely syncs with your brain over time. It's supposed to be seamless, eventually." Glyn's eyes lit up. "I know, right? It's incredible. That scan they showed? I mean, can you imagine all of those connections in your brain?" Ave looked between us, enough of a cloud crossing over his face that my excitement died a little. Glyn sniffed. "I didn't realize you were at the presentation, too." "You were there?" The words came out before I thought them through. Of course she'd seen a presentation since she knew so much about it. "What? That's surprising?" she asked sarcastically. "I don't know if I was at the same presentation, I guess, but I attended one," Glyn said, scowling slightly. When we didn't contribute anything to the conversation, she stood and stretched her arms over her head as if she couldn't care one way or the other. Ave exhaled loudly and shifted position, suddenly overly interested in the group of people happily chatting across the path. "Are you okay?" I asked, an obligatory question when your friend seemed huffy. "Yep," he answered a little too quickly, not even looking our direction. I raised an eyebrow and let the silence sit. "No," he said finally. "Honestly, it's just taking me a minute to process that I wasn't on the initial list." The expression on his face showed hurt and confusion, and it led me to wonder. Why wasn't he included? Were the meetings scheduled geographically? "Maybe they're just doing one neighborhood at a time. That would make sense," I said. "No, there's got to be a reason," Glyn said matter-of-factly. "Channel, help me. Let's figure out what's wrong with Ave. Why wasn't he chosen for the first round of meetings?" Ave waved us off, but I saw a smile threatening to break out at any moment. "I'm not even interested in Cerebral Ink, okay? Leave it alone." "I think it's his terrible sense of humor," Glyn teased, ignoring his protestation. "Ha ha," Ave said. He pulled a snack from his pocket. I laughed. "Do you always have food in there?" "That's it! His metabolism's too high," Glyn said. "Your metabolism's too high," he shouted obnoxiously. I could barely understand his words through the food in his mouth, and it made me laugh even harder. Knowing I might be mocked, I reached into my pocket for a nutrition gel packet. I didn't care if Glyn ribbed me too. Watching Ave eat was making me hungry. "Gross," Glyn said, looking disgusted as she watched me slurp it down. "Why would you eat that when we could go get actual food?" She gazed wistfully back toward the open space where vendors were already setting up and handing out celebratory snacks. My mom wanted to do all that with me later, after the ceremony. Where's your mom? Ave asked. Did she go home after the reveal? Why? Did you want to tell her more about our submission? I teased, only a hint of annoyance in my tone. Ave's eyes grew wide. What? I only told her about how great your code was. Is that somehow a bad thing? Save it, I said with a grin. I'm kidding, but it is a little strange that you talk to my mom when I'm not around. He looked relieved. Your mom's cool. What can I say? I rolled my eyes. I'm heading to our seats, Glynn announced abruptly. See you in there. Did we scare you off with our off-putting food? I grinned. She rolled her eyes. You two are weird. That's what's wrong with me, Ave said excitedly. I'm too weird. Thank you for the analysis. It's good to finally have answers. Glynn gave a small wave but didn't crack a smile. She shoved her hands in her pockets and walked back toward the auditorium. She's kind of moody, I said matter-of-factly. I watched her back growing smaller as she stalked away from us. I thought she would have been thrilled going into today's events. We'd scraped together a killer project, getting it in just under the wire. I was usually the anxious one in our group, and it felt weird for her to be falling into that role along with me. Probably just nervous. This year seems like a bigger deal. It is a bigger deal. Ave shrugged. We did our best. That's all we can do. I gave him a wry smile as Ave pointed to one of the vendors in the field. We watched as a woman took her treat excitedly, plucked one strand free and placed it on her tongue. We were too far away to hear what she said, but we could see her reaction. Her arms began gesticulating wildly, and she immediately rushed to gather her friends to get back in line for another. What do you think this year's food tastes like? I asked. We'll never find out if we sit here ruminating. Ave grabbed my hand and pulled me forward. I say what your mom doesn't know can't hurt her. Chapter 11. I giggled like a little kid as Ave pulled me behind him, and my eyes widened as we got closer to the line. This was the World Build featured food experiment. No wonder that lady was so excited about it. Ave pulled me to a stop at the end of the line and reached up to throw his arm around my shoulder, but I casually stepped back, pretending to catch my breath. He ran his hand through his hair instead. Remember the experiment last year that turned my tongue black? And mine bright red? What do you think that says about us? Ave's eyes sparkled mischievously. Wait, don't answer that. I laughed. The line moved quickly, and it wasn't long before I was reaching out for P3's featured food item. Now that it was right in front of me, I had no idea how to describe it. The woman at the window handed me a cone filled with what looked like dancing arms. No, that wasn't quite right. Dancing threads. Luminescent tendrils, gently swaying in the evening air. These have got to be in honor of Cerebralink, right? Ave asked as we walked away from the line. My brow furrowed, but then I saw it. Of course. These did have an uncanny resemblance to the connection threads in all the Cerebralink brain imaging. That's kind of creepy. We're eating things that are supposed to connect to our brains? Ave snorted, plucking a piece from his cone and putting it in his mouth. He stopped walking mid-step. Oh, he sighed, letting it melt on his tongue. You have to try this. Immediately. Okay, I laughed, following his lead and putting a tendril in my mouth. Oh, flavor exploded through me. Fruity, but somehow warm and almost spiced? It's like, how do you describe it? Like joy, Ave said, closing his eyes. Tastes like pure joy. And maybe pineapple? I nodded in agreement and put another piece on my tongue. We walked back to our spot on the ground, too wrapped up in our flavor experiences to talk. As soon as we sat down, the energy between us shifted. Glynn wasn't here anymore. It was just the two of us. I'd spent plenty of time with Ave alone, but tonight felt different. Vulnerable. I flipped over onto my stomach and propped myself up on my elbows, watching the threads dance in the cone in front of me. "You're avoiding me," he stated, matter-of-factly. "What?" I scoffed. "Am not. I've spent every possible second with you guys tonight." "Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. See?" He pointed. "Even now, you won't look directly at me." "Because I'm looking at my joy filaments," I argued, then turned my head and looked straight at him to prove it. He was closer than I thought. My heart beat faster, and I knew he saw something unsteady in my expression. "I've seen the real you. But back there, that was the first time you'd seen me," he stated calmly. I watched him closely, again wishing I could see more of his real eyes and face. "You've seen me before?" I asked, my voice a whisper. He nodded. "Since you were a big coward and had your eyes closed, you probably didn't notice I was there." I tried to laugh it off, but my body started to shiver. I didn't like the feeling of him looking at the real me tonight. I'd changed so much about myself because I didn't want certain things about me to exist. "So, you were spying on me?" I was trying to joke, but it didn't come out that way. "Yep," Ave sighed. "You caught me. I guess it was only a matter of time." I didn't say anything, not because I was mad, more because I was shrinking with embarrassment at the moment. "It's weird though, right? I know I don't look exactly like this," he said nervously, motioning to himself. Wait, did he think I didn't like what I'd seen of him? "Ave, you look good," I said reflexively, sliding my legs forward and sitting up. I'm not avoiding you at all, but if I was, it wouldn't be because of that." "I look good?" He grinned, waggling an eyebrow, and I immediately regretted my choice of words. "Whatever, stop," I laughed. "I was only being nice." My cheeks flushed, and I'd never been more grateful to hide behind my edge preferences. This was why I couldn't be real. My body constantly betrayed me. "So, you're not worried about cerebral ink anymore?" I asked quickly, searching for any way to change the subject. "Of course I am." He let out a slow breath. "It sounded like you wished you had an opportunity to do it." "Not to do it, but yeah, being considered would be nice," he said. "I still think the whole thing is crazy, but that's just because I'm not as trusting as you." "I'm not trusting," I muttered. "Not in a bad way," he laughed. "Wow, Channel, you're so defensive lately. Lighten up. I tend to worry about people taking advantage of things, or even myself taking advantage of things. I wouldn't trust myself to make a better, more difficult choice if there was an easier option. You're more sure of yourself." "No, I'm not. And I'm not considering it." "Okay. Are you going to argue with everything I say?" he asked. I scowled. "No. But I've been thinking about your arguments." "Why would it matter?" I asked. "Who cares if we take the better path? What makes it better? If we can experience these incredible things without life being as difficult anymore, why not?" Ave pondered this a moment. "I don't know, honestly. It feels wrong to me. To only experience things neurologically without engaging our bodies? I know we don't have longitudinal research on all this yet. How could we? But it just seems like there would have to be negative consequences. I mean, we're in bodies for a reason." I shrugged. "Maybe we're not. Maybe we only have bodies because there wasn't a better option." "And you think this is it?" "Evolution, right? Why couldn't this be the next step?" Ave grinned. "You never know. I wish we could skip forward and see the end result." "You're telling me," I laughed, setting my cone on the ground next to me. "You're not going to finish those?" I shrugged. "Maybe later. I'm all sweetened out for the moment." Ave nudged me with his shoulder, and the touch felt electric. My stomach dropped to my knees. This swooping feeling had been happening more frequently when I was around him, and it made me even more on edge than usual. Not that it was a bad feeling, just a new one. So, have you been thinking the same thing I have, with all this going on? He asked softly. My throat felt thick and I stalled. About our world build. Relief flooded over me, but it still took a minute for me to catch my breath. He pulled his knees up off the ground and wrapped his arms around them, still holding his cone. I've just been thinking about the fact that none of our work is going to even matter once that update comes out. Possibly. I guess some things could be rolled over. I nodded, sitting up. Definitely. But who knows when it's going to happen? They haven't called off the build, so the rewards must still be on the table. I really want access to the GameCube. I'm not going to lie. You would. Not all of us have won before, Ave teased. I threw my head back and groaned. It was one time, and it was a total fluke. There it is. Keep arguing with me, he said with a grin, egging me on. I shook my head, then looked past him at the glass dome behind us. I couldn't help but wonder what that looked like in real life. Or was it just another gray box? Do you really think we could win? I do, Ave said without hesitation. Your work on this channel? It's excellent. Really impressive. I think it's going to be Group 22 in first place tonight. My cheeks flushed. It wasn't all me. I had a lucky idea, that's all. Always luck, right? I looked down, fighting back a smile. What do you think this is all going to look like when we're adults? I mirrored Ave by pulling my knees close and wrapping my arms around them. You mean in less than a year? Ave chuckled wryly. Less than a year? What if... I started, but I couldn't finish the sentence. Pressure built behind my eyes and a lump was forming in my throat. What was wrong with me? My emotions were all over the place, always just under the surface. Maybe Glynn wasn't the only one who was moody. I couldn't seem to rein them in. Ave was silent next to me, obviously sensing the shift in my mood. When he spoke, any pretense was gone from his voice entirely. I guess it doesn't matter, right? Either we'll move on to community posts or our reality will be upgraded. I chewed on my lower lip. It's not the worst, right? I mean, think of the incredible things we could do with a simulator that powerful. We could do literally anything. Be anyone. Ave turned toward me and raised an eyebrow. You've always wanted to visit other planets. I nodded, looking down at the ground. Is there a part of you considering this? He asked. I don't know, I sighed. Your concerns make sense. I'm not arguing with that. But there are so many things that would be better and easier. I hesitated. Ave, I've been spending time with my dad. You have? Uh-huh. I know it's not really him, but it feels nice to talk to him. Saying this out loud to Ave made me feel childish and silly. Maybe I was. Maybe I wasn't quite ready to grow up yet. With Cerebrolink, I could actually be with him, you know? My shoulders slumped as I rested my chin on my knees. Mom says it's a bad idea, that I need to move on. Ave was silent. He put a hand over my shoulder, and for once, I didn't flinch away. His skin against mine felt nice, comforting. Why did I need to move on? Move on to what? If this made me happy, then wasn't that what I should be moving on to? I'm sorry, Channel. I know how hard it's been without him. What if I don't have to let him go? I breathed, leaning into him. Why would it be bad for me to have him around? Cerebrolink could make it so nobody would ever have to fully lose someone. Isn't that a good thing? I don't know, Ave said. It sounds great to take away everything that's painful, but I still don't feel good about it. I can't really put it into words. I rested my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes. Every other sense was heightened as I felt his body breathing next to mine. I enjoyed his warmth and the faint smell of soap on his skin. I guess boys did bathe after all. Maybe now we know how everyone felt before, he said. What do you mean? The first members of our community, he explained. I yawned, the worry and excitement of the past 2 days catching up with me. How could we know what they felt? Their life was miserable. Maybe that's what people hundreds of years from now will say about us, he whispered. We were miserable. Of course we would have jumped at the chance for a sensory implant. We didn't even have disgusting new food flavors. I snorted and pushed him away. Abe's eyes danced with amusement as he pulled me back. His hand barely brushed my cheek and my skin tingled. Oh no, Abe! I gasped, suddenly remembering. What time is it? Without waiting for an answer, I tapped on my time display. 7:52. We looked at each other, then jumped up and started to run. Chapter 12. Abe and I rushed through the entrance into the auditorium and found Mom standing in front of the huge open doors. A low hum of voices wafted out into the entryway. Everyone was already in their seats. You're late, Mom said, flashing me a look. Sorry, I mumbled as Abe and I followed her into the packed room. Lost track of time. She gave me a sidelong glance and winked. Perfect. Now I wasn't going to hear the end of this. I'm sure she was giving herself a pat on the back for recognizing my denial when it came to having a thing for Abe. With the boy in question standing directly next to me, I couldn't refute anything at that moment, so I pursed my lips and slid into the seat next to her. Mom, I started, but she shushed me. It's about to start. She patted my leg and looked toward the stage where Cass and 2 other community leaders were already waiting patiently. Where's Glenn? I whispered to Abe, scanning the rows for a burst of hot pink. There, Abe said, pointing 2 rows up on the left. Glenn turned her head to talk to the person next to her. I couldn't tell who it was, and I waved, trying to catch her attention. She didn't look up. Hopefully she won't hate us for not sitting next to her, I said. Abe shrugged. I'm sure she'll understand. Besides, when we win, we'll all go up together anyway. I grinned at him, anticipation swirling in my chest. Any worries I'd had were swept away in the infectious buzz of the crowd. This was what we'd worked so hard for. This competition was the culmination of all our learning over the past 6 months. The last 6 years, really, and I was going to enjoy this moment. Cass stood up, and the sound of her voice instantly silenced the errant chatter. Welcome, everyone! A cheer rose up from the crowd, and Abe and I joined in, clapping our hands and laughing as the electric energy in the air became almost palpable. This was it. She was going to announce the winners. I could barely contain my nervousness, and I reached over, gripping Abe's forearm out of the sheer need to do something. Thank you, Cass said, motioning for everyone to quiet down so she could speak. The competition this year was incredibly tough. We have been overwhelmed with the talent and tenacity shown in this year's competition. Blah, 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 we know, we're all incredible. Now please get to the good stuff. So, without further delay, we are thrilled to announce this year's World Build Competition winners. Cass tapped a small device in her hands, and the air ignited with lights surrounding a gargantuan number 3. Coming in at 3rd place with an incredibly thought-out food services integrative application, Group 31. The room exploded, and we watched 3 young boys stand as swirls of blues, purples, and greens highlighted their place in the audience. From here, it looked like they were only 12 or 13. Impressive. Cass waited for the applause to die down, then continued. In 2nd place, we have a team who tackled a complicated coding puzzle using impressive algorithmic prediction. My heart stopped. Could she be talking about us? It would be an honor to even place in the top 3, but I wasn't hoping for 2nd. Cass smiled widely. This team will have the opportunity to work with 2 of our community world builders to further their project and will be invited to one session in the game cube. I looked at Ave, my eyes wide. Since when do second-place teams get access to the game cube? He shrugged, and I could see by the tightness in his jaw he was as nervous as I was. "Congratulations to Team 20, Cass said, and my stomach dropped as her mouth formed around the word, then flipped as I realized there wasn't a number after it. This wasn't us. As the crowd cheered, I searched for the winners. They had to be in our year with a number in the 20s. "Caro's team," Ave said, pointing to the far left. Sure enough, Caro and 3 of his friends stood up and bowed, high-fiving each other and soaking in the attention. My heart was pounding. Either we got first place, or we got nothing. Ave reached over and pried my fingers off his arm, placing it in between his hands instead. "Either way," he whispered, "you did amazing." "Thank you," I said, swallowing all of the arguments in my head to the contrary. "And finally," Cass said, her voice again causing the crowd to hush, "we are ready to announce first place." This was an unconventional entry, coming in right before the submission deadline. I smiled at Ave, my knees beginning to bounce. And creating an algorithm so creative, we had world builders studying it before the celebration started. Ave ripped his hand from mine and threw his arm around my shoulders, pulling me close. My heart felt like it was about to burst. We did it. We actually... As a solo entry, the winner is Glenn Haraway. My body froze. Blood rushed in my ears, pounding so loudly the whole auditorium seemed to fade into nothingness. I watched Glenn stand up in slow motion, sparks erupting around her seat. Ave was saying something to me, but I couldn't hear him. I couldn't hear anything. Was this a mistake? Even as the question played across my consciousness, I knew the answer. I knew by the smile on Glenn's face. Chapter 13. "Channel, stop tapping your foot," Mom said, putting her hand on my knee. "And was it really necessary to project like that?" She added, her voice low. "You've never cared about my fashion choices before," I said, yawning. My eyes were puffy from crying most of last night, and they felt like sandpaper when I blinked. "I don't," she sighed, eyeing my electric purple pants and fringed top. "I mean, I do care. This is a professional meeting, that's all. I love your flair." Clearly. I'd never been to this part of the community center. Even though I passed this building almost daily, I'd only been physically inside it a handful of times, and each of them was for some sort of presentation. This hallway and set of rooms sat behind the auditorium, and the entire area was formatted more rigidly than I was used to. Straight lines, flat colors, not what the rest of Paradise 3 looked like, and certainly not what I would have chosen. "Quinn and Channel Green," a woman called out, looking down to check her tablet. Before our last name left her lips, we were already standing. "Why do we even need this appointment?" I whispered as the woman, obviously a community worker in her blue fitted jacket, motioned us forward. "And why did it need to be at 7:30 in the morning?" "Shh." Mom hushed me, and we walked through the door into a richly adorned, boldly colored office space. Juxtaposed with the waiting area, the effect was jarring. The woman walked behind a desk and sat down. Her nearly white hair was cropped close to her jawline, and her violet, bird-like eyes followed me as I took in the room. "You like it?" she asked with a smile. I nodded. "I know it can seem a little intense at first, but I figure if I'm spending most of my time here, the decor may as well agree with my sensibilities." "I get that," I said, thinking about my own room. I'd programmed the blanket and pillow to be my favorite colors, cyan and stormy gray. "What inspired this?" I asked, genuinely interested. I was always curious about people's visual decisions. The woman's eyes lit up. Are you familiar with the Zarif Mustafa Pasha mansion in ancient Turkey? Seeing the blank expression on my face, she waved the comment off. It's magnificent. Definitely pull it up and take a look when you have time. What era? I asked, tapping the blue circle in the corner of my vision to make a quick note in my console. Though I wasn't typically excited about historical things, this was a fantastic distraction. Ottoman, the woman said. I'll check it out. I swiped the window out of my field of view. The woman nodded approvingly. My name's Vera. I've been assigned to your geographical area of the community as a Cerebral Link advisor. What does that mean exactly? Mom asked, and I knew she was only asking for my benefit. Ever since she told me about this new upgrade, I'd been all kinds of skeptical. Life was great as it was. I had no desire to change trajectories just to be a P3 lab rat. Until everything changed last night. So, I guess I could cut her some slack. It was probably natural for Mom not to fully trust my change of heart. Vera smiled graciously, tapping her chin lightly with the tip of her forefinger. It means that I'm here to answer any questions you may have before you're linked. I don't have any questions, I said hastily, and Vera smiled, her peach-colored lips shimmering as her eyes flicked to Mom's. Their silent communication made it clear they were definitely in on this together. About what? Vera asked. My help or Cerebralink? Either, I shrugged. Okay. She smiled widely. Then let me review just to make sure we're all on the same page. She tapped a thin, black, rectangular sheet in front of her and my eyes narrowed. What's that? I asked. I thought you didn't have any questions, Vera said blandly without looking up from her screen. I pursed my lips. It's a tablet, Vera continued. It acts exactly like your visual console, it's just handheld instead of up here. She tapped her temple. Why wouldn't you just use your visual console? She laughed lightly. Community protocol. Sometimes it's better to see the real world when serving our members. I nodded, but didn't fully understand what she was saying. I remembered the way the sky had looked last night at the reveal. I should never have let Abe convince me to open my eyes, although now it didn't really matter. I'd be getting Cerebralink soon and wouldn't have to see any part of the real world ever again if I didn't want to. But Vera's answer rankled. Wouldn't community leaders have access to the best visual realities at all times? How could it ever be better to be in the real world? I know you've already heard this at the informational meeting you attended, but I wanted to talk a bit more specifically about the procedure, Vera said, pointing her stylus at the base of the three-dimensional brain hovering in the air. Your surgeon will make a small incision here and insert Cerebralink. She paused, lifting a circular silver disc from her desktop and holding it out for us to see. That's it? I asked. Cerebralink? I'd seen a digital picture of it multiple times, but it was significantly smaller than I'd envisioned. That's it. Do you want to touch it? I nodded, taking it from Vera's outstretched hand. Its diameter was barely wider than my thumb. Mom leaned over and ran a finger along the sleek surface. It was hard to believe that this tiny oval could augment all of my senses. Incredible, isn't it? Vera asked, obviously enjoying our reaction. That thin line around the exterior of the chip is where your unique connections will be made, she said, pointing as the same thin beads of light we saw in the auditorium began to arc over the fleshy folds of the model brain. It will learn with you. Become more capable as you experiment. But we always want to make sure people recognize it could take some time before it's a completely seamless experience. What would that look like? Mom asked, and this time it felt like the question was genuinely for her. Vera laughed lightly. You know how sometimes you're thinking about something and then you lose your place? Or you can't think of a word you are about to use? It's like that. But sometimes sensory experiences can be swapped, which can be a little disorienting. Like sitting on a chair and falling into water? I asked, my mind spinning at the possibilities. Vera's eyes widened. Not that dramatic, I hope. More like cutting into a lemon and having it smell like an orange instead. I've never had either of those foods, I said. Vera clicked her tongue. Something to look forward to then. I shivered, flashing back to 12 hours earlier, sitting beside Ave and Glenn while we waited for the World Build winners to be announced. Ave had reached over and held my hand as my heart raced in my chest. And then, from the moment that voice had sounded through the air, I couldn't clearly remember the next sequence of events. I couldn't remember how I got home or at what time Mom had found me crying in my bed. I did remember talking with her for hours, and I remembered my decision, because I knew one thing for certain. After last night, I had nothing left to look forward to here in Paradise 3. Vera leaned back in her chair and smiled. I have to tell you, I was surprised to get your call. I looked up, meeting her eyes. The last time we spoke, you said, what was it? You'd never leave your opportunity to place as a world builder for something that was experimental? I felt my cheeks flush. I definitely said that. And at the time, I'd meant it. Did you look over the data I sent? Vera asked, and I looked at Mom confused. The results, channel, she prompted. Oh, right, yes, I said quickly. I did. Mom had forwarded me over 30 pages of results from human trials spanning the past 40 years. Vera crossed her arms over her chest. And? Seems this whole thing wasn't as experimental as I thought, I admitted. It made me see cerebral ink differently. I said the words she obviously wanted to hear, but that data hadn't shifted my opinion in the least. It was comforting to know they weren't rolling cerebral ink out with reckless abandon, but that wasn't my concern in the first place. My concerns were completely selfish. I wanted to world build, period. I wanted to earn enough to cover mine and Mom's community contributions for the rest of our lives so she could give up her placement and do something she actually wanted to do. And I wanted to do it all with my friends by my side. Well, I'm glad it helped, and thrilled that you've reconsidered, Vera said, uncrossing her arms and turning off the projection. As you know, your scans have already been processed, and we don't have any concerns. As long as you don't have anything else you'd like to discuss, I think you're free to go. Mom nodded. Should we plan to be early? For our appointments tonight, I mean. A few minutes early would be good, but no need to rush. Can we remove it? I blurted out, and Mom looked at me in shock. I cleared my throat and tried again more politely. If we don't like being linked, can we remove the implant? I thought back to Ave and everything we'd talked about over the last 10 days. Was this really happening? Was I doing this? My heart started to pound and I wiped my sweaty palms on my pant legs. There's a period of time during which cerebral ink could be removed, within the first 3 weeks or so, but once enough neural links have been made, it's considered permanent. You can imagine how difficult it would be to remove all those connections, especially when each individual is unique in their linking. Vera inspected my face, then continued. You should know that in all our years of testing, we've never had a single person ask for it to be taken out. She slid her chair back and uncrossed her legs. Not one? I asked skeptically. Not one. It's that good, Channel. She stood, and we followed suit, allowing her to lead us to the door. Mom shook Vera's hand gratefully as we passed, leaving her colorful sanctuary and walking back into the austere hall. Chapter 14. With my mask securely over my mouth and nose, I sat on the bench in the park near my house. Our bench. Mine and Ave's. My foot was tapping again, but this time Mom wasn't there to remind me to hold still. I caught sight of Ave walking up the path before he noticed me, and my heart squeezed. His form exuded sadness, and guilt rushed through me. That negative energy was my fault. His hands were shoved in the pockets of his loose jeans, and his wavy hair fell over his forehead as he watched the ground in front of his feet. A crisp white t-shirt peeked out under his black jacket, almost glowing in the twilight. I wasn't sure if it was the air or the nerves, but it felt chillier than usual tonight. I pulled my coat tighter around my chest. "Hey," I said nervously as Ave approached. I wasn't able to talk to him last night, even though he'd tried to connect 1,000,000 times. I was too much of a mess. But after hashing things out with Mom, I couldn't put it off any longer. He gave a small wave, walking the last few steps to sit next to me. "Why is no one ever sitting here?" he teased, motioning at the empty grass around us. I laughed, grateful for the icebreaker. He and I had been meeting up at this bench since we were barely old enough to find it without our parents showing us the way. I slid over, covering the alterations I'd made last night to our sign. The one we'd digitally scrawled over the bench when we were 7. If he noticed, he didn't show it. "Probably because we chose this bench for the exact reason that nobody ever sits here," I answered. "Not because I'm scary?" "Nope." I shook my head definitively. Ave laughed at his throwback reference to our younger selves and put an arm around my shoulder. The evening sky was rich with the warm hues of sunset. Whether this was how the real sky would look right now or not, I didn't care. It was stunning. "So," Ave started, "you sounded a little upset in your message." "How could you tell?" I grinned. "You didn't use nearly enough exclamation marks." I smacked his arm and he feigned injury. This interaction had become so familiar over the years, it immediately made me feel safe. Home. "Seriously, though," Ave said, "are you okay?" "No." "You want me to tell you if you're okay?" he teased. "That'd be great." "Lay it out for me then. I'll do my best to tell you how you feel about it." I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm sorry I left last night. After what Glenn did." I bit my cheek to keep from breaking down. How could she? How could she steal my work and say it was her own? "I freaked out, Ave, and I'm sorry. I had a lot to think about, and I convinced myself that being alone would be easier." "Was it?" I paused, considering. "I don't know." He smiled. "So you're feeling confused and betrayed, slightly ashamed. Got it?" I laughed out loud, trying to hold back my emotion. Very intuitive. "I try." Ave's smile faded and his jaw clenched. His chest rose and fell heavily before he spoke. "I was angry too, you know. It wasn't just you." I nodded, my body shaking with the knowledge of what I was about to say. I wanted to talk about his reaction to Glenn's betrayal. I wanted to listen and be empathetic, but I was too worked up. The secret I was holding was growing, pressing at the seams to burst out. I didn't exactly plan how I was going to say it, but I knew I couldn't hold it back any longer. "I'm linking tonight," I blurted out. As soon as the words left my lips, Ave's eyebrows shot up, and he reeled back as if I'd slapped him. "I know," I pressed on, not allowing him time to speak. "After last night, I was just done. There's no point anymore. Everything we've worked for." I paused, looking down at my hands. "I'm not going to sit around and wait for a placement I don't want." "But we talked about this, Channel." "I know. And things kind of took a drastic turn." Ave pulled his arm off my shoulders. "So, What, you called and they were suddenly able to get you right in? No appointment needed? I pursed my lips. We already had our scans. A look of betrayal washed over his face. He slid away from me, hunching over and resting his chin on his clenched fists. Huh, he said. And when were you going to tell me that? After we won World Build or just like this? Right before you left? I looked back at the sky, tears beginning to pool behind my eyelids. I didn't mean to. I started to defend myself but couldn't finish the sentence. I hadn't meant to keep that from him. I hastily wiped away the moisture from my cheeks and cleared my throat. I only said yes to the scans to get Mom off my back. I'd already told her I wasn't going to link, and I didn't know she was hoping I'd changed my mind. And then we had the celebration, so I didn't want to ruin that. I figured I could drop that bomb after we won, Abe said, all the anger gone from his tone. And got our placements. I nodded, new tears springing up and leaking down my face. Abe reached out and pulled me to him, and I cried into his shoulder. I'm sorry, I said, my shoulders shaking with sobs I could no longer keep from escaping. I can't stay here after what she did. I can't stay when everything I've worked for has been erased. I just can't stay, Abe. Abe didn't try to argue with me. He rubbed my shoulder, holding me tightly against his chest. His warmth permeated my body, staving off the cool, late afternoon air. When I could breathe normally again, I pulled back and leaned against his side, sliding my arm around his waist. It's permanent, I said softly. You can't just turn it on and off. Abe chuckled. Yeah, I know, Channel. I sniffed, wiping my cheeks with the back of my hand. What if I hate it? I'm sure you won't hate it, he sighed. What's to hate? Everything will be blissful. I sat up abruptly, turning on him. Blissful? Then why are you making me feel guilty about this, if you think it will all be wonderful? Abe laughed out of shock, and it only made me madder. Channel, that's the whole point. I'm against it because it's perfect. I don't think perfection is good for us. All of our lives are getting so convenient, so easy. No wonder we feel like we have to give up when something doesn't. He stopped mid-sentence, noticing the expression on my face. No, Channel, I wasn't talking about you. I don't think you're giving up. That is what I'm doing, isn't it? Giving up on all the plans we made? I crossed my arms over my chest. At least now I know how you really feel about it. He ran a hand through his hair and squeezed his eyes shut. I don't think you're giving up. I'm upset. Yeah, of course I am. He took a breath and held it before slowly letting it out. I wish things were different. I stared at him, searching for an adequate response. He'd made his position clear when I'd first broached the topic of Cerebralink, and I thought we were on the same page then. But now, I wish things were different too. I know, I said, as the anger I'd felt moments before fizzled out. The problem with all of this, Abe said, is that our community is changing so fast. We don't have good long-term information and we don't get a say. I nodded. And why? I said emphatically. We're the next generation of community leaders, right? Shouldn't we matter? Why don't we get a say now? Isn't that the whole point of P3? It's supposed to be what we want. It's supposed to serve us. So why can't we all choose our own placements? Maybe world build competitions are obsolete and we should be allowed to do whatever we want. Abe laughed out loud, staring at me open-mouthed. I think you should give that speech. Yeah? Right now. Stand high on a box in the middle of town and rally the people around you. Don't tempt me, I laughed. As he adjusted his jacket, his hand brushed my skin, and he'd exploded up my left arm. I did a terrible job of pretending not to notice. The air suddenly felt thick, and everything slowed as Ave kept our connection, interlacing his fingers with mine. Blood rushed in my ears as we sat there in abrupt and unexpected silence, waiting to see what happened next. "What if they make you get it?" I said, my voice a whisper. "You heard why they put so much energy into CerebralLink in the first place. It reduces our need for resources by another 50%. It makes our communities more efficient. What if they decide they don't care if people don't want it? Or what if your parents choose it?" Mom said the reimbursements for families are only getting higher. "We'll be fine, Channel. I'll take a placement and I'll be able to make up the difference for our family's contributions. I don't think they could force people to link if they didn't want to." "But if you linked, we could be together, right? That's what Vera said. All of us will be linked together like one big happy family." I smiled and he raised an eyebrow. Always the skeptic. I liked the way his hand felt in mine. Ave was my best friend. But right now, it felt like I was seeing him for the first time. His face seemed suddenly brand new. Not just because he'd changed his profile settings, but because of the way he was looking at me now. No longer just acknowledging my presence, but really noticing me. Like he couldn't get enough. Those eyes that always held a joke or a smart Alek question were now more centered and sure. In seconds, a realization I'd been avoiding came swiftly. Ave was no longer the little boy who chattered with me about imagined escapades in the real world, though his sense of adventure had obviously never left him. Somehow, I hadn't been paying attention while he'd grown up. I took in the curve of his cheek and the strong line of his jaw. This was how he wanted me to see him, and it was suddenly so obvious. I felt like an idiot for not noticing sooner. He'd been purposely working to erase that little boy from my mind, trying to wake me up to a new version of himself that wanted more than collaboration on primary projects. His thumb caressed the top of my hand, and my stomach flipped. That was when my body took over. The emotions and exhaustion from the last 24 hours sweeping away my typical inhibitions. I didn't care that he was my best friend and that this might make our relationship awkward. Because after tonight, who knew what our relationship would be like? What our lives would be like? I didn't care about any of it anymore. This new awareness and attraction to him that had been twisting within me for weeks was desperate to find out what happened next, to know how it felt, to take the next step. My free hand trembled as I lifted it to his cheek. I wanted to have this experience for the first time and know it was really happening. That it wasn't a neural connection or simulation. My lips against his hands wrapped around the small of my back, my fingers in his tousled hair, our bodies pressed against each other. Real sensations, real life. I gently lifted his mask from his face, and his breathing quickened. Ripping mine off, I leaned in. We only had a few minutes before we'd need those again, and I wanted to make use of every second. I reached out and tugged on his jacket, pulling him closer. When our lips met, I was desperate, hungry for my first kiss in a way I could never have anticipated. My mouth moved against his, and though I had no clue what I was doing, I closed my eyes and tried to keep my over-analytical mind out of it. I simply touched and felt. Ave, the boy I'd talked to nearly every day of my life, gripped my waist and pulled me roughly onto his lap, then very enthusiastically kissed me back. "It's going to be just fine," Mom said, squeezing my hand in hers. I stared at the silver tile on the floor, counting the squares from the wall to the door on our right. I'd barely made it back home from the park before we needed to head to the medical center. Leaving Ave on the bench felt like the hardest thing I'd ever had to do, but I'd made my decision. Kissing him wasn't suddenly going to make everything else go away, as much as I wished it could. The check-in process had been seamless. We scanned our sensors, they checked our vitals, and then one of the medical workers used a needle to give both of us an injection that was quickly making our brain activity slow to the speed of sludge. And even that couldn't stop me from thinking about Abe's hands on my skin. The way it had felt when his lips returned my kiss. I found it hard to believe Cerebrolink could create anything as wonderful as that sensation. Then again, it had to be a good thing that this novel experience was fresh on my mind. Cerebrolink was built to adjust to our neural pathways, and I didn't want my first links to be betrayal and heartache. Sitting there lost in thought, my vision began to blur. The line between the walls and the floor became fuzzy, and I leaned my heavy head on Mom's shoulder. I feel weird. Mom rubbed my arm. Me too. They said we would. I know, but I don't like it. This should only take an hour, and then we'll be in a recovery room together. All done. Will they give us food? They better, Mom laughed. I wonder what it will taste like. Vera said we'd be able to eat anything we wanted. With all the information stored in the Edge and the research they've done, we'll be able to experience all the things we haven't been able to here. I nodded. Where would we even start? A wave of sadness suddenly crashed into me, and I scrunched up my face to stave it off. I'd been so sure this was the right choice, but now that we were doing it, was it? Was I doing the right thing? Despite the numbness washing over my body, I worried whether I'd acted too rashly. How could I say goodbye to the only world I'd ever known? How could I do this to my friends? Stop. This was the sedative talking. I blinked my eyes, trying to clear my vision. I miss him, I squeaked out, my thoughts swirling beyond my control. I miss Dad. I know, Mom said, rubbing my arm. I really do, Channel. I understand exactly what you're going through. I nodded. She did. Mom lost her dad even younger than I did. I wish he was here to do this with us. Me too, Channel. I love you, I said, emotions washing over me in waves. My tongue felt thick, and my speech was sloppy. It was so much work to make each sound. I love you too. Her words escaped in a sigh, and my eyelids began to droop. We settled against each other, our bodies hunched in total stillness. I didn't say goodbye, Mom whispered. Her words slurred enough that I couldn't fully make them out. Before I could muster the strength to respond, a woman in a white coat stepped into the hall, followed by 2 other community workers. Quinn? Channel? I tried to shift my head, but my muscles weren't responding. They're pretty far gone, the woman said, her voice seeming to float all around us. Please help them in. Someone put their hands under my arms and lifted me from the chair, then supported me as my leaden legs slowly moved one after the other toward the room. She'll be on the left, the woman instructed, pointing to a table behind the door. Carefully. And let's put a blanket over her legs. She looks cold. A blanket did sound lovely. Someone turned my body around, and I sat awkwardly. Then I felt my back being lowered to the table, and it felt so good to be horizontal, luxuriously comfortable. My skin felt fuzzy, like it was blurring into the air, blending with molecules and particles. Soft voices echoed around me, and a slow buzzing sounded next to my ear. Something cold brushed against the base of my skull. Up and down. Up and down. And then the buzzing stopped. Panic bubbled up in my chest. I liked the buzzing and the humming against my skin. I want to hear it again. The voices got louder, and I tried to scan my surroundings to discover where they were coming from, but my body wasn't responding to me anymore. Something crashed against the table, and the harsh sound echoed around the room. I should have been startled, but it didn't bother me in the least that I had no idea what was happening and couldn't move a muscle. I wondered if I was floating. Why could I still feel the cold from whatever touched my skin? Someone lifted my head and covered my face. This definitely should have made me panic, but again, I lay motionless. Was this the surgery? I should have opened my eyes to see what was going on. I should have looked. My body was suddenly pushed upright and slipped off the table. Then I was lying down again, yet somehow still moving. There was a loud scrape against the floor underneath me. Was it over? Was this what Cerebralink felt like? It didn't hurt. I'd worried the procedure would hurt, but it didn't. The scraping sound seemed to fade, and I dropped lower into something. Something thick and deep and dark and still. Part 2. Mila. March 6th, 2161 through April 1st, 2161. Chapter 15. I've been thinking a lot about living in the real world. Probably because so few of us are doing it successfully these days. Kind of forces that kind of questioning. Coming from a long line of people who chose to remain free, I feel like a traitor even giving credence to thoughts of joining the communities. I'd definitely never tell my parents. Let's just get this out there. My mom and dad are complete conspiracy theorists, which, come to think of it, is probably why we've never been offered a spot in Paradise 1. It's not like they're quiet about their beliefs, and we know there's always someone watching. But that's where I want to be, in the communities, I think. I'm not really sure, honestly. I just know I don't want to be here anymore. And it's not even like my life is that bad. Sure, the masks are annoying, but it's not like those would magically be gone in P1. It's more the fact that I miss my friends. Almost every single one of their families has transferred to a community over the past 2 years, and I basically live in a ghost town. "Hey!" I yelled, reaching out for the notebook that was snatched out of my hands. Alek flipped the pages, trying to read what I'd written as I grabbed onto his arms. "My name is Mila." "Stop it!" I spit, finally gripping the book and ripping it from his fingers. "Mom! Alek's messing with my stuff again!" "Alek!" Mom called from the kitchen.
"Wow. Stop being such a baby,"
Alek said, readjusting his shirt. His dark hair was longer than usual and it fell across his eyes. "That's my new journal. Stop being such a jerk." I stared him down, hoping he could feel the full force of my current disdain. Dad had worked for months to make the paper for that notebook, and Alek was going to ruin it on day 1.
"I didn't know."
"Get out of my room!" Alek held up his hands, a patronizing grin on his face that I wanted to smack right off. He backed up into the hall and casually swept the hair off his forehead. Alek was a year older than me, and even though he could be incredibly annoying, I mostly loved him. Except when he acted like he knew better than me, or took credit for my ideas, or ate more than his share at dinner. So, basically, brothers were the best and worst. "Dinner time," Mom called. I shoved the book under my pillow and stomped down the hall. Alek was already taking my dishes from Mom and setting them on the table. I glowered at him, and he winked. "When's Dad getting home?" I asked. "Any minute now. Can you grab the filtered water from the fridge?" I nodded, but waited until Alek made another pass so I didn't have to get close to him. Our home was simple. A kitchen, an open room on the main floor, 3 bedrooms upstairs. We had bathrooms too, but without any working plumbing, we didn't use them. Well, that's not totally true. They did make great pantries. Dad was holding out hope that someday the communities would support us in fixing the pipes here, but I wasn't holding my breath. They had a monopoly on the metals and resources needed. What motivation did they have to give any to us? The front door opened and a sense of relief washed over me. Something inside me felt complete. Each day, my parents returned home from work and we sat together as a family for dinner. "How was your day?" Mom called, rinsing out a bowl and setting it in the stainless steel sink. She dried her hands on a faded towel, then turned to greet Dad as he walked in. Dad trudged down the hall, and the first thing I noticed as he entered the room was how deep the circles under his eyes had become. "Good. Long," he answered with a wan smile. Mom slid past the edge of the countertop and wrapped her arms around him. They both seemed to expand and then collapse into each other. I wondered what it would be like to feel that connected to someone, to be that safe. Mom whispered something in Dad's ear, and he nodded.
"Alek, Mila,"
Dad said as he stepped back, setting Mom free to return to her task. He motioned for us to come closer, and I made it first. He put an arm around me and squeezed my shoulders. Alek tried to skirt past, but Dad caught him and pulled him into our group hug.
"We only have each other, right?"
My eyes flashed at Alek, but as I tried to summon the fire of indignation I expected to be burning within me still, I couldn't seem to find it. Dad had hugged it right out of me.
"Okay then. Time for dinner,"
Dad said cheerily, dropping his arms and walking to the sink to wash his hands. Case closed.
"Something smells delicious,"
he said, running his hands under the water as Mom pumped it from the plastic drum. It didn't. It smelled exactly the same as every meal, and I knew Dad was aware of that fact. "Palm tonight," Mom said, "but I added a bit of heat from the peppers."
And mustard greens, my favorite."
Dad smiled at me and I rolled my eyes. He knew I disliked anything with the word greens attached. We took our seats at the table and loaded up our plates.
"Did you hear that Kina and her family are joining Paradise 3 this week?"
Alek said casually as he lifted meat to his plate. Mom pursed her lips.
"No,"
Dad said, clearing his throat.
"I didn't realize. I guess we'll be down a man at the gardens."
"We can't really grow anything anyway," I muttered under my breath.
"What was that?"
Mom asked, her eyes hawk-like as she observed me leaning over my plate. It was back. The indignation. I dropped my fork. "Mom, what are we even doing? I know you feel like we're standing up for something, for freedom, for independence, but seriously, we're going to be all alone. My friend group has been gutted. I spend all day reading through antiquated information because we don't have access to the edge."
"Mila."
"I'm sorry," I said hastily before Dad could correct me. I clenched my fists, but my arms still shook. "I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. I'm just worried. When you're gone, what are Alek and I going to be left with? Even before then, what about when our filtration system dies? Nobody from Paradise 1 is going to come fix that for us at this point. I think the plumbing situation has proven that. It seems like we're fighting to stay alive for no reason." Mom and Dad stared at me, their eyes wide.
"We're not the only ones,"
Mom said softly.
"Barely half of the world's population lives in communities. And the other half is buried under ash."
Alek cut in.
"You know that's not true. Most of the world's population wasn't directly impacted,"
Dad said. "Then where are they? Not here. Definitely not in Europe," I said, shoving a forkful of soggy greens into my mouth and almost choking from the acrid flavor. Mom glanced at Dad, and unexpected tears threatened to spill over my bottom eyelids. Dad sighed.
"Mila, Alek, Obviously, you've both been thinking about this again, so it might be time to remind you
About what happened in 2130. Yeah, we know, Dad, I said. Our people fought for independence at great cost, blah, blah, blah. Dad stared at me, a hurt expression on his face, and my stomach dropped. I'm sorry, I stammered. I seemed to be saying that a lot lately. Hot tears stung my cheeks, and I refused to look up from my plate. What was wrong with me? I never spoke like this to my parents, even if I was thinking it on the inside. Their disappointment was written all over their faces, and when I noticed Alek's eyes were on me too, I somehow sunk even deeper into my chair. Dad coughed and wiped his mouth with his fabric napkin.
It's okay. I've repeated it enough times, I guess. That story is getting a bit old.
He chuckled, but his heart wasn't in it.
We fought against the communities at great cost, yes, and we assumed that the families here with us in California territory, that gave up so much to remain independent, would continue to fight with us. But we were wrong, Mila.
Mom said softly.
They were bone-tired, and the offer of living in a community was so much easier. We just have to keep fighting. Refuse to give up,
Alek said intently, his mouth full of food. My brow furrowed. I don't see why we're still so worried about the communities in the first place. Haven't we had enough time to see that nothing terrible has happened? The world hasn't spontaneously combusted because of the communities.
Well, that's just it,
Dad said.
We don't know what's happening in the world. Who knows what the state of the communities actually is? Instead of living independently and keeping our way of life, we've essentially been cut off, like you said earlier.
I took another bite and swallowed.
Our way of life has been stolen, and we need to find some way to get it back,
Alek said. Dad nodded, and I picked up my fork. We ate the rest of our dinner in silence. After helping Mom clean up, I walked the 1.5 miles to the beach and sank my toes into the soft sand. The waves were gentle, and the rhythmic sound of them landing on shore pulled my body into a state of much-needed peace. We didn't have much here in Southwest Territory, but we did have the ocean. Dad said the ocean was our inspiration, reminding us to stay true to ourselves and not be influenced by the forces, however strong, around us. But the ocean didn't know what it was like to be hungry. I still couldn't decide what bothered me more: spending my time isolated, unable to join one of the paradise communities, or the fact that my parents wouldn't entertain a discussion about it. It wasn't that I was convinced joining the communities was the right call. I was just sick of being told it wasn't. I backed up and sat down on the dry sand past the surf, then buried my feet. My hair swirled around my face in the breeze, dark strands cutting across the pale blue shallows. I pulled it behind my head and tucked it into the back of my shirt.
Hey.
Alek's voice sounded behind me, and I turned.
I thought I'd find you here.
Yeah, just thinking.
I'm sorry I took your journal earlier.
I'm really sorry I was so rude. We apologized over each other and laughed. I adjusted my mask and nodded to let him know he was already forgiven.
You were right to get mad,
Alek said.
I'm your older brother. I'm supposed to look out for you.
Well, you got off easy on that one, I laughed. There's nobody to protect me from at this point. He sat next to me, giving me a playful shove that yanked my foot out of its soft, sandy tomb. I quickly reburied it. Have you been thinking about all of this too? I asked. Or is it just me that's the crazy one?
How could I not be thinking about it? I'm 18, a brand new adult with nothing to do or look forward to.
He chuckled. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a strip of cloth and tied his hair up into a low knot. Nothing to look forward to? I said, doing my best impression of our dad. But there's fruit that's about to ripen up, and ground to till, and...
Laugh it up. You'll be right here with me in another 1.5 years.
My grin faded. I know. I'm kidding. I sighed, leaning back in the sand and propping myself up on my elbows. Let's just call it what it is. Our future looks bleak. Alek shrugged.
Maybe not.
My eyes narrowed and I sat up. What do you mean by that? Mom and Dad won't ever let us join paradise.
That isn't the only option, Mila.
Alek turned toward the water, his jaw clenched. I watched the surf ebb and flow, washing up the sand in even ripples. It was hard not to be mesmerized by the consistency of it. What other options are there? I asked finally, not sure I wanted to hear his answer. He took a deep breath, keeping his eyes trained on the ocean.
Mom said only half of the world's population is in communities, right?
I nodded, even though he couldn't see my reaction.
So what if we go find them?
I didn't answer right away, pondering this. Was he crazy? We didn't have any idea where these other people could be or how we could find them. Like Dad said, we'd been cut off. Wandering around hoping we ran into another real community didn't seem like a viable strategy.
There have got to be other groups, maybe cities even, that exist somewhere.
Alek continued.
The world isn't big enough for billions of people to be so scattered that we couldn't find at least some of them.
I pressed pause on my skeptical inner dialogue for a second. Was it possible? Could we do this? Could we leave our home and somehow find other people like us? But where would we even look? I asked. We don't have any information to go on. How would we be able to figure out where community territory has expanded? Alek turned to me, a mischievous gleam in his eyes.
I need to show you something.
Chapter 16. Wow, I haven't been here in forever, I said, taking in the brick walls and empty hallways. What made you think to come here? Alek grinned.
When you've got nothing exciting to do all day, you explore.
Why didn't I think of that? And why didn't you take me with you?
Because up until the last few months, you still had friends,
Alek said, as if reading my thoughts.
And you're better at following the rules than I am.
Alek walked past me toward the front office of the school. He wasn't wrong, on either count. When was it that his last good friend left? A year ago? 2? The fact that I couldn't remember made me feel like a fairly awful younger sister. I'd been so focused on myself, I never even considered how lonely he must have been.
I remember Oren and I were teacher's helpers in first grade. One time we came to the office with a sick student to drop her off in the nurse's office, and Oren tried to race me back to the classroom.
He walked to the edge of the wall, pointing.
Check it out. The brick is still chipped.
He laughed, clapping his hands together. From what?
From Oren running into it. He slipped and hit the wall. He was carrying a hard drive. Remember those old, thin ones that looked like metal plates?
I laughed, imagining Alek's friend comically flying out of control.
He put out his arms when he fell, and the hard drive got absolutely crushed. He hit the wall so hard that he broke off part of the brick.
At least it was the tablet and not his face, I said. I don't think I remember him.
No, you wouldn't. You were so young. He was...
Alek trailed off. Did he leave? Alek nodded.
His family was in the first group to go.
He kicked the brick gently with his shoe.
But I'm getting distracted.
He sniffed, turning and plastering a smile on his face, then motioned for me to follow him. We walked into what used to be the main office, and somehow even now my heart pounded as we walked around the front desk and went into the administrative offices. I'd never been in them before, and it felt like we were going to get busted. What are you doing? I asked, watching Alek crouch down next to the wall.
Checking for something?
For what? He grunted, and instead of pushing it, I decided to be patient. Yes, he said jubilantly, standing and backing up.
There's a connection.
I looked at him quizzically, then gasped when a burst of light appeared in the air in front of us. My eyes widened.
Who knows when this synced last? It's probably in need of a massive update, but we might be able to find some information at least.
Wait, is this? No way. Alek laughed.
It's the edge, Mila. A primitive version of it.
We had it in our school? How was I completely unaware of the fact that the edge, the Paradise Communities Network, was here in our town, in our school?
What connection did you think it was?
My cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I don't know, something else? Not something that was invasively running our whole lives.
It wasn't running our lives.
Alek grinned, putting a hand on my shoulder.
The edge is only a network, a tool. Only the people who put it to work can run people's lives. Our teachers were using it to access and share information, not to augment our reality.
I knew he was right. Still, the hovering blue light made me queasy. Alek waved his hands, attempting to tap the menu button at the top, but the projection didn't respond. You have to have one of those things, I said.
Huh?
Remember one of those wand thingies that our teachers used? Alek's face lit up.
Right. Yeah, but where would that be?
He muttered to himself as he scurried around the room, ripping open drawers and peering inside. Glancing around, my eyes landed on a cabinet in the back corner. Try there, I said, pointing it out to him. He crossed the room and pulled on the doors. They were unlocked.
Aha!
Alek pulled a stylus from the shelf.
Great find, Mila. Now let's hope it isn't dead.
Running back, he pressed his finger over the sensor and pointed it at the menu. A cursor blinked into existence, and we both cheered excitedly. Alek searched the windows until he found what he was looking for. Maps. Selecting the North American territories, he pointed the sensor one direction and the map zoomed out even further. Correcting, he moved the opposite way. I sucked in a breath as he zoomed in over Southwest Quadrant. That's all paradise? Alek's brow furrowed, and he used the cursor to open another image.
That was all paradise.
What do you mean?
Look,
he said, pointing with the wand.
This was last updated in 2156, 5 years ago.
So, it might be bigger now?
It's definitely bigger now. How could it not be?
Whoa, I breathed. I didn't know the numbers went up that high. I stared at the small boxes on the screen. P9, P10, and P11? What's over there? I asked, pointing to the right. Alek scanned east.
It doesn't look like there are any communities there. Or there weren't, I guess. There could be now.
It's a surprisingly large area. Alek put his hands on his hips.
Even in 5 years, they couldn't have taken the entire thing, right?
I shrugged. I wanted to believe he was right. But who knew what they could have accomplished in 5 years? Alek continued scrolling across the rest of the map. Paradise communities stretched as far as the eye could see in every other direction. Wait, what about the rest of the world? On other continents? Alek handed me the wand and I pushed it left, crossing the Atlantic Ocean and stopping over Eurasia. My breath caught in my throat. Apparently, there were people still living there because
they have communities too.
Alek breathed. Not as many. He put a hand on my shoulder.
5 years ago, remember?
The communities. They're worldwide. I handed the wand back to him and slumped into the worn office chair behind me. Alek leaned against the desk and ran a hand over his face.
It was worth a shot.
What do you mean it was worth a shot? I asked, taking in his defeated expression.
I'm sorry, Mila. I thought maybe we'd find an option, an area we could travel to.
We did? I looked at him quizzically. What was he talking about? We saw more than half of our country cleared of communities. There had to be real people there, right? Alek looked at me, immediately transporting me back to when we were little kids. I was so familiar with that look. The one that said, "Seriously, Mila, how dumb are you?" I rolled my eyes. We did find it, I asserted, standing with renewed energy. There's a huge territory out east that's still real as far as we know.
Yeah,
Alek said with a wry laugh.
As far as we know. And, by the way, let's ignore the fact that that huge territory out east is over 2,500 miles from here.
So what? My mind was spinning. How far can people walk in a day? Probably 3 to 4 miles an hour? Let's say 4 since we're young and healthy, so maybe 30 miles a day? With breaks for meals?
Maybe if the entire path was completely flat and there were 0 complications.
It would average out, I said crisply, my body tensing.
Even with those best case calculations, that would take, 85 days to get there? Mila, listen to yourself. 85 days of hiking 8 hours a day through paradise territory?
Possibly. It looked like there was a narrow stretch.
Not getting caught. Taking care of all our necessities, finding water, shelter, food.
I know, Alek, it sounds insane. But what's our other option? Sit here by ourselves? Waste away never having the opportunity to do anything with our lives? I crossed my arms over my chest. If not this, we may as well sell out and join paradise. Alek shoved his hands into his pockets of his pants and stared at the floor, rocking gently on the balls of his feet. At least I'd made him think. Mom and Dad could come with us, I added. We wouldn't have to do it all on our own.
They wouldn't, he said, shaking his head. They'd never give us the okay to do this.
What are you talking about? I said, beginning to pace. They know something needs to change, and they hate the idea of joining the communities. Don't you think they'd be excited for another option?
They're not going to sign up for a death mission.
You don't know that?
It's definitely a death mission.
No, I'm not arguing that. Of course it is, I said, grinning. I'm saying maybe Mom and Dad might be fans. Alek stared at me, unamused.
Fine. Let's go ask them.
Not now, I hedged. They'll probably be in bed already. Tomorrow, after we help at the greenhouses. Alek shrugged.
Doesn't matter to me. I already know what their response will be.
He brushed past me, and my nostrils flared. He was wrong. Yes, this was risky, but simply living here was risky. Who was to say which was worse? Deep down, Mom and Dad knew our current way of life wasn't sustainable. We only had to convince them to give us a shot. Chapter 17. Alek replaced the mask on his face after stepping outside past the glass and resealing the door. After everything we'd discussed the evening before, I hadn't slept well, and his blatant disregard for the rules irked me. You're not supposed to take your mask off in there, I said. He shrugged and walked past me. Alek, seriously, I said, following him. You can't mess up the CO2 balance. He didn't answer, and frustration built within me. Alek, stop! I grabbed onto his arm and he whipped around. The sudden change in direction startled me, and I fell back, slamming against the side of the grow house. Something sharp caught the edge of my calf and I gasped.
What's your deal?
Alek said before he realized I was hurt. I collapsed to the ground and he rushed forward.
Mila, are you okay?
Turning my leg to the side, I inspected the area that was stinging. Just a scrape, but it was already bleeding.
That piece of metal is loose.
Alek said, pointing at the now obvious hazard on the side of the building. Here, he said, reaching into the pack tied around his waist. He pulled out an antiseptic bandage and was about to open it when I stopped him. Alek, I don't think it's that bad. We don't need to use that up. No, the last thing we need is for you to get some random infection. We're using it. Mom can make more. I didn't fight him as he pulled the soft fabric from the sealed pouch and applied it to my skin, using an adhesive strip to keep it in place. Just having it covered was immediately soothing. Thanks, I breathed, pushing myself back to my feet. As you were saying? I laughed lightly. I was trying to talk to you. You were ignoring me. So this is what you do to grab my attention? I glared at him, but I knew he was messing with me. Mila, I know I'm not supposed to take my mask off, okay? I was just sick of it, and I was only in there for a few minutes. I nodded. I understood that feeling, but it wasn't a good excuse. I get sick of them too, Alek, but the plants will die if— Yes, he said, throwing his arms out with annoyance. I'm not stupid. I understand the reasoning behind airtight greenhouses, Mila. I've worked here since I could barely walk. He sighed in frustration and sat on a stump next to the path. My palms were sweaty and my heart pounded nervously. I hated confrontation like this, especially with Alek. Why did I feel the need to nag him? Of course he already knew the rules. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Alek ran his hands through his hair and looked down at the ground. I'm just over this, he mumbled. Over what? I moved a little closer, not sure if he wanted me to pry. All of this. He motioned to the glass structures around us. It's like we're not meant to survive here, and we're forcing the issue. We spend every second of our day removing poison from the air and water, forcing things to grow in less than ideal conditions just so we can sustain life. For what? So I can wake up and do it again tomorrow? My face screwed up in confusion. But last night, everything you said, we still need to talk to Mom and Dad. We still have hope, Alek. There was nowhere else to sit, but I took a step closer and lightly kicked his foot. There has to be something, because you're right. Now that we're not receiving any community support, it won't take long before we're out of masks, or the greenhouses break down, or, I don't know, something worse. Then what? We'll all be left for dead. Alek looked up at me. Thanks for the pep talk. That was the most depressing thing I've ever heard. Whatever, you started it. I smacked his arm and he laughed. Actually, I think I am pretty depressed. He looked at me, concern written all over his face. You are? I sighed. Yeah, I don't think I can help in the cricket house today. Alek's face broke into a broad smile. Ha ha, nice try. He shook his head. You're honestly trying to get out of that right now? He stood, lifting his arms over his head and stretching out his back. Alek, I whined. It smells horrible in there. Yeah, which is why there's no way I'm taking your turn. Come on, let's go fertilize house 16, he said, pointing past the grow house he'd just exited. I promise I'll follow the rules this time. I'm not holding my breath, I said, which was funny, because these days, I always was. Without community support, any misstep could be our last. Hey, I called, running out the back door on tiny legs. 8-year-old Alek looked up from the board he was working on and smiled. I'm not finished yet, Mila. I can't play. I stopped next to him to catch my breath. Mom said you'd be finished after lunch. Well, it's taking me a little longer. Look how tough this wire is, he said, motioning to the spool sitting next to him on the workbench. At 6, I knew nothing about wires and tools, just how bored I was without Alek to play with. I pouted, and my shoulders slumped. But before I could present my case, a man I didn't know walked into the backyard. I hid behind Alek, carefully observing the stranger. A boy followed closely behind him, and I recognized him immediately. "It's Zane," I whispered, tugging on Alek's arm. "Go say hi then," Alek said, pushing me out into the open. Zane spotted us immediately and ran our direction. "Hi," he said. "Is that your dad?" I asked. He nodded proudly. "He's working with the communities now." "But the communities are bad," I said, and Alek tapped my arm, shaking his head. "But they are bad, Alek," I insisted. "Mom said—" "Mila," he hissed, "you don't say stuff like that." Zane's friendly smile disappeared. "The communities are building a better life for people," he said, puffing out his chest. "My dad's helping them." Dad suddenly appeared from around the greenhouse and waved, walking toward Zane's dad. "Alejandro, good to see you." Our conversation stopped abruptly as all three of us turned to watch the two men. "Sorry to interrupt your work," Alejandro said, and Dad smiled, waving him off. "Not a problem. I was just about to take a break anyway." I knew Dad had just taken a break for lunch. Not once had I seen him take a break right after taking a break. Why would he say that if it wasn't true? Alejandro smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I came by to let you know that since our numbers are down, only a few edge upgrades are going to be available in a couple of weeks. Our power allotment is also decreasing another 20%. "But why?" Dad asked, his back stiffening. "Our hydroelectric plant produces more than what we need. But there are community needs that aren't being met." Dad pursed his lips and took a deep breath. "So they're taking our power now?" "What? How could the communities be taking our power?" I looked at Alek and he shot me a warning glance. "The number of people here don't justify— Alejandro, you are a member of this town. You haven't joined the communities." Zane's dad crossed his arms in front of his chest. "I'm a community liaison." "I'm aware of that, and we're all grateful for the work you do. But doesn't this concern you? Don't you wonder if they're going to continue pulling resources for Paradise and leaving us with nothing?" "They wouldn't do that," Alejandro assured him. "This is fair and proportional to our population. It's not up for debate. This is a courtesy announcement so everyone can prepare accordingly." Dad's jaw clenched, and he nodded slowly, taking a step back. "Thank you," he said curtly. "I'll be sure to make arrangements." I didn't realize I'd reached out to hold Alek's arm until Dad began to walk back to the greenhouse. I hastily let go, hoping Zane didn't look over and catch the fear in my eyes or the wobble of my chin. "It doesn't seem like your dad is helping," I said, steeling myself. "My dad looks sad because of him." Zane scoffed. "Maybe your dad should have done more to help the communities. Then you'd be getting one of the upgrades." "You're getting one?" Alek asked. Zane nodded proudly. "Of course we are." "Zane, time to go," Alejandro called. "See you later," Zane said, and the smugness in his tone made my stomach flip. "If you want to come over to get premier access, let me know." Chapter 18. "This is unusual," Dad said, settling into the wooden rocking chair later that evening while Mom sat cross-legged on the floor, wringing her hands next to him. Alek and I had returned from the greenhouses an hour ago, but we took time to clean up and look especially presentable before calling them to the living room. That hadn't escaped Mom's notice. "I hope you're not giving us bad news," Mom said, her eyes pleading. "No bad news, right?" "I don't think so," I said hesitantly, clearly not inspiring confidence. Alek started. "Mila and I stopped by the old school building on our way back from the beach the other day. Mila had a great idea she wanted to run past you." "Hold on," I stopped him. It was your idea. I only wanted to.
It was not my idea. I shut it down after seeing the first map. Okay, enough,
Dad said, lifting his voice and holding up a hand.
One at a time, and we don't actually care whose idea it was.
Taking a deep breath, I glared at Alek. I was at the beach, and Alek, I said pointedly, had the idea to stop by the school to look at territory maps.
There's still an edge connection that's working there?
Mom asked, looking to Dad for confirmation. He didn't give it. Instead, his eyes lit up, intrigued.
What did you find? Anything useful?
Before we could answer, his face clouded over and he muttered to himself.
That information has to be outdated. There's no way the communities are continuing to update it. That's what I said,
Alek muttered under his breath. Crossing his arms over his chest, he shifted his weight and stared at the floor to avoid my eyes. Frustration built within me and my chest felt tight. Alek and I don't want to live alone for the rest of our lives, I blurted out. Mom's eyes widened, and Alek visibly stiffened. My words hung in the air, like a rain cloud sitting smack dab in the middle of our normally sunny home, then settled over us with tangible weight.
I thought you loved it here,
Mom whispered.
We do,
Alek assured her, giving me a sidelong glance.
But almost everyone we know is gone now.
He obviously wasn't happy with my blunt statement, but at least he was being honest about how he felt. I knew he was being crushed by the pressure of what-ifs as much as I was. Neither of us wanted to make our parents sad. But we couldn't keep going on day after day avoiding this topic, simply because it made everyone uncomfortable. What are we going to do for the rest of our lives? I said. What are we going to do when you're gone? Not that I think you're going to be gone anytime soon, but you know what I'm saying. I fiddled awkwardly with the torn edge of a fingernail. Mom's gaze flickered to Dad, then landed blankly on the wall between our heads.
I understand,
Dad said calmly.
We understand.
My shoulders slumped, and I scooted over to sit next to Mom. She reached an arm around me and squeezed.
There's also not much we can do,
Dad continued. But what if there is? I asked.
Mila, we'll never be okay with you two joining the communities. I know it seems inevitable, and maybe it is.
Mom looked anxiously at Dad, her eyes beginning to shimmer.
But we decided a long time ago that we'd never go without a fight. We've done everything we can to keep you safe, to provide a good life, and, Dad,
Alek cut in.
You have provided a good life. And I don't think Mila is suggesting that you need to do more.
No, I agreed quickly. I'm not. I'm suggesting that it's time for Alek and me to do something. Mom's shoulders began to shake, and I felt overwhelmingly guilty for upsetting her. She sniffed.
We didn't sacrifice this much to have you two sign up.
Mom, no, I cut in, realizing our miscommunication. We're not talking about signing up to join the communities without you, though our proposal might not make you feel much better. She lifted her eyes hopefully. I mean, I'm not going to pretend it hasn't been on my mind, I admitted. But that was before Alek.
That was before she got this crazy idea in her head,
Alek said.
All right then, let's hear it,
Dad said, leaning back in the chair and closing his eyes, rocking slowly. Well, I said, feeling suddenly nervous. It seems to me that there are only two ways to solve our problem. The first option is to join the communities, which, as we've seen just now, will send Mom into a deep depression from which she's unlikely to recover. Mom wiped her eyes and laughed, nudging me lightly. The second, I continued, my heart beginning to race, is to find more people like us. If we are alone here, why don't we leave and find another group somewhere else? The room was silent. Alek looked between our parents, waiting for a response. It sounds great in theory, Mila, but we don't even know, Mom started. My face fell and I looked down at the floor. No, wait, she said. Let me finish. I couldn't look up, but I didn't argue. We don't even know where these people are, nor do we know much, if anything, about the weather, the terrain, and therefore what provisions we'd need. We'd be walking in blind. Based on the maps we saw, it looked like our best bet for finding non-community controlled territory is out east, Alek said, and the seriousness of his expression made me wonder if his interest level was increasing. That, or he just wanted to show off. I know it's outdated information, I said, hedging their criticism preemptively. But the maps show a large section of land. Even if the communities have grown, I highly doubt they could have taken everything. When nobody responded, I continued. The Southern Territory, which I know isn't exactly habitable, would allow us to cross without having to risk traveling through community territory, at least for the first 30 days or so. 30 days? Dad said, letting out a low whistle. Mila calculated 85 days total, with optimistic calculations. Alek added, raising an eyebrow. I rolled my eyes. Sure, yes, it's a really long trip. Could we die? Yes. Could we be caught? Yes. But would it give us a chance to find our own community again? Yes. And I think that's worth it. Alek sat next to Dad on the floor and hugged his knees to his chest. Here's the thing. If we're willing to risk everything to go on this insane trip you're presenting, why don't we just, Mom, I'm sorry, actually join the communities? To me, they both sound equally as awful. How is this risk somehow better than that? Mom and Dad were silent. I knew what they were thinking, though. Why can't our children just be happy here? Why can't they accept their lives and be grateful? Turned out, I was wrong. Dad cleared his throat. You're right, he said, holding the chair still and meeting my eyes. Living here isn't going to be sustainable for much longer. My breath caught, hearing him finally validate what we'd been thinking. But joining the communities is high risk. He looked down at Alek. More than that, it's a different kind of risk. When you join the communities, you're saying, here, you manage my life for me. And we can't get on board with that. I can't hand over my life to someone else. I can't allow someone else to dictate the very images that are coming into my brain. And I can't let that happen to my children either. But what if they're good images? Alek argued, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Alek had only ever talked negatively about the communities. What was he trying to prove? It doesn't matter, Mom said. If you turn that over, you never get it back. What if it becomes not good at some point? You'd never even know. Alek nodded, and a shiver traveled down my spine. Mom leaned back and stretched her legs, then leaned her head to the side, loosening up her neck. I want to go, I said softly. I know there's a risk, but I want to see if we can find other people like us. A place where we could thrive, as a family. Mom glanced at Dad, and his brow furrowed. I scrutinized their faces, attempting to somehow gain access to their silent communication. Alek, how do you feel? Dad asked. Alek took a deep breath. It terrifies me. Dad laughed out loud, and a grin threatened to break out on Alek's face. As it should, son. But so does living here alone forever, Alek continued, his eyes fixed on an imaginary point on the floor. I don't want to, but maybe Mila's right. My eyes widened. Had he just said what I thought he did? I wished I could somehow record those words to play back to myself the next time I had an idea I couldn't quite bring myself to voice. Worst case,
We abandon the trip and come back here,"
Alek continued, and tears began to form in Mom's eyes. She turned her face away from us. Dad nodded, thinking for a moment.
"I agree. Which is why Mom and I can't join you."
I looked between the two of them in near apoplectic shock. They were on board with this? They thought it was a good idea, but they weren't going to participate? Dad! He held up a hand.
"Mila, none of us have any idea what you're going to encounter. You may travel a few days or weeks and come across something, a border, a threat, and have to turn back. We can't put all our hopes and plans into this trek. If you need to return, there needs to be something here to return to. Food, water, shelter. We can't leave you without a backup plan."
But what if it works? What if we get there and... My voice caught in my throat.
"Then you'll be right where you need to be. And we,"
he said, reaching out to hold Mom's hand,
"will still be together, waiting."
My face flushed, and tears spilled onto my cheeks. This wasn't what I wanted. I was more than ready to say goodbye to this place, but to my parents? A heaviness weighed on my heart, and I wasn't sure I could bear it.
"We'd come back for you,"
Alek said.
"If we make it and find something better, we'll, I don't know, find a way to get a message to you, contact you somehow, and bring you out."
Mom nodded. "I need to know that you're safe, and then we can find a way to make it to you."
"You'll need to track your path, gain as much information as possible,"
Dad said.
"I know you won't be able to connect with the edge, but take one of our old life watches and a solar charger."
"We still have those?" I asked, wiping the moisture from my cheeks. Dad nodded.
"Mila, we should talk with Zane and Kay. They might want to join us,"
Alek said. "I doubt it," I muttered.
"Hey, I know you don't like Zane, but he's about as anti-community as Dad is, and he's strong."
"Yeah."
"He's changed a lot over the years,"
Alek cajoled. I ignored him, my mind already moving too fast to add in any new information. The room began to look fuzzy around the edges, and I blinked my eyes. "What about Kay? I have no idea where she stands. She hasn't said 2 words to me since Paul's family left." Alek shrugged.
"She's kind and lonely, just like us."
I took a deep breath. "Fine," I sighed. "We can talk to them, but it will be a lot easier to avoid notice and make decisions if it's just the 2 of us."
"Take your time,"
Dad said.
"Get as much information as you can from that console at the school. We'll help you plan supplies. I'm sure families that left for the communities didn't take their emergency equipment with them."
"Time," I repeated in my head. We had time. We didn't have to leave tomorrow. "Wait, you're going to go through their stuff?" I asked, finally processing what he'd just said.
"They don't have any use for it,"
Alek scoffed. "Still..."
"I'm sure they'd be more than happy to know it was going to good use,"
Dad insisted.
"You said you think it will take 3 months?"
Mom asked, again folding her legs underneath her. "That's our best guess," I said.
"Then you'll need to leave by the end of March at the latest. You don't want to go south in the middle of summer."
I nodded. That gave us about 20 days to prepare. Again, my chest tightened. 20 days to gather everything we'd need to survive for 3 months. 20 days to say goodbye to the only home I'd ever known. 20 days to say goodbye to my parents. "Mila?" Mom asked, putting an arm around my shoulders.
"Are you okay?"
"Yes," I sniffed. "This is just a lot."
"Food will help with that. Let's eat something,"
Dad said affably, though his smile didn't reach his eyes.
We need to celebrate our 2 courageous children.
His voice cracked as he stood, and the rocking chair swung back, almost hitting the wall. Mom reached out and stopped it with her foot.
Or incredibly stupid.
Alek grunted. Dad reached down to muss up his hair, but Alek easily dodged him, grinning despite himself.
Not stupid,
Dad said.
never stupid.
Chapter 19.
Hey, Zane,
Alek said, waving a hand as I trailed reluctantly behind him. It took a couple days to be willing to join him on this venture, and I was already regretting it. It's not that I hated Zane. I didn't hate anyone. I knew he hadn't had it easy and came by his obnoxiousness honestly. But he and we just had too much history. Zane stood as we approached, his shirt tied around his waist and his skin slick with sweat. It was uncharacteristically hot today. Even though the sun was blurred behind the hazy atmosphere, its light was intense. Zane held a hand up to block his eyes from the glow and squinted in our direction.
Alek, what's going on?
He asked, slightly out of breath as he reached down to pick up a metal canister. He lifted it to his lips and took a drink.
Can you take a break for a minute? We had something we wanted to talk to you about. Oh, hey, Mila,
Zane said, appraising me.
I didn't see you there.
I looked away, shoving my hands in my pockets. Why had I allowed Alek to pressure me into coming along? Zane motioned toward a shaded area next to the house and turned, mopping his forehead with the loose sleeve of his shirt. We followed him past the garden rows and sat on a couple of stumps set haphazardly in the sand.
Are you preparing soil today?
Alek asked. Zane raised an eyebrow.
Doesn't matter. Just get to the point, man.
I kept my face calm, but internally I was glaring at him. He couldn't even force himself to be amiable for 2 seconds. I knew Alek said he'd changed, but I still saw that haughty 10-year-old telling us about how his dad was better than ours.
Fair enough,
Alek said, but his jaw flexed.
Mila and I are sick of being forced to choose between living here, in a dying town, or jumping ship and joining Paradise 3.
Zane's face hardened at the mention of the communities, and I had to admit, he had good reason to hate them. After his dad spent years doing their dirty work here, they completely cut his legs out from under him, told him he had to join up or lose everything they'd given him access to. Alejandro, though opportunistic and conceited, had never been one to bend to manipulation. He called their bluff. The only problem was, they weren't bluffing. Zane sniffed.
Yeah, you and me both. But it's not like we have another option. Well,
Alek said slowly,
that's not completely true.
Zane's gaze intensified. Without blinking, he swept his dark hair across his forehead and took another drink from the canister. His hair wasn't as long as Alek's, but it was getting there. I spoke up. Only half the world's population is in communities, right? So where is the other half? Zane shrugged, still surly. They've got to be somewhere. Alek and I are going to try to find them.
How?
Zane asked skeptically.
What if all the free people live across the ocean? You gonna row there, Mila?
My chest tightened, and a knot formed in my throat.
We're going to travel east,
Alek said.
Try to find another free community like ours.
Zane laughed out loud at this pronouncement.
East? How do you know there's anyone east? The communities are taking over everything, and I don't...
The blood rushed so loudly in my ears I didn't take in the rest of his sentence. I wanted to shout, "You don't know anything about this, so don't pretend like we're dumb for bringing it up. You're right. We don't know exactly where the communities are right now, but from the information we've gathered, there's a chance they haven't taken everything out east. We think it's worth a shot." but instead, I felt myself shrink, closing myself off from the world around me. I brushed Alek's shoulder without waiting for Zane to pause. Come on. I told you this was a waste of time. Standing, I turned my back and began to walk away. We're going to try, I heard Alek say apologetically. Mila, he yelled, his footsteps pounding on the dirt behind me. Slow down. I marched forward, wiping the tears from my face before he could see them. I was excited for a single day this week where I wasn't reduced to tears. Conflict made me weepy, and I didn't want to give Alek yet another reason to view me as his frail baby sister. What's going on with you? Are you serious? I hissed, slowing slightly. He wasn't willing to listen to anything. He's never willing to listen to anyone but himself. You don't know that, Mila. We'd barely started explaining before you wanted to leave. Yeah, because I knew exactly where it was headed. Is that you, Mila? A voice called, and I looked up. Zane. I didn't even know he remembered my name. I'm fine, I said, but the fact that I was sitting on the ground with my hand wrapped around my ankle didn't breed confidence in that statement. Zane walked closer, and I couldn't help but notice how much he'd changed in the past year. Being 2.5 years apart didn't feel that different when he was 11 and I was 9. Now, at 12 and 10, it felt like we didn't even exist in the same universe. I turned away from him, suddenly self-conscious about my small, spindly body next to his more developed frame. Can I help? He asked, and already my defenses were up. The last time he and his dad offered to help, we were left without any electricity. It was years ago, yes, but it hurt my parents deeply, which meant it left a gaping wound in my own heart. You couldn't watch your family suffer and not begin to feel resentment toward the people who caused it. I wasn't naive enough to believe Zane's dad was the root of it all. I knew the communities were the real villain here. But he was a part of it, and he had a face I knew. You're not going to answer me? He asked, scuffing the dirt with his right foot. I'm just letting my foot rest. Did you fall? Landed funny, I said, pointing to the gnarled tree behind me. You were climbing that? He asked skeptically. I jutted out my chin. I like climbing. Mila, you know we have limited medical supplies, right? I nodded, and my heart began to pound. So, as much as you like climbing, it's probably not smart. I swallowed hard, unable to speak. I was already sitting in the dirt, wishing I didn't have to tell my parents what happened. The last thing I needed was to have someone rub my nose in it. Thanks for the tip, I said, my voice barely audible. Zane put his hands on his hips. I'm not trying to... I nodded and turned away from him. Zane remained planted next to me, and I silently pleaded for him to walk away and leave me alone. Alek snapped his fingers in front of my face. Hello? He raised an eyebrow. You said you knew where it was headed, and then you went silent. Is that annoying habit of disappearing mid-conversation somehow connected with your ability to read Zane's mind? No, I sniffed, putting a hand on my hip. But it's always the same thing with him. He has to be right. You'd argue our points, and he'd continue to tell us how ridiculous it is. I didn't feel like listening to that today. Why don't you ever speak up? Maybe if you were willing to voice your concerns. Hey, a voice called gruffly, and Alek spun around. Zane jogged up the path toward us, his obnoxiously well-formed chest muscles jolting each time a foot hit the ground. I crossed my arms protectively in front of me. Keep me in the loop, he said, coming to a stop in front of Alek. I think you need to apologize, Alek said, and my eyes widened. For what? Zane asked, throwing his hands out. For pointing out the obvious? My cheeks burned and I gripped my arms tighter. Hey, Alek said, holding up his hands. Zane,
If we're going to work together, you need to listen and share your opinions in a way that doesn't make anyone feel attacked.
Zane stared at him, his face unreadable. Anyone, meaning me. He could have at least said something that wasn't so obvious. Alek continued.
I know our ideas might seem crazy, but we're worth listening to. Both of us. There aren't many of us left, so we kind of need each other.
His voice continued, but his words seemed to float over me as my mind flew back to the year prior.
Everyone, please, quiet down,
Dad said, standing at the front of the room. It was May of 2160, and my birthday was in 2 weeks. But right then, it didn't feel like we had much to celebrate. We don't know how long this drought will last, Naya said as people settled into their seats. She was older than most adults here, and people tended to listen to her opinion. We need to petition the communities for irrigation support. That or food stores, one of the two. Dad ran a hand across his bald head and sighed.
We've tried that before. I don't expect to get a different result this time around.
Dempsey, one of the men who worked with Dad, spoke up.
We could try to get the word out to leaders higher up. Go above P3 leaders.
Alejandro? Dad said, turning to Zane's father.
Do you think that would be possible? Do you think it would make a difference?
The way Dad spoke to him, respectful and composed, made my blood boil. I'd never say it out loud, but Alejandro didn't deserve my father's calm words after hitching his wagon to the communities like he did. Taking their handouts and upgrades, watching the rest of us suffer while he pretended to be advocating for us. Dad was convinced Alejandro thought he was doing the right thing back then. I wasn't so sure. Alejandro grunted and shook his head, and Dad nodded slowly.
That's what I thought.
The rest of the meeting was filled with ideas, counter-arguments, and expressions of frustration without anyone ever reaching an actionable conclusion. Pretty much how every meeting went these days. And yet somehow we were all still here. What was left of us? When people began to stand and stretch their legs, I followed suit. Is it over? I asked Alek as he rose next to me.
What, you weren't paying attention?
I shrugged. For most of it. Alek shook his head, feigning disappointment.
No, it's not over. We're just taking a small break.
My body deflated. I wanted to go to the beach after this. Do you think Dad would notice if I snuck out? Alek grinned conspiratorially.
Not if you pretend we're sick or something. Do you need me to come along, just in case you get sicker?
Definitely, I laughed. We made our way to the back of the small room, just in time to hear Naya talking to Alejandro, who was standing in the doorway, blocking our exit. Zane and his friend Tam stood to the side looking disinterested. I'm saying we're not going to survive, Naya said, her hands gesturing emphatically. At this point, I believe we're down to the people who are going to stay. I don't think there are any more deserters, would you agree? Alejandro's head bobbed as if he was listening, but his eyes darted from side to side. From the look on his face, I would have bet a day's worth of electricity that he was looking for the same escape we were. Naya sighed dramatically. Once we figure out a solution for all this, and I have no doubt we will, we're going to need to discuss procreation. Alejandro snorted, then choked on his spit, coughing into his elbow for almost a solid minute.
What are you talking about?
He said finally, his voice hoarse and his eyes watering. If we don't start increasing our population, the communities won't have to do anything to keep us out of their hair. We'll be doing it ourselves.
So you're suggesting we force people to...
Encourage, Alejandro, not force. Before the Industrial Revolution, people were marrying and having babies by the time they were 15, Naya said, and my face blanched. If our life expectancy continues to go down, we're going to have to adjust, or the real world won't exist past the next few generations, if that. Alejandro looked to his son, his face reddening. "Can we sneak past him?" I whispered, becoming impatient. I knew the meeting was about to start up again soon, and the sand and waves were calling my name. Alek nodded, and we walked forward quickly with our heads down. We passed Nea and were just about to skirt past Alejandro's right arm when I heard my name. "Like, take Mila, for example," Nea said. I turned reflexively and immediately regretted it. "You're how old now?" she asked. Alek wasn't next to me anymore, and I saw Dad beginning to make his way to the front of the room. 17, I said hastily. 17, Nea repeated. "And she's got wide birthing hips, a strong disposition. We don't have many young women still capable of reproducing here, but if they're as fit as a fiddle like her—" Zane and Tam sniggered, and my cheeks reddened. With Nea still going on about the theoretical logistics behind this life-or-death proposal, I finally followed Alek forward and took my exit. But not before I heard Tam whisper, "It's too bad she'll never be able to find someone who'd want to get with her, even if we are the last real people on Earth." I froze with my hand on the door, and my eyes flashed their direction, just in time to catch Zane laughing right along with him. "We're a team," Alek said, running a hand through his hair. "I guess that's all I'm trying to say. So, can you two please at least pretend to get along?" Turning to Zane, I took a deep breath, refusing to let him see the hurt welling up inside me. "Why do you even want us to keep you in the loop, if you're convinced it's such a terrible idea?" I asked, my body shaking with the knowledge that my words were putting me in the center of attention. Zane stood stock still, watching me curiously. I tried to hold his gaze, but pressure started building in my chest and I had to look away. "Because everything's terrible here," he growled. "Living here is terrible. Joining the communities is terrible. This idea is terrible. But at least there could be a slight chance of, I don't know, something." I bit my lip. "I don't have anything left here anyway. So if we all die, it's no skin off my back." Zane lowered his eyes, shuffling his feet in the dirt. The comment, "I don't have anything left here," hit me squarely in the chest. I'd thought those same words over and over in my head, but I knew, right now, in this moment, it was false. The truth was, I had everything left. I was leaving because I didn't want my everything to turn into nothing. But the tone in Zane's voice, when he said it, I believed him. "Still climbing trees, Mila?" Zane asked, looking directly at the scrape on my leg from the other day. My eyes flashed. "We'll keep you updated," Alek said quickly before I could open my mouth. "Thanks." He grabbed my shoulders in frustration and turned me back toward the path. The words, "I'm sorry," soft and low, floated on the air behind us, and I whipped around to see if I had heard what I thought I did. But all I caught was Zane's back as he jogged toward the house. 20 minutes later, Alek and I walked down another street I rarely traveled. The ball of stress inside me after our interaction with Zane had finally begun to unravel when we turned the corner on Kay's Street. I took in the peeling wood, the collapsed roofs. The houses on this side of town were run down and mostly abandoned, except for this one. "She's home," Alek insisted, walking up to the door. "Where else would she be?" "I don't know. The place just looks completely abandoned," I said, taking in the dilapidated porch and broken front window. "She's not alone, is she?" Alek shrugged. "I have no idea what's been happening since Paul's family left." We walked up the sagging steps and Alek rapped his knuckles against the door. No answer. Something caught my eye and I gasped. A small, heart-shaped leaf was stretching skyward, as if being pulled toward the filtered sunlight with an invisible thread. "How?" I whispered, blinking rapidly to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. Reaching out a tentative finger, I brushed the brilliantly green stalk. The door creaked open, startling me, and I quickly stood up. Kay was planted in the doorway, her hip resting against the weathered wood. She looked even thinner, if that was possible, than when I saw her last. Her hair hung limply against her cheeks, and her eyes were dark and void of any obvious human emotion. She put her mask on and stepped out onto the porch, closing the door behind her so the filtered air didn't escape.
"Kay?"
Alek said, his voice hushed as he attempted to keep his face expressionless. I knew the thoughts running through his head, because they were the same ones running through mine. Have you been eating? Where are your parents? Are you sick? He cleared his throat.
"Mila and I came by to talk to you about—"
He searched for the words.
"About leaving. Traveling to find people outside the communities where we could be a part of a societal group again."
I scrutinized Kay's face, but she gave nothing away.
"We don't really know what we're getting into,"
Alek chuckled.
"It's going to be an adventure."
He looked down at his hands resting on the splintered porch railing.
"With everything that's happened, we thought—"
He stopped short, and his eyebrows furrowed. "We thought you might want to come along," I said, stepping closer to Alek. Kay's eyes shifted to mine and she blinked. "If you're interested, come by any time and we can talk more, okay?" I offered, smiling even though I felt anything but happy. Now it was my turn to flip Alek around and guide him down the steps before he embarrassed himself. He was in shock, and I didn't blame him. It was one thing to hear about someone's decline and another thing entirely to see it manifested with your own two eyes. I pushed him back to the street, completely forgetting to show him the miracle I'd witnessed moments earlier in the dirt next to the steps. Chapter 20. It was growing, I told Dad that night. Right there, with no help from anyone. Dad's smile was wide.
"You saw this yesterday? At Kay's?"
I nodded.
"Want to show me later?"
Absolutely. I reached past him to pull a cup from the shelf. It's probably just a weed or something.
"Doesn't matter. Life is life. And for a seed or root particle to remain dormant for this long and grow without human intervention? Incredible."
We knew things would start to come back eventually, right? I grinned. Dad sat at the table and took a long drink of water, wiping his forehead with the cuff of his gray work shirt.
"We knew conditions would eventually improve so plants could naturally grow again. But as far as I know, nobody has predicted whether they would this soon. Think about it, Mila," he said, leaning forward. "We're over 6,000 miles from Campi Flegrei, and our plant life was still wiped out completely."
But that was caused by ash distribution, Dad, not being buried in lava flow. Wind patterns carry that stuff over the whole planet. It doesn't matter how far away we were when it went off. Dad scratched his chin thoughtfully.
"True. And that eruption changed the temperature of the planet, which then also changed the wind patterns. The ongoing ramifications are nearly impossible to calculate."
Especially without the edge. He nodded.
"Someone out there probably has very helpful information that would tell us what to expect over the next decade or so."
He grinned, a twinkle in his eye.
"And I think you and Alek are going to find them."
My heart beat faster. You do?
"As much as I wish it were different, you two are right, Mila. We can't stay here and bury our heads in the sand until we get desperate enough to do whatever the communities tell us."
I sat next to him and clenched my hands into fists to warm my fingertips. I'm scared, Dad.
"You should be," he said with a guttural laugh. "If you weren't terrified by this, I'd be worried about you."
Well, that's comforting. I laughed with him, grateful for the distraction from my thoughts. I didn't know how Dad could look at these things so positively, but I was certain that that had been the key to our survival. As a kid, I didn't have a clue we were struggling. Dad had a smile on his face when he walked into the house after finding out our support from the communities was ending. When Alek ranted about how unjust the situation was, Dad had calmly replied it was an opportunity to problem solve. To hear him say he didn't have a solution for this and he now needed my help, the weight of it nearly bowled me over. Most of the time, this adventure of ours seemed like a fantasy. Most of the time, I could pretend that things were going to get better on their own, or Dad had a solution, and we wouldn't need to hike across unknown territory virtually blind. Most of the time. It was day 2 of 20, and Mom had already gone through 4 houses on our street. So far, she'd found an extra life watch, 3 bags of various nutrition packets that likely reached their expiration years ago, plenty of water filters, and 2 different solar lights. Dad was working on retrofitting used materials from the gardens into backpacks so we could carry everything comfortably. They'd both put their regular responsibilities on hold for now, but I knew that couldn't last, which meant Alek and I needed to step it up. I walked around the back of a house down the street. I didn't even remember who lived here. It had been that long. Mom probably did. She seemed to have an entire catalog in her brain of all the people who'd left, and it seemed purposeful the way she brought them up in casual conversation. "Do you remember Caius? He had the most obnoxious laugh," she'd say fondly, and I'd read the subtext. "Do you remember Caius? Really remember him? Because he's theirs now, and his family history and legacy has been erased, mashed into something small and insignificant so he can integrate. His realness lies with us now, and we have a responsibility to keep him alive, to keep all of them alive." It was exhausting. Not seeing anything useful in the backyard, I moved to the house itself. I tried the handle on the back door, and it swung easily, if creakily, on its hinges. Right now, I was looking for anything that could be used for shelter, which was a tall order. Something that was lightweight, waterproof, large enough for both of us to sleep comfortably under, or I guess possibly 4 of us, I realized, and groaned. The last thing I wanted to do was sleep anywhere in Zane's vicinity. It was barely mid-morning, and I was already sweating. Maybe it was just because I was getting older, but I didn't remember spring ever feeling this hot before. Opening the back door, I walked into the house and began searching the closets. The first bedroom was empty, unless you counted thick dust and a stench of mold strong enough to permeate my mask. The second one had a couple of beat-up pairs of shoes. They were much too small for either of us, and the soles were worn down enough that even if they had been the correct size, we wouldn't have wanted to take them. But seeing them made me think, we should probably have Dad make us each an extra pair in case ours wore out. He'd probably already thought of that. Moving to the main living space, I spotted one more door near the entrance. I peered inside only to find a few ratty coats hanging on wooden hooks. Above them on a shelf, however, something caught my eye. I reached up and cautiously slipped it forward. Before it was fully visible, I could feel that the external material was slippery, probably waterproof, and excitement sparked within me. I opened up the folded square and it crinkled. The interior fabric was shiny, almost metallic, and the whole sheet was slightly longer than my body and almost twice as wide. I had no idea what this was used for, but it had to be perfect for a shelter, as long as I could find more of them. I rushed excitedly out the door, silently pleading for this not to be a one-time find. I methodically searched the next house, and then the next. By the time my stomach began to rumble around midday, I'd discovered 3 more of the metallic sheets, and I could barely keep my energy contained. I ran as fast as I could with my armfuls of contraband in tow. Alek saw me coming. "What's all that?" he asked as I approached, craning his neck to inspect the sheets. "I have no idea," I laughed, breathless. He reached out and opened the folds in the material. "Mila, these are perfect." He looked surprised and elated. Yanking them from his grasp, I smiled smugly. "Yeah, I know. That's why I grabbed them."
Do you think they'll be big enough?
Not on their own, but if I sew them together, I think they'll work. It would be nice if I could find 2 more. I'll check back behind Kay's house after lunch. Alek nodded, impressed.
Good job.
His praise was hard to come by, but right now it felt richly deserved. I grinned, then rushed past him to show Dad. Chapter 21. We were at day 10, and, as expected, we'd hit a few bumps in the road. The solar chargers were ancient, and the panels inefficient. That was on top of the fact that the amount of sunlight penetration through the ashy air these days was still only at about 50%. I said only, but that's quite the incredible number. The fact that I could be outside and not freeze to death like my ancestors? Mind-blowing. But it still wasn't enough to turn around our charging situation. Even after cleaning the panels and tuning them up the best we could, they were still taking an exorbitantly long time to charge to full power, which meant we wouldn't be able to track our progress as expected. We could charge them all day while we slept, then use them during the night as we traveled and hope they lasted long enough to give us intelligible data. Mom and Dad didn't seem too worried about this, but I was a nervous wreck. If we couldn't track anything, we wouldn't have enough information to find our way back to them. Dad insisted that once we found other real people, they'd be able to point us back here. But I wasn't convinced we'd even get that far.
Here, Mila, try this,
Alek said, handing me my pack. I squatted down and pulled on the straps and grunted as I lifted it from the floor. Laboriously swinging it onto my back, I threw one side over my shoulder and threaded my opposite arm through the strap.
Better?
Alek asked hopefully. Maybe? Slightly? I still don't see how I'm going to hike in this.
Well, I don't see how I can get it any lighter. I'm already carrying.
No, Alek, I'm not blaming you. He'd been working on limiting the weight in my pack for days. It wasn't his fault I had the muscle mass of a 10-year-old. I feel bad. I'm weak, and I'm going to majorly slow you down. I slipped the strap off my shoulder and carefully lowered the pack to the ground. Alek obnoxiously messed up my hair.
No, you're not. You know why?
I gave him a dirty look as I smoothed my locks back into place.
Because we're going to work up to it. Come on.
What do you mean we're going to work up to it? Alek pushed me to the front door, then turned.
Wait here.
He retreated back to our workspace, and I heard him rustling around. I called out, Alek, what do you mean by... He popped back into the hall before I could finish my question, easily carrying my pack in one arm. I put a hand on my hip. You don't have to show off, you know, I muttered.
Here.
He laughed.
Put it on.
He handed it to me, and his brief disappearance suddenly made sense. You removed almost everything, I said, my face falling.
Not even close. There's still plenty of weight in there. 5 miles each day will increase the weight by 5 kilograms each time until you get to the target weight.
That's a lot of 5s in one sentence.
It felt right.
He grinned.
You can do it, Mila. And Zane and I will come with you.
I grimaced.
Oh, come on. He's going to be traveling with us. You better get used to it.
He doesn't even need to train, though. Why does he have to come with us? I could at least put off spending time with him for 10 more days. I whined. Alek laughed.
Are you kidding? He might look like solid muscle, but walking long distances with a weighted pack on your shoulders is a whole new breed of fitness. He's used to lifting and hauling, not traveling.
I adjusted the belt on my hips. Tomorrow, then. I'm not ready for that today.
Suit yourself.
He grinned.
Have a good solo walk.
I waved, grabbing my mask, and quickly stepped outside before he could change his mind. Cool water from our filtered barrel in the backyard poured over my head and down my body. I quickly rinsed the soap off my skin in the 10 seconds I had before I needed to hit the pump handle again. We hadn't had much precipitation in the past few weeks, so I worked fast. I could totally make this a 3-pump shower. My 5-mile walk was easier and harder than I expected. Easier because I didn't really notice the pack after the first mile. Harder because I did start to notice my feet about halfway through. Even now, the sides of my big toe throbbed. Apparently, being on my feet all day was not the same as walking long distances. Point 1 for Alek. I closed my eyes as I scrubbed my scalp, then hit the pump for my final rinse.
No, it's over there. Let me show you,
I heard Alek say from somewhere behind me. My eyes flew open as I peered between the wooden slats that barely covered my body from being seen by the outside world. Alek was walking toward this side of the house, and my stomach dropped. With Zane.
I downloaded everything I could from that console,
Zane said, thankfully still watching the ground in front of him as he meandered toward the house. Hurriedly, I rinsed the rest of the soap from my hair and wrung it out when the water stopped, then frantically reached for my towel. I stood still, barely breathing in the hopes they'd pass without noticing me. Zane looked up and immediately locked eyes with mine between the boards. Ugh. He stopped and I turned, pretending not to have noticed him. I heard Alek's footsteps approaching, then halting a few meters away from the pump house. His voice floated between the boards.
Mila, what are you?
I just got back from training, I hissed. You knew I was going on that walk. Why would you bring him out here when I was washing up?
I didn't know you were here,
Alek whispered apologetically.
I wasn't thinking. We can go around the other way.
I held the fabric tight to my chest, shivering as the air hit my wet hair and dripping skin.
Hey, Zane, I didn't realize Mila was out here. Let's go check out the shelters she just finished. Shelters? As in, there's more than one?
Zane asked curiously.
Yep, she made 2. It'll be a lot safer if we stay together, both for warmth and protection. Splitting up into 2 groups increases our risk.
What was he talking about? He hadn't even seen the shelters yet, and he already had opinions about them. Without thinking, I stepped out from behind the boards, clutching my towel fiercely, my eyes flashing. That might be so, but it's an even bigger risk for me not to have space away from people while we're on this trek. Alek gaped at me. Zane's eyes went wide at my obvious lack of clothing, but he quickly recovered, folding his arms across his chest.
So, you're willing to risk freezing to death rather than be slightly uncomfortable for the 5 minutes before you fall asleep?
I was cold and on edge from being interrupted, which was not a good combination for me. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for me to step forward and say my piece, which meant I had no hope of walking away from this with my reputation intact. Instead of coming up with a witty response, I gripped the fabric around my body tighter. It felt like I might throw up.
Freezing to death is a real possibility,
Zane continued.
I've been looking at maps for the past 2 days, and there are plenty of areas of elevation gain. Do you understand what happens at higher elevation?
My face flushed, and I bit the inside of my cheeks.
We'll discuss and figure out what makes the most sense,
Alek said hastily, motioning for Zane to leave it be. If this was how every interaction with him was going to be for the next few months, I didn't think I was going to make it. Chapter 22. Tomorrow was day 20. It was tomorrow. I'd been playing the morning of day 20 over and over in my head for the past 2 weeks. Alek and I would meet in the pitch black at 3 a.m. in the kitchen. We'd eat a big meal that Mom cooked for us. She'd be tired. Her hair would be disheveled, and she'd yawn and rub her eyes after she set our food on the table. Because she'd want to make sure we were full, she and Dad would be giving up their portions until dinner time. Alek and I would put our carefully prepared packs on our backs, and meet Zane at the front door. I cringed, but only slightly at that thought. He hadn't been quite as obnoxious over the past few days, and some of his ideas had been good ones. Some of them. Kay might be there with him, she might not. We hadn't gotten a firm commitment out of her, and I doubted we would until we opened the door in the middle of the night. And then we'd start walking. After making our last harvest, Alek and I squeezed ourselves onto Mom and Dad's bed, forcing them to sandwich together in the middle. Dad laughed, and Mom smacked Alek as he jostled her while trying to steal some of her pillow space. "We have to wake up in 5 hours. Leave us alone," Mom crowed, attempting to shove him off the side of the bed. Alek wrapped his arms around her and snuggled close, despite her complaints. She finally relented. It was much calmer on my side. Dad wrapped an arm around me as I lay on his shoulder. "Heading to bed, you two?" he asked. "Doesn't look like it," Mom muttered. "Yeah," I sighed, ignoring her. "Everything's ready?" "Mm-hmm." I took a deep breath, savoring the scent that was uniquely my dad's. This was where I came when nightmares wrested me from sleep, or when anxieties gripped me so tightly I couldn't fall asleep in the first place. Dad was always there, pulling me close and telling me it would be okay. Tears formed at the corner of my eyes, and I couldn't keep them from spilling over. "We have everything to go by the front door," Alek said. Mom was surprisingly quiet. I glanced over at her, surreptitiously flicking a tear from my cheek as I did so. Her face was pinched together, and she was holding the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger. "Mom?" I said softly. She shook her head. Alek rubbed her shoulder gently. "I can't do this," she whispered, her eyes still closed. I looked at Alek, not sure what to say or do. Watching Mom break felt almost unbearable. I wanted to call the whole thing off and accept my lonely fate just so I didn't have to endure this moment. "I won't be okay until I know you're safe and we're together again," she said, sucking in a breath. "I know," I nodded. "Us either. We don't want to make you sad like this." "It's okay, Mila," Dad said, stroking my hair like he did when I was little. "Sadness is a good thing. It shows how much love has been built between us, and it will only make our reunion that much sweeter." Mom nodded, wiping her cheeks. "I thought I could keep you here forever and avoid ever having to say goodbye to my babies." She grinned sheepishly. Alek sat up. "Good thing I'm not a baby anymore." He flexed his arm and Mom rolled her eyes. "I don't care how big your muscles get. You'll always be my baby boy." He scoffed, but the smile on his face made it less than convincing. Mom sat up and hugged him. "You too," she said, beckoning for me to join the embrace. Dad and I sat up and scooched closer, and Mom wrapped her free arm around us. "We love you both, and we're so proud of you," Dad said. His whiskers tickled the top of my ear as his mouth moved. I sniffed. "We are going to miss you so much." I squeezed in tighter, wanting this moment to last forever. Eventually, our arms dropped and I slumped down, curling my legs underneath me. Mom took a deep breath. "Now, seriously, go to bed. You can't walk all that way with only a few hours of sleep." Alek laughed. Okay. He hopped obediently off the bed and Mom attempted to smooth her side of the blankets. "See you bright and early." "Early, not bright," Dad chuckled. "Love you." He kissed me on the forehead as I slid to the floor. "Love you too," I whispered, then followed Alek into the hall. At 3 o'clock, Alek shook me awake. Disoriented, I rolled over and rubbed my eyes. It only took a few seconds for our plan to crash into my consciousness, causing adrenaline to surge through my body. I sat up, my heart pounding. "Get dressed," Alek said softly as he left the room. No small talk this morning. I didn't blame him. I'd only been awake for seconds and already I was on edge. I quickly pulled my long-sleeve shirt over my head, slipped on my pants and socks, and tied my hair up. Forcing myself to take a deep breath, I stood and grabbed my shoes and jacket from the floor. As expected, Mom was already serving up mashed sweet potato, beans, and chicken, even more special than I anticipated. My mouth watered as I sat down in front of the steaming plate. This might be the last meat I ingested for weeks. I highly doubted we'd accidentally run into any animals on our travels, and even if we did, we wouldn't know how to catch them. Trapping a hen in a small, airtight shelter had to be easier than capturing one in the wild. Mom yawned and leaned against the counter. "Are you going to eat?" I asked between bites. "Take as much as you can, Mila," she said seriously. "Don't worry about us." Dad opened the back door and walked in. "I wrapped these eggs individually. I hope they'll last." "Thanks, Dad," Alek said. "I'll keep them on the top of my pack so they don't get crushed." Dad nodded and clapped him on the shoulder, setting the sack on the table. It was silent in the kitchen as Alek and I shoveled forkfuls of food into our mouths. Even though we ate quickly, I savored every bite. It was impossible to imagine not eating Mom's cooking again, at least for the short term. I had to keep reminding myself we weren't leaving forever. A knock sounded at the door and Alek rose from his chair. "I'll get it," Dad said. "Finish your meal." I glanced at Alek, but he didn't look up. I couldn't believe we were actually doing this. I couldn't believe we hadn't done this sooner. I felt empowered, excited, and so terrified I thought I might pass out. "Zane and Kay are at the door," Dad announced. "Kay's here?" I asked, my voice low so it wouldn't carry past the kitchen. He nodded with a smile. "Thanks, Mom," Alek said, handing her his empty dish. "I love you." He hugged her tightly, then took one last drink of water from his cup on the table. He nodded toward my food. "Taking your sweet time?" "I'm going as fast as I can." "I'll wait outside with the others. Just hurry up, okay?" I rolled my eyes. If he was going to boss me around like this the whole trip, I was knocking our predictive survival percentage down a notch. Or at least his. "Take your time," Mom said gently. "He's just nervous." I chewed and swallowed as quickly as I could until my plate was empty, then cleared my place setting. Mom waited patiently, leaning against the counter. I reached for her. "Love you, Mom." She held me close and I breathed her in. "See you soon." Mom nodded and her eyes shimmered. Not wanting to make our goodbye more painful than it already was, I smiled bravely and walked quickly toward the front door. Dad stood to the side holding my pack. "Let me help you," he offered, lifting the straps so I could easily slip my arms through the holes. "Love you, Dad." "Be safe, Mila. Be strong." He wrapped his arms around my shoulders and nearly knocked the breath out of me. "I will, I promise." I stepped back and looked at our home one last time. I saw the chairs Dad built for us when our old ones broke, the bunches of nearly dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, the old filtration unit humming in the corner, louder than it should be. This house provided for us my whole life. I had to trust it would continue to provide until we returned. "I believe in you," Dad whispered. "I know." Chapter 23. Alek and Zane walked ahead of Kay and me. I couldn't help but feel slightly perturbed by their immediate assumption that they were leading the charge. It was true, they'd spent more time examining the maps than I had, and they were older. But still, they could have at least pretended they wanted our input. "I'm glad you came," I said to Kay. I could barely see her outline in my peripheral vision. It was dark, and I didn't want to tear my focus away from the ground in front of me. "Me too," she said, and I nearly stumbled on a rock. Hoping she didn't notice my reaction to her response, I cleared my throat. Our feet crunched in the dirt in unison. "What made you decide to join us?" I asked, attempting to break up the silence. "There's nothing left for me at home." Her voice was higher than mine, and yet somehow more weighted down. I could almost hear her sadness in every syllable. I nodded. Seems like that's a common sentiment these days. Ahead of us, Zane's silhouette in the moonlight gestured animatedly, and I immediately tuned into their conversation. "I really think we should keep a northeastern course," he said. "The closer we are to the communities, the more likelihood of finding supplies." "I thought we already agreed on our path," Alek said, his voice tense. "We did, but I've been thinking about it the past few days. It doesn't feel right to me." Alek laughed. "Doesn't feel right?" "Whatever, you know what I mean. It doesn't seem smart. If we get stuck in the desert with no water?" He stopped mid-sentence and stepped over a boulder in the path. "I know it's a risk, but being that close to Paradise 1 seems worse, especially because those boundaries have most likely changed. If we go too far north, we'll run right into it." "Ahem," I said obnoxiously. "Do you think it might be appropriate to include Kay and myself in this conversation?" Alek and Zane fell silent. "You're right," Alek said finally. "You've looked at the maps? What do you think?" "I think we spent far too long scouring that information and coming up with a plan to throw that away now and change course." Zane snorted. "I'm not saying it's a bad idea," I hedged, sounding more diplomatic than I felt. "But I don't think it's smart to switch things up this early. We need better information." "So what if that information is, hey, there's no food or water, you're all going to die a slow, painful death?" Zane said. I tilted my head upward and leveled my gaze at him. "We have enough food supplies for weeks. I know we'll have to replace our water, but don't you think we'll have a little bit of a heads up? We can shift course then." "She's not wrong," Alek said. "We'll see." Zane turned and marched forward. "Positive as usual," I muttered, but the fact that he didn't argue with me felt like a win, and I was claiming it. The darkness slowly began to fade a few hours later. I obsessively tilted my mask to check the numbers. If I was being honest, that was the link in this chain that worried me the most. With only 2 extras per person, we didn't have much margin for error. I had to remind myself that I'd used masks for years in the past without any problems. There was no reason to think any of ours would malfunction over the course of just a few months. Red and orange light bathed the landscape around us. Though hazy, the air wasn't ashy at all today. A perfect morning. It felt like a sign. "How far are we going?" Kay asked, and I realized she hadn't been included in any of our prior planning meetings. I watched her, walking along, following people she barely knew without any prior knowledge of our plans, and was astounded. Would I have been willing to upend my life for some stranger's crazy idea? Maybe. If I was all alone. I shuddered, imagining my life without Mom, Dad, and Alek. Alek spoke up. "We're planning to walk until noon. Then we'll sleep and start again around 9:30 when it's dark." "But how far?" she asked softly. "We're not quite sure," I answered. "Our goal is to cover 30 miles per day, but we have no idea if that's reasonable. Something to shoot for." Kay nodded, gripping the straps of her backpack Dad made for her. "I've never been this far from home." Her statement was heartbreaking. I tried to laugh it off. "Me neither. It kind of looks the same so far. Rocks, dirt, more rocks." Kay smiled, and for a moment her eyes seemed more alive than I'd ever seen them. I didn't want to push my luck, but I had so many questions for her, and we had nothing else to do but talk. As the boys got a little further ahead of us, I plucked up my courage. "Why did you always stay inside your house?" I asked hesitantly. There weren't many kids our age around anymore. It would have been nice to have someone else to get together with. Kay focused hard on Alek's back ahead of us, and for a second I wondered if there was something interesting on his pack I was missing. "Being around people," she started hesitantly. "People make me nervous." "I get that." "No, you don't," she said plainly, and it took me off guard. We started up a slight incline and my breathing deepened. "I'm around my family all the time, but I do understand feeling stressed by people. I do have Alek as a brother." Kay laughed at this, and Alek turned slightly at the sound of his name. Whoops. I continued, "And I could see why it would be less than motivating to get to know new people, especially when everyone leaves." Kay's lips pursed, and I wondered if she was thinking about Paul. I changed topics. "What do you do during the day? When you're inside, I mean." Kay didn't answer this time. She didn't even look my direction. Great. Me and my big mouth. This wouldn't be awkward at all for the next few hours. "Alek," I called. "What's our mileage so far?" We decided ahead of time to only use one life watch at a time, and it was his turn to wear it.
"Oh, I should get the panels,"
he said, reaching over his back.
"Zane, hold up a second."
He slipped the pack from his shoulders and quickly deployed a slim set of charging panels, affixing them to the top of his bag.
"Might be a good time to get a snack anyway,"
Zane suggested. Agreeing heartily, Kay and I dropped our packs to the ground and searched for something to eat.
7 miles,
Alek said, and I looked up at him.
That's how far we've gone.
Wow, that's more than I expected, I said, pulling out a soft corn tortilla and reorganizing the small bags of dried insects below it to make sure all of the perishable items were more accessible first.
"The terrain's mostly flat,"
Zane said, chewing.
"We won't always be so lucky."
I sighed. Any hopes I had for a more positive outlook from him once we started our journey were quickly crushed. "Do you think it'll charge?" I asked, looking to Alek.
"It seemed to work when I tried it at home. It doesn't charge as quickly when the watch is on, obviously, but I figure every little bit helps."
I nodded and took a quick sip of water. "Ready?" Kay began zipping her pack, and Zane was already up, starting along the path. Instead of walking ahead to join him, Alek stayed back with us. With Kay giving me the silent treatment, I'd never been more grateful. Chapter 24. The sun was directly overhead when we stopped for the day. My legs were appreciative of the break, but not nearly as sore as I'd expected. We hit the 21-mile mark 15 minutes ago, and that was with some altitude gain in the last hour. I wanted to rub that little nugget in Zane's face, but when I saw him grimacing as he lowered himself down on the dirt, I thought better of it. It was time for dinner. Then we'd put up our shelters. "Good job, everyone," I said, summoning any positive energy I had left. Day 1 down.
"Only 100 more to go,"
Alek grinned. "Thanks for that. Very inspiring," I said, pulling out sliced vegetables and a rice ball with coconut meat in the center. Zane must be rubbing off on him. Kay pulled off her mask and took a bite of what looked like a deep green burrito, and my curiosity got the better of me. "What's that?" I asked. She chewed and swallowed. "Seaweed. And palm fruit?" I couldn't hide my disgust, and Alek laughed.
"It's supposed to be good for you, you know,"
he said. "Seaweed?" Alek nodded. "We use it for fertilizer for a reason," I said, wrinkling my nose.
"Hey, it's the one plant we can always count on these days,"
Alek said, putting a piece of pepper in his mouth.
"Not for long,"
Zane muttered, and I groaned internally.
"As more sunlight penetrates our atmosphere, The Earth's temperature is returning to where it was before the eruption. Eventually, the oceans will be too warm for it to grow near us.
I jumped in. When there's that much sun available, the air will be cleaner, which means we'll have other plants available to us anyway. Nobody here will have to eat gross seaweed.
Mila.
Alek gave me a patronizing look.
You know entire cultures have used seaweed in their diets, right? For thousands of years. You're being very insulting.
I knew he was right, but I still couldn't hide my revulsion. Do you want to try a bite? Kay asked, holding out a piece. I gagged. Nope, I'm good. Thankfully, she seemed more amused than offended by my reaction and gratefully kept it for herself. My back ached as Kay and I carefully cleared the rocks away from a 2-meter by 4-meter area for our shelter. We already successfully attached our sheet between a couple of large rocks, giving us enough room to slide in underneath. My eyelids felt heavy despite the daylight, and I couldn't wait to lie down. Kicking a couple of large pebbles aside, I rolled out my mat and laid flat on my belly to test it. Although the ground was hard, there weren't any obvious spots of discomfort. Kay opened hers next to mine, and we situated our packs near our feet. I pulled out the small pillow Mom made for me and set it at the top of my mat. Good? I asked, and Kay nodded. We stood and folded out the end of our shelter sheet, using a rock to stake it at the base of our area the best we could. It wasn't as stable as I would have liked it, and we really only had a foot of space above our heads. But at this point, I really didn't care. It was covering us and our packs from the elements. As long as the wind didn't kick up, we'd be fine. Satisfied, I forced myself up and walked away from our camp, looking for a place to relieve myself before I slept. I still wasn't used to dropping my pants in broad daylight, though. It felt much more comfortable in the middle of the night. Having no other option, I scanned the area and quickly squatted. Just as I finished and pulled up my pants, I heard a sound to my right. I quickly secured the button and froze. Zane blinked at me.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
My face flushed. How long had he been standing there? I ran past him back toward our camp. Zane was an arrogant piece of work, but I didn't think he was a creep. I'd give him the benefit of the doubt and assume invading my privacy wasn't purposeful, but I was too embarrassed and tired to clear the air right now. I yearned for the solitude of my bedroom and the safety of being around people I knew and trusted. And Alek. I didn't see said brother when I walked back into camp, and I couldn't take any time to look for him. My head was blurry. I was fading fast. Without hesitation, I crawled into my shelter, adjusted my pillow, and finally closed my eyes. Something rustled beside me and I jerked awake, gasping as my face hit the shelter overhead. Searching for the source of the noise in the dark, I regained my bearings. It was only Kay, readjusting in her sleep. My breathing regulated as I relaxed, lowering myself back to the ground. Within minutes of resting with my eyes closed, I knew that shot of adrenaline wasn't going to allow me to fall back asleep right away. The air was calm and cool, and I reached for the jacket I set next to my pillow. Pulling it with me, I cautiously crawled out from under the sheet and brushed myself off, then put it on and zipped it up. Clicking on the small light I'd clipped to my pants, I took in my surroundings. Alek's shelter was still. I had no idea what time it was, but at least it was dark. We may need to put a life watch in each tent at night, just so we could make sure we slept long enough. It was going to take some time to switch our circadian rhythms.
Hey.
A voice whispered out of the dark, and I jumped, whipping my head to the left. Zane's face looked ghostly in the white beam of my light. He put his hand up to block his eyes, and I lowered it. Great. Do you know what time it is? I asked, moving closer only so I could keep my voice low and avoid waking the others.
About 9:15.
He flashed his wrist. I don't think you should be using that before we start. Who knows how long the charge will last?
I'm only checking the time. I don't think that's going to make much difference.
I think it might. He didn't answer, and I sat down grumpily next to him in the dirt. Why are you always so contrary? I asked honestly. Can't you just say, "Oh, wow, Mila, you're right," or "That's a great idea"? Or even if you can't muster that, you could just nod and disagree internally without saying it out loud? My heart beat quickly, fluttering anxiously in my chest. I could only assume the early morning hour was contributing to my boldness and lack of filter. I swallowed hard.
I'm the one who's contrary?
He scoffed.
Okay. Speaking of wasting, can you turn off that light?
My nostrils flared. I clicked off the light and glared into the night. The air was dead and still, besides the sound of Zane breathing next to me. In all my life, I'd never been awake to observe the dead of night like this. Even with him as a distraction, the darkness felt all-encompassing. Without my eyesight, every other sense seemed to heighten, straining to discover any semblance of input from the complete void surrounding me.
I'm only trying to help,
Zane said finally, answering my earlier question. His voice was soft and husky. Dare I say, humble? And it took me off guard. Help who? The words tumbled out of my mouth before I stopped to think about their impact, but I let them stand nonetheless. Reaching my arms over my head, I stretched my back, waiting for his answer. I felt well rested for the most part, but my bones ached. It was going to take some time before I was used to sleeping on a hard surface. When the silence became awkward, I elaborated. Zane, it's not helpful for me to feel criticized all the time.
Wow, Mila, okay.
He cut me off. Even though his voice was a whisper, the sarcasm in his tone was thick enough to fill the gap between us. Are you serious, Zane? I hissed. I'm trying to tell you how I feel and
You're attacking me. That's not telling me how you feel.
I am not.
I guess we're leaving early,
Alek said beside me, his voice deep and gravelly from sleep. My head snapped his direction even though I couldn't see even an inch in front of my face. No, I said apologetically. I woke up and was waiting.
Didn't sound like waiting.
I was whispering.
That's the loudest whispering I've ever heard,
Alek said. I shrunk back, wrapping my arms around myself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. Zane said nothing, but I couldn't hear him breathing next to me anymore. Good riddance. Alek yawned.
Pack up. We may as well get going and end a little earlier in the morning. Eat, go to the bathroom. We'll leave as soon as everyone's ready.
I stood and clicked the light back on, but refused to look at Zane. I walked directly to our shelter and, after making sure Kay was up, I leaned down to pull out the stakes. Chapter 25. I didn't mind the lack of conversation tonight. Middle of the night Mila had disappeared for the time being, and I couldn't say I was sad about it. I felt safer behind my filter, where my thoughts could roam free without creating reactions and consequences in the real world. It was day 4, and while my brain seemed to be accommodating to the monotony, my body still hadn't completely adjusted. Every part of me ached, and it didn't feel natural to be up in the dead of night. I also hadn't anticipated how irritated the skin on my face would become from wearing a mask full time. That was unfortunate. And itchy. But we did find a stream yesterday, so at least our water stores were refilled. I'd take a little discomfort over death by dehydration any time.
Let's stop for a minute,
Alek said, his breathing heavy. I stopped behind him gratefully, putting my hands on my hips. We'd been hiking uphill for hours. My lungs burned, and every inch of me was sticky with sweat. I wiped my brow with the edge of my shirt. Alek lifted the life watch and tapped it. A map hovered in the air above it, and he turned so we could all get a visual.
We're here,
he said, pointing.
We're making fantastic time, which is both a good thing and, well, it's a good thing. But we're also getting closer to the potential expansion of Paradise 2 community faster than I anticipated.
How close? Kay asked. She peered at the map, and I had to remind myself that she'd only seen it a handful of times. It probably still seemed utterly foreign to her. She hadn't said much the past few days, but was quick to assure me I hadn't hurt her feelings when I asked. It left us in an uneasy peace.
Like I said the other day,
Alek said,
we don't know if these boundaries are still accurate, or if it's doubled in size since this map was made.
He tapped the watch again, and the image disappeared.
We need to be ready for anything. From here on out, we need to be especially cautious.
All of us nodded in unison. If we got caught out here and taken into a community, there was no way we were making it back home. Based on what Mom and Dad had seen, integration for reals who bucked the system wasn't optional. Though I was insanely curious about the unreal world, that ending felt worse than death. There wasn't another option. We had to make it home. I no longer minded that Alek had taken over the role of leader. I was having a rough enough time keeping myself motivated, let alone trying to motivate and educate everyone else. Alek turned and began to climb. I groaned internally and forced myself to follow. The moonlight was barely visible through the haze, but it illuminated the land ahead just enough for us to see the remainder of the peak we were heading toward. That ambiguous dark line nearly brought me to tears after the last few hours of strenuous effort. My legs felt like rubber, and my hands were swollen. I could barely close them into fists. I was grateful for the lack of visibility, not wanting to see my fingers if they looked like they felt. If I just kept moving, I'd make it. I repeated this in my head as I plodded along slow and steady, and then an ominous rumble filled the air, and the hairs on the back of my neck prickled and stood up. I searched the path ahead of me for Alek's handlight. Nothing. That sounds like thunder, I whispered, the words disappearing in the darkness. Kay? Zane? I called out, panic rising within me as a flash of lightning split the sky in half.
I can't do this.
I heard a low growl behind me. Nearly stumbling, I turned and saw Zane's light, attached to his hip, drop to the ground. No, I gasped, staggering back the few paces to crouch next to him. Zane, this is not the time to take a break. Did you see that flash? Before the words fully left my lips, thunder exploded around us, and Zane flinched. Based on the time it took for the sound to reach us, we might still have time to get off this mountain, but only if we booked it. Zane, I can see the top. We're almost there. And if we don't get to lower altitude and put up shelter... I couldn't finish the sentence. I'd never been at higher altitude during a rainstorm, but my parents had hammered in the danger strongly enough that I was legitimately terrified. Never mind the idea of our skin being exposed to acid rain.
It could kill us.
Zane wheezed. Exactly! Getting struck by lightning is pretty much not what we need right now. Rain was so infrequent in Southwest Territory, I hadn't even considered preparing for it. Though how we would have known about this storm ahead of time, I had no idea. Where was Alek?
I can't,
he panted, and I'd never heard him sound this desperate. Not guarded or haughty, just broken. Despite the fact that I disliked him strongly, this was an instance where I found it easy to set those feelings aside. He was another human being, and I couldn't leave him here. Zane, you can. I know how you feel. I don't want to walk another step tonight either, but we have to. It's too cold up here, and the oxygen levels are dangerously low. You can give up tomorrow if you want, okay? We just have to make it a few thousand feet lower before we can set up camp.
Just go on without me,
he mumbled, resting his head back against a rock. I squatted deeper and lifted his face in my hands. Zane, look at me. We're not leaving you behind.
Why not? You didn't even want me here anyway.
Lightning erupted to our right, illuminating his contorted face. A pang of guilt hit me hard in the chest. He wasn't wrong. I didn't want you here because, well, for so many reasons, but not because I didn't think you could be a useful part of the group. Look at you. You're strong, capable. You obviously know how to work hard. I just wish you'd listen to people sometimes. Or be willing to admit you don't know everything. Or be kind when people talk about your birthing hips. That last comment I said under my breath, but I doubted Zane would have caught it even if I'd shouted. His eyes were rolling up into his head, and his arm dropped to his side. Zane? Zane, no, it's not time to sleep yet. I gently but firmly patted the sides of his face, careful not to displace his mask. He jolted away from me. Another roll of thunder hit so forcefully, I clapped my hands over my ears and squeezed my eyes shut. When it passed, I looked back at Zane. We had to get out of here. Now.
You're right,
Zane whispered, rolling sideways.
You're right a lot.
Okay, nope. Now you're really scaring me. You're obviously not in your right mind. I heard footsteps and turned hopefully. It was only Kay. Where's Alek? I asked in desperation. She didn't answer, stunned by Zane's current state. Can you help me lift him? We need to get him on his feet. She nodded, and we reached under his arms in unison. Come on, I grunted. You've got to help us out, Zane. He was heavier than I thought, nearly dead weight. I shouldn't have been surprised, given his height and muscle mass, but still. I gasped with the effort of lifting him from the rock.
What are you doing?
He mumbled as we slung his arms over our shoulders. Walking. We're walking, Zane. One foot in front of the other. We'll help you. Kay and I pushed slowly up the hill, navigating awkwardly around dead tree trunks and changes in the terrain.
Are you coming? There's a storm. We need to move.
Alek's voice called from above, and if I had any remaining breath, I would have laughed out loud. It's Zane! He needs help! I spluttered, and the effort left me breathless.
On my way.
Though I couldn't get a visual, I saw a swinging point of light and heard Alek scrambling back down toward us. I cried out when a rock smacked me in the shin, and he changed trajectory, walking more carefully now that he could see our lights.
Only a bit further to the top,
Alek said.
Let me take a turn.
We stopped, and Kay moved readily to the side so Alek could take her place. How much time do you think we have? I gasped. Alek didn't answer. His jaw flexed as he pulled Zane forward.
He's probably struggling with the altitude,
he said finally. I nodded, unable to answer. We marched in silence, my heart racing each time the sky lit up. Closer. It was getting closer. We weren't going to make it. Tears began to streak my cheeks, and then, suddenly, we were at the top. A relieved sob escaped my lips, but neither of us stopped to celebrate. Without missing a beat, we barreled down the other side. If I'd thought it was difficult dragging Zane's barely responsive body up the mountain, the opposite was proving to be much worse. His weight was crushing, nearly dragging us off our feet. My lower back screamed at me as I leaned back to compensate. Lightning streaked across the sky, and the sound of thunder was nearly instantaneous. We're not going to make it, I choked out, my lungs burning.
We are,
Alek said furtively.
Not much farther, and then we can put up our shelters.
By the time we set them up,
we'll make it,
Alek grunted, and I didn't argue. It was more heavily wooded here, which required us to slow down and be more intentional about finding a clear path for the three of us. The effort was grueling. Kay walked silently in front of us, attempting to lead the way and relieve at least some of the mental strain. Something landed on my arm and I screamed. That lightning is so close, Alek. It's starting to rain.
Keep going,
he growled. Another drop landed on my neck and I began to shake.
Hold it together, Mila. We'll get a little lower and find cover.
Hold it together. My skin tingled where the rain had landed, and I gritted my teeth. It seemed that the weight on my shoulders began to lift. But before I could ascribe this miracle to my newfound determination, I glanced over at Zane. His eyes were now fully open, but his head still lolled with every step. Drops of rain began falling in earnest, hitting my arms, scalp, and neck. The drops themselves wouldn't be acidic enough to do any damage, but being wet and cold up here definitely would. Almost there, I continued to repeat in my head. You can take one more step because you're almost there. Almost there.
What's going on?
Zane asked, his voice groggy as he lifted his arm from my shoulder. As soon as his weight left my body, I collapsed to the ground. Crawling toward the nearest log, I took a desperate drink of water, spilling half of it down the front of me, and frantically opened my pack as my body shook uncontrollably. I felt someone's fingers on mine, deftly manipulating the latch and pulling out the shelter from the side pocket.
Get in,
Alek commanded, and instantly there were bodies next to mine, and the sheet was being pulled over all of us.
Feet on the log, everyone up.
Somehow I found the energy to obey. I lifted myself off the ground and curled my knees into my chest, huddling against whoever was next to me. At this point, I didn't care. My skin pulsed and burned. Rain beat on the tarp over our heads. But I was safe. All of us were safe. I closed my eyes, resting my chin on my knees, and tried to drown out the angry sky. It was light when I eventually woke up. Blinking my eyes open, I could see the sky above me, which meant someone had removed the shelter while I'd slept. Scanning the area, I found it hanging over the branch of a tree, drying. My skin was itchy and irritated anywhere the rain had hit, but my clothes were only slightly damp. Goosebumps rose on my bare arms, and I reached down, noticing my jacket laying on the ground next to me. Pulling it over me, I lifted my head from the log, but the sharp pain exploding through my neck and back forced me to lower it to the ground again. This was going to take some effort. Slowly, I rolled to my side, careful not to touch my skin to the wet ground, and stretched my arms and legs in front of me. Blood pounded in my ears as I gradually sat, pressing my palms against the log to support myself. As my mind gained clarity, moments from the night before flowed into my consciousness. Zane passing out. Kay and I carrying him up the slope, collapsing in the dirt. I scrounged around for my water canister. Finally feeling it against my fingertips, I picked it up and shook. Empty. I guess I wouldn't be rinsing my skin or taking a drink anytime soon.
You're up.
My head snapped in the direction of the voice, and I regretted the motion immediately. Wincing, I held my hand to my neck. Alek handed me a piece of dried meat.
You did good last night.
I took a bite, pulling hard with my teeth on the fibrous strip. How are you up walking normally? I groaned. Alek laughed lightly.
I only did one direction.
I swallowed and took another bite, suddenly ravenous. Is he all right?
Zane?
No, the other guy we're traveling with. Alek grinned.
Okay, a little snarky this morning, I see.
I laughed, wincing as my abdominal muscles screamed at me.
Yeah, he's okay. He's still completely passed out. Sleeping, not unconscious. I guess I should clarify.
I laughed harder this time, but what came out was a sad mixture of wheezing and whimpering as I pressed my hands against my ribs. Alek looked concerned.
I think last night took a lot out of him. And you, by the looks of it. Are you okay?
I nodded, swallowing. I think I'm only partially broken. Nothing a nice long sleep on the ground won't fix. Alek patted my back.
At least we're walking completely downhill tonight.
He offered me more jerky, but I waved him off. I already felt a little sick.
Check this out,
Alek said, holding up a slim vial.
Tested the rain last night.
My eyes narrowed, trying to make out the numbers on the strip.
It was low 4s.
Wow. Seriously? I sat up, forgetting all about my pain for the moment. That's better than we've ever seen it. Alek smiled proudly, handing me the vial to take a closer look. I thought back to the fresh green shoot next to Kay's front porch. Could it be possible?
It's 6:30. Sunset should be in an hour, according to the watch,
Alek said, all business, as I handed the slim bottle back to him. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes until the pounding in my head subsided a little.
Rest up. I can take care of rounding up the others. We'll go as slow as you need.
As slow as I needed. Right now, I wanted to curl up and sleep for another week. I was guessing that was not the kind of slow he was talking about. But standing up and walking for hours seemed like the worst kind of torture. I leaned back against the trunk that had held me steady all night, feeling the rough bark under my fingers. Even in those brief seconds, my consciousness faded slightly, and when I blinked awake, Alek was already gone. Searching across the dirt, I felt again for my water canister, forgetting I'd already tried this once. I shook it again out of habit and heard a minimal amount of liquid sloshing inside. My heart leapt. I guess I'd been delirious earlier. It wasn't much, but this amount of water would at least get me through the day. I unscrewed the cap and poured a small amount into my palm, then rubbed it over my skin. Only a few more moments of rest for me. I knew as well as anyone that we couldn't hole up here hoping to find fresh water, and we certainly couldn't drink what fell from the sky last night. After taking a quick sip, I replaced the cap on my water jug. I licked my lips and stood carefully, folding at the waist and letting my head hang as I stretched my neck from side to side. Feeling slightly more like myself, I sat back down and lay my head on my pack. A short hour later, Alek shook me awake.
Don't hate me, but it's time to go,
he whispered. Peeling myself from the ground, I forced my hands to pick up my pack. Zane and Kay looked nearly as bedraggled as I felt. Surprisingly, that bolstered my spirits. Nobody said a word as we started down the hill, an orange glow still barely visible on the horizon. Though it was significantly easier going with gravity, without carrying an extra 180 pounds on my shoulders, each footfall sent a jolt of discomfort through my left side. I focused on one step at a time, one footfall after another. My own body took enough of my attention that I didn't even notice when, hours later, I passed everyone else in our group. I didn't hear Alek calling my name, telling me I was too far ahead, and I definitely didn't notice or slow down when lights appeared in the distance ahead. Chapter 26. Suddenly, I was yanked backward, and the breath was knocked out of me. I flailed around, attempting to free myself.
Mila, stop!
Zane shouted, wrapping his arms around me.
Stop!
He repeated.
It's okay, it's just me.
It took me a minute to calm my defenses and obey, but as soon as I was still, I saw them. Tall, towering lights creating a massive semicircular boundary in the valley ahead.
What were you thinking?
He asked, loosening his grip, but not letting go of me completely. I turned my head and looked at him blankly.
You ran ahead. Kay and Alek are still way back there. I had to run to catch up to you.
I did? I don't know. I stepped away from him quickly and his arms fell to his side.
You're kind of out of it, aren't you?
Zane muttered. I nodded, swallowing hard as I attempted to stop my body from shaking. He ran his hands through his hair and kept them on the back of his head, recovering and breathing hard. There were dark circles under his eyes, and I could see from here that I wasn't the only one with trembling legs. You too? I asked, and his mouth lifted slightly as he dropped his hands. Is that? I looked past him, really seeing the lights ahead of us this time, understanding what they could represent.
I'm not sure which community it is, but yeah. What else could it be?
He said, taking a step closer. My eyes narrowed. Why would there be lights only around the perimeter? And why is it completely dark inside?
It's the middle of the night.
I know, but even in the middle of the night, there's got to be someone awake. I don't see a single pinpoint of light in there.
Maybe they're not allowed to use electricity at night. Maybe they have to conserve.
You know as much as I do about this, so why are you pretending to have all the answers? I asked, annoyance in my tone.
Why are you asking me your questions?
I pursed my lips. He had a point. I was thinking out loud. He smirked.
You did say I know everything.
My jaw dropped. I did not. I said you think you know everything.
Shh.
He laughed.
I'm kidding.
My eyes flashed as Kay and Alek tumbled down the slope and stopped next to Zane.
I caught her,
Zane said proudly, and I smacked his shoulder. Harder than I'd normally swat Alek. He didn't need to make an announcement like I was a rogue criminal or something.
I thought you were tired, Mila.
Alek panted, hunching over and resting his hands on his knees. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to take off. I was just in my own world, I guess. I hadn't meant to cause a problem, but I was also kind of impressed with myself. Beating all three of them down here in less than ideal circumstances? It felt good. Pulling my water canister out, I took a sip. I'm almost out, I said, leaving one last drink in the bottle for emergencies. I stopped mid-cap replacement and my brow furrowed. Was I positive my canister hadn't been empty when I'd tried it first thing? Alek had been sitting there, and... Me too, Kay echoed. Alek looked at Zane.
What about you?
Drank the last of it this morning. Alek didn't offer his water status, and my heart dropped. Of course he would have checked to see if I had enough. I'd been too zoned to notice him giving me extra. We need to find water, I said. If Alek gave me his earlier, he'd likely been out all day.
Obviously,
Zane quipped. I shook my head, annoyed. Here I thought after helping him last night he'd be more reasonable, more grateful. And those high expectations made comments like these even more obnoxious than usual.
There's got to be a water source in these hills,
Alek said, scanning the dark landscape. We could cross in a grid until we find something, Kay offered. We've got plenty of time until sunrise. But what if we don't find anything? Then we have to spend the entire day without water? I said. And some of us can't afford to risk that. Alek nodded.
If we don't find something by 5 o'clock, we could dig. Or we could go straight for the sure thing,
Zane said. Alek's eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Zane put his hands on his hips.
I mean, that community has to be diverting a water source. If we track along the edge... No way. Too dangerous,
Alek said, shaking his head.
We have no idea what sort of security measures they have in place.
Zane argued back, and I watched them go back and forth, both making solid points to support their stance. I agree with Zane, I cut in, surprising even myself. Both of them turned to me.
What?
They asked in unified bewilderment. Alek, I started apologetically. We don't have enough information to make either of these decisions. We could search all night and not find anything, even if we dig, I added as he tried to jump in. We don't know if the community has any security measures in place, and you're right. It might be a complete suicide mission. But the fact is, we're going to be running into communities from here on out. If we don't know anything about them, we're definitely going to make a stupid mistake somewhere along the line. Wouldn't it be better to take a small risk and possibly learn some things that could help us? Alek pondered this. Kay stood next to him, her arms crossed over her chest. I agree with Zane that there has to be a water source for the community, I continued. I also agree with you that it's risky, but I think it's worth it if we can also learn about what to expect the next time we hit one of these. Now, I was repeating myself, but the silence was killing me.
And if we're spotted, and they take us in?
Alek asked. I shrugged. It's not like I'm going to find anyone to be with anyway, right, Zane? My hand flew to my mouth, shocked at the words that had come from my own lips. Before meeting with Zane at his house, I hadn't thought about that moment in a long time. Apparently, my resentment was festering more than I knew. Zane's eyes widened at my comment, and he gaped at me in confusion. I covered my embarrassment with a cough and walked past him to get a better look at the lights.
Okay, not sure what that was about, but what do you think, Kay?
Alek asked, obviously hoping for reinforcement. She shrugged. It's risky either way, right?
Right,
Zane said. Then I'm up for trying. Alek sighed in defeat.
If anything happens.
I lifted my hands and felt my flushed cheeks. This antagonistic attitude toward Zane had to stop. There would be plenty of time for hating him later, after we worked together as a team to save our real lives. It won't be your fault, I said, turning back to Alek. We made this decision together. He nodded. But deep down, I knew he didn't believe that one bit. The tower lights loomed ominously in the sky ahead of us. Now that we were at ground level, we could see the rays of light pointing away from the ground, shining up into the night sky. Alek thought they were indicator lights, placed to let others know where the community boundaries were. Who they'd need to be communicating with, I had no idea. But knowing somebody might be watching from the sky terrified me. We turned off our own beams as we approached. It took a few minutes for our eyes to adjust to the blue glow of the waning moon, but eventually we began making our way forward. We walked from one tower to the next, staying close to the foothills. Zane was convinced any sort of water storage could only reasonably exist on this side of the boundary, due to runoff. I had no idea if he was right or not, but at the moment, I didn't have any better reasoning to go with. We passed the fourth tower and my body felt weak. I drank the last of my water, but it wasn't enough to satisfy my thirst. I could only imagine how Alek felt.
Hold up,
Zane said, raising a hand. We stopped immediately behind him, and my senses heightened as adrenaline surged through my body. Was someone there? Was he hurt?
Listen,
he said, cupping a hand to his ear. I closed my eyes and searched for what he was picking up on. A light breeze? The sound of Alek's pack shifting against his shirt? And then I heard it. The soft sound of waves crashing on the shore in the distance. But this wasn't rhythmic like the ocean I was used to. It was consistent, never ending. Water, I breathed. Zane nodded, and we cautiously made our way forward toward the sound. Over a small ridge and around another bend, we saw the source of the roar. A handful of lights closer to the ground illuminated a vast, low waterfall churning into a river that snaked its way around a formidable gray compound.
That's it,
Zane said, and though I couldn't see his face, I could hear the exultation in his voice. I couldn't even be mad this time. What is it exactly? Kay asked. It's a dam, I said. Look! I pointed to the edges of the water where a metal structure barely peeked out from underneath the deluge. Hydroelectricity!
The water winds that way,
Alek said, pointing. Wait! Follow me! I said excitedly, tromping up the hill and motioning for them to follow. We walked for a few minutes, weaving through dead tree trunks and large boulders. I scoured the blackness for any indication of the clearing I was hoping for, when all at once, the trees thinned, and shimmering spots of light flickered in the distance. I nearly wept at the sight. "Wow," Kay breathed next to me.
"A reservoir. Good call,"
Alek said, dropping his pack to the ground and reaching for his testing kit. He walked to the edge of the water and cautiously dipped a vial below the surface, then inserted a test strip. The water looked calm and inviting. I tapped my finger against my arm impatiently. Without saying a word, Alek straightened and began to strip off his clothing. I snorted. "Alek, seriously?" Grabbing Kay's hand, I pulled her far enough away that we had a little privacy. I guess that meant it was safe.
"Just don't drink it,"
Alek called, and I rolled my eyes. How stupid did he think we were? We dropped our packs excitedly in the dirt, and I pulled a cleansing tab from one of the exterior pockets. "Do you need one?" I asked, giggling with anticipation of an actual bath. Kay shook her head and pulled out one of her own from her pack. Away from the lights, I couldn't see anything further than a foot in front of my face, but I turned away nonetheless. We both undressed, and soon were stepping carefully across the rocks and dipping our toes into the lake. I sucked in a breath and hesitated. But even the frigid cold couldn't dissuade me from getting clean. I felt my way across the smooth rocks, sinking deeper into the inky blackness of the water and gasping as the cold rose above my stomach. Without allowing myself to think, I plunged under the surface, careful to keep my lips sealed so I didn't get any in my mouth. Who knew where this water had been or whether it had been treated? Surfacing, I quickly rubbed the foaming tablet into my hair before it completely dissolved in the water. I used the suds to wash every part of myself, breathing in the scent of lavender and citrus. When my toes began to numb, I quickly rinsed and walked back to the beach, wringing out my hair and shivering as the air hit my dripping skin. I didn't think about this part. There was no towel to dry off with like at home. Goosebumps prickled all over my body, but thankfully the temperature was warm enough in the valley that it wasn't overly uncomfortable to be standing there air drying. I flicked my hair over my head and let it hang while the water evaporated from my skin. Brushing my fingers through it, I swung gently from side to side to increase the airflow.
"Mila? Kay?"
I heard from the trees and froze. "We're not dressed," I hissed. "Give us a second."
"Oh,"
Alek mumbled.
"Sorry. We're just filtering the water and filling up our canisters. Then we'll be ready to go."
"We'll come your way when we're done," I said, shaking my hair one more time. Pulling a tie out of my bag, I wrapped it into a tight bun on top of my head. I waited a few moments before moving, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of cleanliness, then felt for my dusty clothes on top of my bag. I could smell the days of hiking funk when I pulled my shirt over my head. There was no way I could wash this tonight. But if we followed the river, maybe I could do it in the morning. I didn't have any clean clothes left, and I knew I couldn't be the only one. "Hey," Kay said beside me. "Do you have an extra pair of underwear?" "I'm not sure," I said. "Is everything okay?" "I've gone through all of mine. We haven't taken frequent enough stops for me to." She stopped short. "Well, to keep everything down there clean." I was puzzled for a second, but then it clicked. "Kay, are you menstruating?" She sniffed, and her voice cracked. "Started yesterday." "Why didn't you say something? You've been dealing with that all night?" "I have a cup. No, please say something next time. I'm so sorry, Kay," I said, rummaging through my bag. "We shouldn't have been pushing so hard, and you should have been drinking more water." I rustled through my belongings and pulled out an absorbent rag I'd packed for just this purpose. It wasn't as good as a replacement pair, but it would help. "I don't want to be a burden," she said, taking it from me. "You're anything but a burden. I'm going to be in the same boat in a couple of weeks. Don't be embarrassed." I could barely see the outline of her face as she nodded. "I was thinking we could do laundry at the stream in the morning," I said. "We can let everything dry while we sleep. It won't be as clean as at home since it will be in the open air. I don't even care at this point. Kay laughed, and I grinned. Our standards have lowered slightly, is that what you're saying? She smiled at me, then stepped away to finish dressing. Leave it to bodily functions to break the ice. It was hard enough trudging miles every day without having to worry about staying clean on top of it. I couldn't believe she hadn't said anything, making it clear I still didn't have a beat on her. She was quiet, but thoughtful. I had no idea how she was feeling about all this or what she thought about us in general. With everything she'd gone through, I felt a responsibility to make sure she didn't have to go through anything else. Her life thus far wasn't fair, and I didn't want to make it worse. I met Kay at the water's edge with my filter, and we methodically filtered and filled our canisters. After drinking as much as we could without making ourselves sick, we loaded them again and replaced the tops. Putting on our packs, we hiked back into the trees to look for Alek and Zane. Kay didn't say another word. Taking your time, Zane said as we approached, but the bite in his tone was absent for the moment. A bath and plenty of fresh drinking water could put even him in a lighter mood, apparently. I couldn't help but smile. Where to? Alek asked. My smile twisted into a frown. Are you asking me? We were closer to the lights now, and I could see everyone clearly. Zane's damp hair was tousled and wild, while Alek's was slicked back neatly. I am, he said. I gave him a skeptical look. Why? Because you made some good points. We need to find out more about the communities and all that, remember? I pondered this a moment. Had I just said that? It felt like days ago. Yeah, I think if we spend a day or two here, especially since we have a water source, we could scout things out, see if we can observe anything. It might save us time and energy in the long run. But I could also be completely wrong. I watched his face closely for any indication of his feelings on the matter, but he didn't react. Standing here alone in the dark suddenly felt more ominous than traveling, and I wasn't sure I wanted to make camp before the sun came up. I don't know, I backtracked. Maybe we do want to keep moving? We know nothing about their security, like you said. For all we know, we may have already been spotted. Alek looked behind him toward the building. Seems pretty calm out here. And why would they need security anyway? For people trying to sneak in illegally? Zane suggested. They'd need an implant. The community would do literally nothing for them without that, Alek pointed out. And everyone else is too afraid of them to walk right up to the doors. Kay looked around nervously, running a hand through her short, wet hair. It's a risk, like we already talked about, I said. We can get as far away from here as we can, or we can find a protected spot to hunker down and observe at first light. I'm fine with either. Because I don't want to make a decision and be responsible for something terrible happening. I left that last part out. Alek nodded, lifting his wrist and inspecting it. Honestly, I don't think we have a choice. The life watch is already dead, and I'd rather not travel much further without having some sort of heading. Decision made, Zane said, and began backtracking up the hill. No, I quickly stopped him. We need to be on the other side of the dam, so we have access to the river. Why? He asked flippantly, but then softened when he saw my pleading expression. Doesn't matter. He shrugged. That could be better anyway. He turned the other direction without complaint, while Alek and I exchanged baffled glances. We needed baths and fresh water more often. Hey, Alek said, walking close to me as Kay followed Zane. I'm proud of you. Proud? Of what? You totally stood up for your ideas back there. I grinned. They weren't the same as yours, though. Which made it all the more impressive, he said, nudging my shoulder lightly. It made me uncomfortable. That was an understatement. I was still dealing with uncomfortable feelings from how uncomfortable I'd felt in that moment. Alek laughed out loud. Well, you did a good job of hiding it. Really? Really. He nodded. Come on, let's catch up. He sped ahead and I groaned. There was no rest for the weary. Chapter 27. I could barely keep my eyes open when the sky finally began to brighten. It had only been an hour or so since we set up camp, but even sitting still for a few minutes was enough to make my eyelids droop. I forced myself to stand and scoop up my dirty clothes. Hey, I said, motioning to Kay. Ready? She nodded, wadding up her clothes and undergarments and tucking them beneath her arm. We walked carefully down to the edge of the river, stopping at a spot where the water fanned out and was hopefully shallow enough for our purposes. Working together, we moved a few good-sized rocks into a semicircle, creating a small, protected pool where we could soak our clothes without worrying about them washing downstream. I'm glad you came, I said, plunging my hands into the cold water and wondering if I'd already told her that. I was nervous. I was too. I flicked the water from my hands and opened my pack. Finding the soap disc easily, I pulled it out and began to scrub one of my shirts. With how chilly the water was, it didn't create much of a lather, but I trusted it was working. What other option was there? I handed the bar to Kay. I know you might not want to talk about it, and it's totally fine if you don't, but I've wanted to ask you about what happened after Paul's family left. We didn't see you anymore. What was I doing? The last time I asked her questions about her past, it had led to a talking hiatus. Kay continued to scrub, not immediately acknowledging the question. The water lapped and burbled at our feet, reflecting the red and orange hues from the rising sun. I soaked in the stillness. For a moment, I could almost imagine how the world would have looked without the haze and the ash. Green leaves on the branches of these old trees, a pale blue sky with wispy white clouds, wildflowers blooming in the stream bed. I sighed. Almost. Paul's parents raised me, Kay said, pulling me out of my fantasy. Her candidness took me by surprise, but I tried not to show it. My parents, she hesitated, weren't very present. I nodded as if this was new information, but it wasn't. Everyone in our area knew about Kay's parents. You're it! A 6-year-old Kay said shrilly, bouncing in the opposite direction. I was on pause, I whined, throwing my hands out to the side for added drama. No pausing, Alek taunted, skirting past me and easily dodging my outstretched arm. Tag was our favorite game after group lessons in the morning, but we typically had more players. Today, it was just the 3 of us, and I was easily the slowest. I ambled toward the edge of the playground, then quickly cut toward Kay. She shrieked with laughter and ran full tilt, escaping effortlessly. I was just about to complain about how the game wasn't fair when we heard him. Kay! A man bellowed angrily, and all 3 of us froze, whipping our heads toward the school building. It's my dad, Kay whispered, and her face blanched. When I call your name, you better run! He screamed, and Kay's eyes widened. She gave a small wave and ran as fast as her legs could carry her. As soon as she was within arm's reach, her dad snatched her by the hair. Alek and I watched in disgust as she yelped, and he turned, dragging her along after him. My stomach twisted at the memory. Kay's voice again yanked me back to the present. Tara and Alan took me in as if I was one of their own, she said, as she scrubbed with increasing vigor. I didn't know that, I said softly, rinsing a shirt and wringing it out. I lay it on a clean rock next to me to dry. I'm sorry, Kay. I Well, your dad scared me. I didn't want to think about how that must have been for you. She shrugged. We were all just kids. I didn't expect anyone to get it. But Paul did. Paul did, she agreed softly. Paul lived next door to Kay, and compared to him, we only saw a fraction of what Kay's father was capable of. He saw and heard everything. Kay wiped a tear from her cheek. And then, after they left, I encouraged. I'd lost my parents and the only good family I'd ever known. I wrung out my last pair of pants and found another rock behind me to spread them on, then set the soap to the side to dry. Were Alek and Zane going to come wash their clothes at some point? I caught a whiff of Alek earlier, and it was not pleasant. I glanced up the bank but didn't catch any movement. I turned back to Kay. Why didn't you go with them then? I asked. This part of her story had never made sense to me. Why stay by yourself? There was no way I'd stay behind and go it alone if everyone I cared about was moving on. I didn't want to see them. Paul's family? She shook her head, squeezing a shirt and watching the water drip into the pool. My parents. My eyebrows furrowed. But I thought, they died? I nodded. No. They joined the communities before Paul's family did. My jaw dropped. How did I not know that? Are you serious? She turned and began her own drying rock opposite mine. That doesn't make any sense, I murmured. I thought you had to qualify. How could your parents? Kay laughed mirthlessly. Apparently they aren't as picky as we thought, she said. But I was honestly grateful. With them gone, I thought my life would finally be the way I'd always dreamed of. I could finally breathe. But then Paul's family left too. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I couldn't make myself go with them. If I did, the community would have made me join my parents. Paul tried to convince me we could work something else out, but I knew. I just knew. And I couldn't do it. Kay, I'm so sorry, I breathed. I had no idea. Her shoulders lifted and then fell slowly. It's okay. Turning, she began to walk up the slope, indicating the topic was closed for now. A mixture of guilt and sadness welled up inside me. She had to choose between living with her parents again, but keeping her friend close, or solitude and loneliness. I could have made that easier for her. I could have been a friend. Instead, I kept my distance. Why? Because I didn't think she was putting forth any effort? Because she was quiet and odd? I followed her back up to camp and mentally berated myself for being so selfish and superficial. How could I not have seen what was going on behind the scenes? I was caught in my thoughts when a splash of green caught my eye and I gasped. Doing a double take, I stopped and scanned the ground until I found it again. There it was. A brilliant burst of spring color peeking out behind a boulder to my right. Kay! I shouted excitedly, and she turned immediately. I scrambled over the rocks to get a better look. A fresh green shoot, almost 4 inches tall, stretched toward the sky. 3 healthy leaves protruded from the thin stem. It's growing, she whispered in awe. I nodded excitedly. It's alive. Suddenly, a shower of rocks and dirt sprayed up from our left, and my breath caught in my throat as I stood and whirled toward the disturbance. Kay folded forward, and I reflexively grabbed for her before she hit the ground. I caught her in time, but her weight knocked me off balance, and I fell hard, hitting my head on the rocks behind me. As my vision blurred, a dark figure hovered above me. Alek? Zane? I opened my mouth to tell them about the plant, but nothing came out. My arms went limp, and I was suddenly hyper-aware of the sound the river made as it splashed along the rocks. The sound got louder and louder, filling my head until I couldn't focus on anything else. Just as my circle of vision began to shrink, the orange haze faded, becoming fuzzy and distant. And then, I was gone. Part 3. Channel. April 2nd, 2161 through April 14th, 2161. Chapter 28. I stared at the inside of my tent, blinking slowly. The thin, neutral fabric was pulled into a steep peak, held by 2 poles on either end, and staked to the ground in 3 places along each of the sides. The fabric was strong enough to block sun and rain, but light enough to ripple slightly with the breeze. More than slightly sometimes. I'd stared at the inside of my tent for 3 days now. Well, technically just 2, since the first day after being pulled out of P3, I attempted to escape. If you considered getting tranked in the neck a success, then it went really, really well. Regardless, this view was getting old fast. Wearing masks full-time was getting old fast. Everything in this place was getting old really fast. It didn't help that my bunkmate hadn't said a word since I woke up in the back of a vehicle lying next to her. The only thing I knew about the girl taken from P3 the same day as me was that she had reddish blonde hair, she was a few inches shorter than me, she might have blue eyes. She stared at the ground so often I wasn't entirely sure, and she slept a lot. That was about it. She was presumably close to my age based on her height and development, but it was impossible to know if we'd met before. Impossible because I'd only seen the real form of a few people in P3. Ave. Mom. That was the whole list. And if you remember, this girl refused to talk about it. Annoyed, I stood from my cot. Hunching over until I reached the front of the tent, I flicked the flap to the side and stepped out into the twilight. The sun hovered low on the horizon, making everything glow a deep red. I still wasn't used to the bare earth and thick haze, but tonight, the angry, ominous sky suited my mood perfectly. "Channel, hey," I heard to my right. "It's not safe to be out. I need to see Kenna." The woman who I'd run into regularly, but not often enough to remember or care about her name, clenched her jaw. "Kenna isn't available at—" "Thanks," I said dismissively, walking past her with an unapologetic smile on my face. I should be nicer, but at this moment, I just couldn't. These people tore me away from my home with zero explanation. Be patient, they continued to say, but that wasn't my strong suit, and it was time I had some answers. Over the past few days, I'd seen Kenna coming and going through a shelter in the middle of our camp. I stomped toward it and tore open the flap. Kenna looked up, her body stooped over a tablet with a stylus in her hand, hovering above a tablet. A man and woman dressed in all black stood next to her. All 3 of them stared me down, yet their looks weren't antagonistic, surprisingly. They looked more exhausted than anything. It almost made me think twice about what I was going to say next. "Where's my mother?" I asked, my breath stilted. I was shaking despite my best efforts to seem composed. "Channel, we've told you. We've had some unexpected issues arise, and you're debriefing—" I cut Kenna off. "I don't care if you've had unexpected things come up. You brought me here without permission, and I deserve an explanation." Kenna sighed, standing to her full height. She had to be almost 2 meters tall. Her chopped hair and athletic build only added to her already intimidating presence. "You've been recovering," she said crisply. "I've been recovered," I said, emphasizing the D, "for at least 24 hours at this point." "You were heavily sedated." "I'm fine." "Great. Glad to hear it. But it's not all about you, Channel. There's too much," she said, shaking her head. "I have 15 people needing an explanation, along with 2 active missions to oversee. It will be more efficient for me to fill everyone in at once." 15? I thought there were only 11 of us. Well, that's the unexpected part. Her eyes flashed as she put her hands on her hips. It isn't my fault you happened to be so busy after my kidnapping. Kenna pursed her lips. Her nearly jet-black hair was pulled into a tight knot at the base of her skull, and her gray t-shirt reminded me of my own. Give me the short version, I said, setting my jaw. Her gaze hardened. All right, Miss P3. She walked closer. I normally sugarcoat this, but based on the fighting attitude I've observed from you, I'm beginning to care less and less about whether you go into shock. So here's the short version, as requested. She stopped directly in front of my face, and I had to look up to meet her eyes. I forced my expression to remain blank, though my heart hammered so hard in my chest, I was positive she could hear it. Your whole life in the communities, she said provocatively. It's a lie. It's been a lie for years. The real world is healing. We have proof that community life will no longer be necessary in the next 5 to 10 years, and yet world builders are continuing to push their narrative. They're blatantly refusing to transition. That implant they were about to attach to your brain, it would have stripped any autonomy you had. She scoffed, though you didn't have much to begin with. My mind flashed to Mom and Ave. I shivered. Kenna continued, more gently this time as if reading my thoughts. With regards to your mother, we weren't able to bring her along. She's likely been implanted and we have no idea of her current whereabouts. I'm sorry about that. And we're working on it. Things don't always go as planned on these missions. She inspected my face, watching for a reaction, but I wasn't going to give her one. Why would community leaders do that? I asked vehemently. And how would you magically have access to this secret information that somehow has been so brilliantly kept from all the rest of us? It sounds like a conspiracy theory to me. Because I used to be one of them, she shouted, and I flinched. Her nose was so close that it nearly touched mine. One of who? I asked, my voice strained. A world builder. Then a community leader for P11. We stared at each other, unblinking, until she slowly retreated back to the table. Now please, return to your tent. And I'd appreciate it if you kept this information to yourself until we hold our official debriefing. I nodded, tears stinging the corners of my eyes. She was a world builder? Not wanting to give her the pleasure of seeing me break down, I spun on my heel and exited the tent. Kicking a rock, I marched back to my area of the camp. Why would a world builder and community leader make accusations like that? There had to be more to the story than what she was saying, because what she was saying couldn't be true. It just couldn't. If the world was healing, they'd have told us. I wiped moisture from my eyes and was suddenly disgusted with the world around me. Tan, gray, blah. Everything was washed out and plain, including every person I'd come in contact with. From what I'd gathered, my implant lost connectivity with the edge shortly after leaving Paradise 3. Where was I now? No clue. And nobody had given me any indication that I'd be able to sync up anytime soon. That meant no messages and no information. I had no way to let Mom and Ave know I was all right, to find out if Mom was all right. It was killing me. Movement caught my eye and I looked up, sniffing and clearing my throat. A girl with dark hair who looked to be about my age sat on a rock, reaching out for a water canister from a tall, bronze-skinned man with hair down to his shoulders. Her head was heavily bandaged, and I was instantly curious if she'd been as successful as I'd been with her escape attempt. I caught myself staring at the pair, and her eyes lifted to meet mine. The man turned around following her gaze, and my eyes widened. His face was young, not agreeing in the least with the strength and maturity in his stature. Embarrassed, I dropped my eyes and hastily walked the last few paces to my tent. Well, those two were definitely new. Flopping onto my cot, I kicked my feet up and lay down. Were those the unexpected people Kenna mentioned? But she'd said there were 4, hadn't she? I sighed, trying to stave off the pressure building in my head because of Kenna's words. My whole life? A lie? How could that be possible? I rolled to my side in a huff. It wasn't. She had to be making it up. Nothing she said made sense, and I didn't want to waste another second thinking about it. Glancing over, I saw Strawberry Blonde Girl still curled up, supposedly sleeping. Maybe she was dead? I almost giggled at the ridiculousness of the thought before I realized it wasn't that far out of the question. I could only imagine having a dead girl in my tent would complicate things for me, as if they weren't already complicated enough. Hey, I said, reaching out and poking her warily. The girl shifted on her cot and I breathed a sigh of relief. Not dead. That would have to be good enough for now. I rolled over and stared, again, at the tent across from us. Lights grew and shrunk as people walked past, casting shadows across the shelter. Though I could hear the low hum of voices across the path, I couldn't make out what they were saying. For a minute, I allowed my creativity to go wild, making up fantastic characters and stories to distract myself from the million unanswered questions swirling through my mind. I used to be one of them. As hard as I pushed to keep Kenna's words out of my head, they pushed harder. What had she meant when she said the real world was healing? First of all, if that were true, why was I still wearing a mask full time? Wouldn't the air have to be better before anything on this planet could heal? And world builders pushing a narrative? What narrative? Their job was to build code and make the world a more beautiful place, which was why I wanted that placement so bad. No dealing with community issues, just gorgeous, simple code. Besides, we all knew the narrative. The communities were necessary to maintain any sort of standard of life, and even if the world was healing, which of course was the end goal for all of us, it would take generations for things to return to normal. If normal was even possible at this point. I clenched my jaw and squeezed my eyes closed, pressing 2 fingers against my temples. So much for not thinking about it. None of this was making any sense. A few days ago, the world had seemed messy and complicated. But now? All I wanted was to go home and make sure Mom was okay. I wanted to talk with Abe, to see him in real life again. I wanted to not take any part of my old life for granted. I wanted to be anywhere but here. Debriefing now. Mid-camp. I heard through my tent wall and bolted upright. It took me a minute to remember where I was, but when I did, my stomach sank. Yawning, I threw my legs off the cot and planted my feet in the dirt. I had no idea how long I'd slept, but my tent was bright. Through context clues alone, I assumed it must be morning already. Surprisingly, Strawberry was already up and gone. Decidedly not dead then. Lex, load... I started, then stopped myself, gritting my teeth. No, Lex. No loading anything. Ever again, apparently. My stomach grumbled just as I noticed a small bowl of food on the ground near the front fabric flap. Tent delivery. That was new. I gratefully picked up the offering and didn't even inspect the food before slurping down the strange stew. The food here looked absolutely disgusting, and the taste wasn't much better. To be fair, it wasn't that bad. Just different enough to be off-putting. But it was incredible how not picky you got when you were hungry, terrified, and alone. Still, what I wouldn't have given for a joy tendril right about now. I took my empty bowl with me to throw in the compost pile at mid-camp. My compliance was making me sick, but I figured I couldn't cause problems before I got more information. And it wasn't like littering was going to somehow solve my problems. This debriefing was what I'd been waiting for. When I had all the information, I could make a plan for getting back home as soon as possible. My heart hammered in my chest, and my thoughts again returned to Kenna's assertions the night before. Though I didn't believe them right now, she had opened up some intriguing thought experiments. What would happen when the world healed? What would happen when we could be self-sufficient without the need for community help? My face blanched as I followed that line of reasoning to its obvious conclusion and realized I wasn't cut out for a world like that. If the Earth were to become livable during my lifetime, there was no way I'd be ready to live in it. The only world I knew was coding. I'd learned nothing about surviving on my own, nor would I want to. It sounded hard. After disposing of my bowl, I joined the group of people from the camp. I recognized Tabor and Aaron from my first day here. They were from P2. We spent a very uncomfortable day in a vehicle together, all of us still hopped up on whatever they gave us before our non-implants. Tabor was tall and wiry with a shaved head. He made sure to tell me his form in P2 looked much more appealing. Erin's face was objectively beautiful. Large, dark eyes with long lashes, perfectly symmetrical. But her voice was obnoxious, high-pitched and nasally. If sitting in a cramped vehicle was terrible, listening to her commentary made the entire journey worse. Though not ideal, they were the only people here from the communities who I was on a first-name basis with. Kenna hadn't arrived yet, and it didn't look like we'd be starting immediately. I had time to move. Weaving through the group of people to my left, I made my way over. Both Aaron and Tabor stood stone-faced and didn't acknowledge me when I walked up next to them, leaving me to wonder if I imagined the whole first-name basis thing. Perfect. Scanning the rest of the crowd, I found the two people I'd spotted last night. The girl's head was still bandaged, and again I couldn't help but watch them. Their clothing set them apart from the rest of us, but even without that obvious distinction, they looked different. Rustic and almost wild. I thought back to Carol Marin's paintings. I wished I had her renderings here to compare, but based on my memory, these people looked nothing like her characters. There were more people in their group tonight, a girl who looked like she might blow over in a gentle breeze, and a guy who looked like he might kill someone. That could come in handy. And now that I'd seen 4 of them, I was more convinced than ever that these were the unexpected visitors Kenna alluded to. My curiosity was piqued. Who were they? And where were they from? Why would they be here in the middle of nowhere? 2 actual adult men, no young faces this time, stood together on the other side of the new group with their hands behind their backs. I could only assume there was something holding their hands behind them to be standing in such an awkward position. Noticeably, 2 of Kenna's crew were watching them closely. They definitely pulled something crazy to be restrained like that, and they didn't look thrilled with their punishment. Our entire group, excluding the 4 strangers, was ragtag and ornery. None of us wanted to be here. People shifted on their feet, cleared their throats, and looked awkwardly at one another. If any of us had an inkling of how to get around without the edge, there wouldn't be enough of Kenna's crew to stop us from going AWOL. The realization that I was useless without my edge connection sunk deeper, and panic rose in my chest. I froze when I saw my silent roommate, Strawberry, staring at me from across the clearing. As soon as I made eye contact, she glanced away. Her light hair was pulled into a tight bun on top of her head, and she looked as if she was trying to sink into the landscape, to disappear and become invisible. Maybe I did know more about her than I thought. I got that body language. I didn't feel especially awesome at this moment either. Without the edge, every second in public felt like I was completely naked, dancing in front of strangers, totally exposed and vulnerable. No code to hide behind. Was it any wonder we were all jittery and antisocial? I had to admit, the reveal was worse. Seeing it all for the first time and being seen for what I thought was the first time. Remembering that night made me think of Ave and Mom. The image of her face with that scar on her cheek. Despair washed over me, filling me with a hollow ache. I had told her I'd link, and now? I couldn't keep that promise. She must be worried sick. Or not, I realized. If she was implanted, she might not even realize I was gone. Though the thought of her distress made me want to vomit, The possibility that she might not even be aware of my absence felt infinitely worse. They couldn't do that, could they? Withhold information? I shivered and rubbed my arms with my hands, wishing I could bolt back to my tent and be alone. "All right, everybody, listen up," Kenna said, walking into the middle of our haphazard semicircle, forcing me to remain rooted to the spot. "I know it's been a long couple of days, and I know a few of you," she looked pointedly at the two men I'd spotted earlier, "are feeling less than excited to be here, so let's cut to the chase. We're not here to force you to leave the life you know. We're not even here to convince you that our cause is just. It probably feels that way, but we're not. We've named ourselves the Coalition for Ethical World Transition. If you attempt to use the acronym CEWT, I promise it will not be cute when I choke you out. The group we are fighting against is anything but adorable, and we will match them with equal ferocity." The group was silent and still. Kenna continued. "We're in a unique situation tonight. We've never had a group quite as diverse as this for a debriefing, so please be patient with me as I try to accommodate everyone. We are privileged to be in the company of true soldiers." She looked directly at the group across from me, the wild ones. "These 4 youth are from Southwest Territory," she said, and her announcement caused a stir. I racked my brain, trying to understand why that information was noteworthy. Southwest Territory. I ran the words through my head, searching for some sort of connection. Suddenly, it snapped into place. That was where the Paradise communities were first built. And I had been taught it didn't exist anymore. Kenna continued. "Their families held out and have been surviving on their own with limited support from the communities, especially in the last 5 years. Their pilgrimage here, though misguided and incredibly stupid, is worthy of our admiration." She scanned the crowd, scrutinizing our faces. "Their lack of information and community involvement is to their benefit. They've been spared the indoctrination that the rest of you Paradise members have been force-fed your entire lives, so let's get to it." She held a thin silver plate in front of her and pressed the top lightly. A memory burst into my mind. I'd watched Vera use something like that in our meeting. A projection burst into the air between us, and seeing something familiar sent a wave of relief through my entire body. I stared at the electric blue globe, swirling in front of me. The streamlined, simple code made me want to cry. "These red areas indicate community boundaries 5 years ago. This," she moved her finger on the plate, "is where the current boundaries are." The red areas expanded to cover over half of global land masses. It was staggering. Beautiful, even. "This expansion has happened as these numbers have been coming in," she said, and a series of charts replaced the spinning sphere. I analyzed the data as quickly as possible. Temperatures were increasing, but we'd all been told to expect that, so no surprises there. Air quality was slowly improving, yes, but still quite toxic. Oxygen levels were increasing, sure. Made sense. I didn't see how any of this could be cause for the accusations Kenna spouted earlier. Kenna cleared her throat. "For you living in Paradise communities, these numbers probably aren't surprising. You've been taught that these shifts will happen, but that it will take thousands of years for any sort of recovery to happen, yes?" She waited for an answer, but none of us gave one. She knew she was on point. "Well," she continued, "that is simply false." She zoomed in on the oxygen and carbon dioxide columns. "Do you see this?" A bright yellow line swooped around the numbers as she manipulated the stylus on the plate. "These rates are exponential and inversely related. We believe, and when I say we, I'm not just talking about our coalition. I'm talking about some of the most experienced and well-educated scientists in the world." She paused to let that sink in. "We believe this is evidence of weathering. Does anyone know what that is?" She was again met with silence. Nodding, she pressed on. "When the Earth was created, we know there was a great oxygenation event. For much of Earth's history, people believed this was due to plant life, which could have been part of it, definitely. But there is much more evidence to support a process called weathering. She minimized the projection. Volcanic activity is never simple. Each process is extremely unique, and the levels and variety of gases spewed into our atmosphere is impossible to predict, which is why it's so difficult to understand the ramifications. After the fact, however, we get a much clearer picture. During that first series of events, there is evidence for large amounts of CO2 gas entering the atmosphere. As we know, this causes the Earth to warm significantly, which in turn causes more rainfall. That, in turn, erodes and weathers rocks, sending large amounts of minerals into our oceans. Kenna paused, visibly struggling to quell her excitement on this topic enough to speak at a reasonable pace. Do you know what loves minerals? She smiled, and her obvious passion made her harsh appearance appear almost childlike. Cyanobacteria. Our oceans are booming with it, and do you know what they produce? Oxygen. The girl from Southwest Territory with dark hair and a bandaged head spoke up. Exactly. Kenna beamed at her, and the girl's cheeks reddened. Our oxygen levels are growing exponentially, and as I mentioned earlier, we don't know exactly what to expect. We're in another period of substantial change. But we do have proof that Earth is healing. These bacteria are only one small piece of that. We've also seen increased insect populations and even the beginning of unassisted plant life. One of the detained men shouted out, Even if that's true, which I have no reason to believe what you're saying, if we assume this is correct, that still doesn't mean we'll suddenly be able to rip our masks off and run off into the sunset. We still need the communities. I agree 100%, Kenna said. In fact, I've worked most of my life to improve the efficiency of community life. However, I began to take issue when community leaders pushed forward with Cerebralink. She expanded another projection into the air. We've had the technology for Cerebralink for years. Not as sophisticated as it is now, but it existed. Nobody was comfortable with adopting this as a general standard of living improvement. It was only to be used in specific situations where citizens were failing to thrive with the retinal implants. There are significant risks, and I'm not talking about the risks inherent to surgical intervention. I'm talking about massive, ethical questions that nobody has done their due diligence to answer. We don't have any systems in place for basic human rights and the moral use of this technology on a global scale. Kenna reached out as a woman handed her a water canister. She took a long drink and cleared her throat. Which begs the question, why now? Why are we all of a sudden moving forward with widespread implantation? And by moving forward, I mean we are really moving forward. You were likely told that you were special, right? That you were chosen to test this new technology that would allow the whole world complete freedom in how they wanted to live their lives? She laughed loudly. I hate to burst your bubble, but that's what every single community was told. She threw her hands up for added effect. This is a global takeover. Why? Because our leaders have realized that if they give up their power now, when the Earth is slowly becoming more habitable without the need of their help, well, that would mean there would be billions of people running around making independent choices, completely destroying their meticulously crafted elitist community. I began to sweat. Could this be true? I definitely had reservations about how quickly they were rolling out the Cerebralink, and Abe did mention those same ethical concerns. But how could this be happening without someone stepping on the brakes? And how much could I really trust Kenna? She could easily have some sort of ulterior motive. I knew nothing about her besides the fact that she had no qualms about kidnapping. I've seen it. A voice piped up. It was the girl again. I've seen plants growing independently, with no human intervention. Kenna nodded. It's happening. Community leaders don't want to admit it. I even have reports that people do not have to wear masks full-time on the European continent." She looked pointedly at the man who shouted out. "Though getting that verified has proven difficult." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "So, you're probably all wondering what this has to do with you." Folding her arms across her chest, she looked at the ground. "I helped develop the current cerebral link," she said softly. "I bought into that narrative. But when I found out about all the data we were ignoring as a collective, I couldn't remain a part of that system. We couldn't stay." She lifted her eyes, and a steely resolve had replaced any regret. "All of us," she said, pointing at the other members of the coalition, "decided to do something about it. We attempted to lobby within the real and unreal communities with very little success. We were left with no choice but to go to the people themselves. You. We attempted to hack the edge and were successful a few times." She laughed, and the man in black next to her nodded knowingly. "That didn't last long, at which point our only option was to try and prevent as many implants as possible." That was it. That was who all of us were then. Besides the reals, we were all going in for implants when they pulled us out. "I'm not going to force you to stay," Kenna said. "This is simply an invitation. We've extended this invitation to over 2,000 community members at this point. Some have chosen to join us. Some have opted out. It's completely up to you. Between now and when you make that choice, I'd like you to think about how many times you've seen or heard of a world builder with an implant. Of any kind." She picked up the plate and stylus. "Tomorrow morning, if you'd like to return to your paradise community, we'll have transport available." Kenna brushed a lock of hair behind her ear. "We obviously can't take you directly in, but we can take you to the edge of their boundary surveillance. From there, it would be about a 3-hour walk. For everyone else, this is a temporary camp. Once our mission tomorrow is complete, anyone who wishes to join us is welcome to travel to our permanent location." She nodded resolutely, and without saying another word, turned and ducked into her tent. Chapter 29. I stood there in the clearing, stunned. Over the past 4 days, they'd attempted to flip my entire world on its head. I ran Kenna's words through my mind, but couldn't fully process them. I couldn't process anything at this point. I was completely numb, and knowing that only added a level of frustration to the soul-sucking emptiness. I should be raging right now. I should be running back to Paradise 3, not standing stock still, staring blankly like a complete idiot. "This is a load," Tabor said next to me, and I jumped. Apparently, now I existed. I said, making sure he was talking to me and not just Aaron. "All of this. I'd heard there were extremists, people holding out for life to go back to how it used to be, people afraid of AR. It's a complete load." I nodded in agreement. "I don't know," Aaron said. "What if things are getting better?" "Who cares?" Tabor asked flippantly. "What do you think that's going to look like? If you're telling me I have to choose between an implant where I can do literally whatever I want or a life where I have to deal with this mess, that's a no-brainer." I resonated with his words and immediately felt guilt well up inside of me. What was it Ave said? Make the harder choice? But what made the more painful choice the right one? Did it make me a good person if my main motivation for making easier choices was to help my family? Even if I selfishly thought I'd enjoy it? Tabor and Aaron headed back to their tent without a goodbye, and I found myself staring after them. "Right!" A voice sounded beside me, and again I started. Southwest girl, the one with the bandage, was walking past me and froze, surprised I'd heard her. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to say that out loud. I just recognized the look on your face." She smiled at me, but the wrap around her head prevented the right side of her face from lifting, so it squished instead. You know nothing about me, I said, and my voice bit more than I intended it to. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly and she nodded. I don't know anything about living in the communities, that's true. But I do know what it feels like to have your entire world rocked. We came out here looking for people like us. She hesitated, looking over her shoulder to find her friends. They were slowly making their way over through the crowd. You left your home? I asked. She nodded. I guess that's not surprising. And why is that? Man boy from earlier walked up next to Southwest girl, flicking his hair out of his eyes. Because you're outside of the communities, I said factually. And? He said, motioning for me to continue. And everyone knows your life is awful? That's what I wanted to say, but I didn't. Despite the situation, I still had some sense of social decorum. Plus, it was 4-1 in this discussion, and somehow I didn't think that type of comment would go over well with any of them. Why did you leave then? I asked instead. Because the communities have basically left us for dead, Man boy said. No access to information, outdated technology. We needed to find other groups like ours so we could band together. Why wouldn't you just join us? I asked, and he laughed out loud. Right. After listening to all that, you're wondering why we haven't marched on in to sign up? I put a hand on my hip. We don't even know if all that is true. How am I supposed to believe some rogue vigilante group over the life I've lived in P3 for the past 17 years? The communities have been good to me. I'm sure they have, he said. That's the point, right? Be really good to people so they'll stay in line. It wasn't like that. He shrugged. You would know, I guess. I would. My cheeks were burning, and Southwest girl looked like she might pass out. Killer boy stood behind them, thoroughly engrossed in whittling a small piece of wood. I still hadn't gotten a good look at his face close up. Waif girl was nowhere to be found at the moment. Come on, Mila. We need to get packed up, Man boy said. Mila, that was her name. You're going with the coalition? I asked reflexively. It was a stupid question, and I regretted it as soon as it left my mouth. Of course they were. How could they do anything different? Mila smiled graciously. We don't have much of a choice. It turns out there were a lot of things we didn't understand about community boundaries. A nervous laugh escaped her lips. It wouldn't be possible for us to go on our own at this point. Man boy turned to Killer, gave him a nudge, and together they walked back toward our end of camp. That's Alek, my brother, she said. Which one? The one who was talking to you, kind of rudely. I'm sorry about that. He's on edge with all this. What about the other guy? Oh, she snorted, then collected herself. That's Zane. Let's just say he's even worse than Alek. I laughed at her churlish response, almost forgetting I wasn't projecting my form. But my brain wouldn't set aside this critical detail for long. My stomach dropped. I didn't like the fact that someone could know so much about me just by standing there and looking at my face. Mila lowered her eyes, her shoulders tense. Kay is with us too. She wasn't feeling well tonight. From her body language, it seemed like the real world had its own share of drama. Who is? I muttered, then fidgeted with my fingernails as I realized that thought had been audible. The corner of Mila's mouth lifted. This whole thing is probably worse for you, huh? I'm going to be honest. I've wanted to talk to you since I saw you last night. I've never met anyone in the communities, and... She looked around at the thinning crowd. Well, nobody else here seems especially approachable. And I do? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Mila laughed. At least you're my age. How old are you? 17. You? 17. Ha! See? I knew it! She shifted her weight uncomfortably. Can I ask what it's like? Mila asked hurriedly, mirroring the hesitancy and discomfort growing within me. The communities? Why would she be asking about that? These people obviously weren't curious enough to try it out themselves. Regardless, I motioned for her to walk with me. Standing outside of Kenna's tent was making me nervous, and not being alone for a few minutes felt kind of good. They're the only thing I've ever known. I don't know. I searched for a way to describe life in P3 to someone who'd been living in the real world and came up empty. What does a typical day look like? She asked. Well, under normal circumstances, I'd wake up and check my console. Okay, stop. What's a console? She didn't know what a console was? It's where I get all of my messages and upload my preferences for the day. Preferences? Yeah, like how I look, what my hair looks like. Wait, you get to change that? Mila asked excitedly. So you don't look like this? Nope, never. She gasped, delighted by this piece of information. What do you look like then? Her enthusiasm was contagious and I grinned. I don't know, it changes every day. Sometimes I have short hair, sometimes long. I like purple, so sometimes I go all out. Wow, that would be so fun. It is, actually. Talking about it made me miss it even more. What did you mean by normal circumstances? We reached the end of the path between our tents and stopped. When I left, we were doing what's called a world build competition. It's kind of a celebration. Got it. So under normal circumstances, with no celebrations, what would you do after checking your console? I'd go out and eat something with my mom, then I'd head to the grid. What's that? I imagined the tall building with its sleek domed ceiling. It's where we do all of our assignments. Like education? School? I've never been to school, but from what I've read, it's nothing like it. It's more like training. For what? It seemed her questions were never ending, but for some reason, I loved answering them. To prepare for our placements. When we turn 18, we're placed into permanent assignments in the community. That's awesome! If you get the one you want. What did you want? My hands started to sweat. To be a world builder. I waited for an accusatory look, but it didn't come. Why did you want to be that? I thought. Why do I want to be that? As far as I was concerned, it was still the plan. Because I love coding, and I love the creativity of it. I think I could make our communities better. And I'm not just looking for an easy pass, I thought. Why was I telling her this? She didn't understand anything about the communities, and what she did know was condemning, especially based on that presentation. I don't know anything about coding, Mila sighed. We don't even have access to the edge anymore. My eyes went wide. Are you serious? How do you survive? Mila shook her head. That's the question, right? Not very well at the moment. Hence the leaving. Hence the leaving, she agreed, a sad, faraway look in her eyes. Strong play. She sighed. Well, when you're basically the last people left, it's the only play. You were the last? I'm being dramatic, she said, rolling her eyes, but pretty close. I nodded, not sure how to respond to that. Mila. A voice called from their tent, and she turned. I should probably go. She smiled apologetically and began to walk away, then quickly flipped back around. I didn't catch your name. Channel. Nice to meet you, Channel. I waved. Mila was nothing like I expected someone in the real world to be. Though, besides looking at paintings and photographs, I didn't think I had a fully formed idea about real people in general. In my mind, I'd envisioned them being more plain, simple-minded and ignorant, still life, like the pictures. Definitely not complicated, nuanced, and sharp-witted. I flicked open my tent flap, but hesitated. If I went in there, it meant I'd be alone. Worse, I'd be sitting next to Strawberry while still feeling completely alone, with absolutely zero distractions besides the shadows on the wall of my tent. Nope, that was not happening right now. Without looking back toward camp, I walked past the tent and off into the barren wilderness. Ken and his crew was so preoccupied with their plans, they didn't notice me leave. Not that they'd be concerned at this point anyway. Tomorrow, I wouldn't be their responsibility anymore, and I was sure they couldn't be more thrilled. My breathing quickened, and moisture collected on the skin around my mouth as I walked up the hill. Stupid masks. How did people live like this? After a few more minutes, my body forced me to stop and catch my breath. Scanning the horizon, I spotted something shimmering in the distance. My eyes widened at the sight. A veritable oasis in the middle of the rocky ground. Water. It had to be only a kilometer or so away. Without thinking, I immediately bolted in that direction, hurriedly taking stock of my surroundings so I could find my way back. Now that I had a goal destination, I decided to take it a bit slower, enjoying this moment and not thinking about everything that had happened over the last 24 hours. I couldn't think about the fact that I'd never met a world builder with an implant. I'd only met 3 of them in person, but I knew they weren't synced the second they opened their mouths. They talked about us like we weren't them. I always assumed it was because they were the decision makers, but after what Kenna said... See? I couldn't think about that, because then I couldn't think about Mom, or Ave, or Glynn, even though I was still disgusted by what she did. I couldn't think about the fact that some of what Kenna said made sense, that Mila existed in the real world and corroborated parts of her story. Tears stung the corners of my eyes, and I walked faster, pounding the dirt and rocks with my footfalls. How was I supposed to make sense of this? What was I supposed to do now? Go back and pretend I never heard anything? If I have to choose between getting an implant or dealing with this mess... Tabor's words echoed in my head. He was right. Even if I went back, I'd know that there were people fighting against us, fighting against me. And if I stayed here, I'd be fighting them. The world builders, community leaders, the people who built my entire blissful existence, and every single person I cared about. I was sweaty and out of breath when I saw him. Skidding to a stop, I gripped a dead tree trunk and yanked my body mostly behind it, hoping he didn't notice me. Manboy, or Alek, I guessed I should use his real name now that I knew it, was directly in front of me, in the lake, stark naked. Chapter 30. How did I know he was naked? Because his clothes were in a pile on the rock between us, and the bronzed skin of his back seemed to glow in the reflected light off the lake. The water was thankfully waist deep, and his back was turned as he wiped the water from his eyes and threw his wet hair back from his face. Seeing him now, it was much more apparent that he was young. The way he dressed, it threw me off initially. His shirt had a collar, and his pants were held up by a belt. In P3, that would be considered a more than foreign retro look. No time to ruminate on that, though. I needed to get out of here now. My brain warned about embarrassment and possible danger of being caught spying like this. My body, however, wasn't in the mood to be obedient. I was glued to the tree, staring at this strange, beautiful creature, trying to figure him out. Peering at what he was holding in his hand to scrub his skin. His dark hair clung to his neck, and the muscles in his back flexed as he lifted his arms to wash his shoulders. My face felt suddenly hot, and I swallowed hard. Go, my mind screamed, but I was frozen with indecision. I'd already stayed too long. If I walked back the way I came, he could see me and assume I was spying on him. Super awkward and, well, true. There was no way he wouldn't see me if I continued to hide. The tree trunk wasn't thick enough. I could make my way farther up the edge of the lake. Again, there was the risk he might see me, but at least then I could plead ignorance. Or he plunged himself under the surface to rinse, and I launched my body forward. No or. This was my only viable plan. Staring straight ahead, I navigated through the tree trunk, staying parallel to the water. When I'd gone a reasonable distance, I stepped through the dead wood to the rocky beach. I walked out toward the lapping waves and realized my oversight immediately. Though I couldn't see Alek from my vantage point through the trees, our small jetties were completely visible to one another from the water. He looked my direction, and I suddenly became very interested in picking the pebbles from the underside of my shoes. I slipped them off hastily and scraped at them with my fingernails. "Don't drink it," he called, and I looked up. He was half-dressed and in the middle of pulling his shirt over his head. "What?" I yelled back, holding a hand to my ear. He raised a hand and cupped it next to his mouth. "Don't drink the water. It'll kill you." "I know that. Thanks," I called back. I did not know that. It would kill me? Was it even safe to touch? I looked at the water with disappointment. "I'm kidding. It will just make you sick." I waved him off, not wanting him to see my relief. "It won't irritate your skin much," he added. "Just keep your mouth, nose, and eyes closed if you go under." I sniffed. I wasn't planning to go under, but again, thanks. I was totally planning to go under. This guy was a complete know-it-all, and it irked me. He set his shoes on the ground and slipped his feet into them. They were like no shoes I'd ever seen before, and I squinted for a better look. Unfortunately, he took this as an invitation to walk toward me, carefully navigating the rocky ledge between our beaches. "I guess you'll be fine then," he said, jumping lightly from the rocks to the flat ground. He walked closer and stopped near enough for me to see his features clearly. His messy hair dripped on his shoulders, leaving dark patches on the shirt with the collar. Everything about him was foreign and mysterious, and as much as I didn't want him to know I was intrigued, I couldn't stifle my curiosity much longer. "What kind of shoes are those?" I asked before I could stop myself. He looked amused. "These?" Lifting his foot, he inspected his footwear as if seeing it for the very first time. "I've never seen anything like them." He shrugged. "I don't think they're a kind of shoe. My dad made them for me." "He made them?" Alek laughed at my look of astonishment. "Yeah, we make everything. We don't have a community providing everything for us, remember?" "Right," I said awkwardly. He must think I was so entitled and weak. After meeting them, I might think I was entitled and weak. "Are those the clothes you wear in the communities?" He pointed at my gray shirt and pants. I nodded. Nobody ever sees them, though. Now it was his turn to look confused, and I grinned. "I was telling your sister about that earlier," I said. Realizing I was still holding my shoes, I set them down on a log near my feet. Since our implants are connected to the edge, we choose what we want everyone else to see. We can change our appearance every day, every hour if we want. Sounds like a lot of work. Nobody really does it that often. He took a few steps closer, and his proximity made my heart race. "Can I see it?" "What?" I asked, my voice catching. "Your implant." He continued moving toward me, and I cleared my throat. "I don't think you can see anything from the outside. That's the cornea," I said, pointing to the front of my eye. "The implant is inside on the retina." He stood directly in front of me and reached out, placing his fingers under my chin and tipping my face upward. "I know my anatomy," he said, his voice low as he stared intently into my eyes. My mouth suddenly felt dry. His fingers were rough against the smooth skin of my face, and he was close enough. I could feel the warmth radiating from his body. I tried to shut it down, but my body remembered how good it felt the last time a boy stood this close to me. Moments from that last night with Ave flickered into my mind, and I blinked. This was not Ave, I reminded myself. He tipped my face from side to side, and his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized me. I pulled away, my cheeks hot. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I'm not a science experiment, okay? I turned back toward the lake and reached down to pick up a pebble. I know. I was just... Thanks for the information about the water, I said, cutting him off, still trying to catch my breath. I'd like to bathe now, if that's all right with you. I need to get things ready to go home tomorrow. He pondered this a moment, not retreating like I'd hoped. You're going back? Of course I'm going back. The silence was palpable. How was it any of his business if I was going back? The indignant thought faded quickly when I remembered I'd asked him the exact same question before. He patted away from me, and I sifted pebbles in my hand until I was sure he must be gone. When I turned, I was relieved to find myself alone again. I quickly pulled off my clothes, walked back to place them next to my shoes, and froze. On the log was a small round disc. Carefully setting my clothes down, I picked it up. The scent of lavender and oranges, lemons, filled my nostrils. Sighing gratefully, I gripped it tightly and stepped into the inky water. Clean and mostly dry after the walk back, I cautiously made my way to the tent. Surprisingly, I found myself getting used to this odd landscape. There was a macabre sort of beauty between the fiery sky, gnarled wood, and glittery granite, though I'd never admit it out loud. It was lifeless and barren, but oddly poetic nonetheless. I bet an artist like Carol Marin could find some story to tell in all of this. With my coding brain, I was coming up short on words to do it justice. The camp was humming like a nest of bees, everyone loading up and making preparations for the next day, which made it ridiculously easy for me to fade back into the mess without being noticed. I spotted Tabor and Aaron sitting on a boulder near their shelter. Tabor nodded my way, and I walked toward them. Got your walking shoes on? He asked, rubbing his hand over his shaved head. Always, I grinned. Those are going to be the best few miles of my life. Tabor laughed and motioned for me to come closer. I'm not talking about tomorrow, he said in a hushed tone. I'm talking about tonight. I looked at him questioningly. Okay, fine, he shouted. I'll show you that rock I found. It's inside. He stood abruptly and walked to their tent, opening the flap. I ducked in after him, feeling more uncomfortable by the second. What's going on? I asked, as soon as Aaron joined us. Tabor put a finger to his lips and began to talk. I know. Isn't it a beauty? I found it right along the edge of the trees. Wow, I said, playing into the ruse. So colorful. He gave me an odd look and I blushed. Blushing in real life was embarrassing enough that it only made me blush harder. It wasn't fair that my body betrayed me like this, and I had no way to hide it. Tabor motioned for us to gather together in the middle of the tent. I got a glimpse at Kenna's map today, he whispered. If you had to guess, how far do you think we are from the closest paradise community? No clue, I answered honestly. He nodded. On the map, it shows a body of water slightly north, and probably a couple of kilometers away. I think I was just there. It's not far at all, I said, my voice hushed. He beamed at me. You walked over there? Yep, I said. I walked up the hill and happened to see it through the trees. That confirms it then, he said, celebrating as much as possible with Aaron while attempting to keep their voices down. That's the water source for P4. he whispered excitedly. No way. Way, Aaron said. That means we're 4 to 5 kilometers away from P4 boundaries, max. But I thought you guys were from P... Right. Tabor shook his head. We're not from P4, but don't you get it? He looked at me expectantly, but I had nothing. I was beginning to think I wasn't as bright as I thought I was. I stared at him blankly, and he shook his head in mock disappointment. These lunatics are trying to take down the communities, he said, pointing toward the tent wall. They're offering to take us home. But as soon as we do that, we've got no way to tell our leaders where the coalition is or where they're headed. This is only a temporary camp. So we break into P4. Tonight, Aaron hissed a little too loudly, and Tabor hushed her. Are you kidding me? You want to... Shh, Tabor growled. I lowered my voice. You want to turn them all in? Don't you? He countered, his eyes wide and maniacal. If we go there tonight, we could lead them right to this camp before anyone even wakes up in the morning. Then they could get us all back to our rightful communities. And we'll be heroes, taking down the opposition, Aaron added. She wasn't wrong. If Kenna was the leader of this coalition, I could only imagine what her location would be worth to the community leaders. There's no way it can be that easy, I said softly. Kenna isn't just going to let us march out of here. You just walked to the lake, didn't you? Did anyone stop you? Tabor asked. Well, no, but... Exactly. They're busy, and they think we're helpless. So that's why we sneak out before everyone settles down for the night. Aaron stepped cautiously back toward the door. I'm going to spread the message to the others. I gaped at her, surprised she was completely on board with this. Wasn't she just expressing some doubts after the meeting earlier? What about the reals? I blurted out. Who? Those other kids our age, the ones from Southwest Territory. Tabor scoffed. Who cares? They left their homes because they're dying out. It's time they joined the communities anyway. I bit my tongue. He was right. They should join up. But was it our place to force them into it? Something about even being a tiny part of what was sure to be their forced integration felt wrong to me. Go back to your tent. We'll send a message when it's time, Tabor instructed, then glanced past my shoulder at Aaron. I'm sure those 2 dudes from last night would be up for creating a distraction. Aaron grinned mischievously. On it. Chapter 31. Back in my tent later that afternoon, I found Strawberry curled up on her cot, as usual. It was unsettling to know I'd be leaving tonight, and yet had nothing to prepare. No busy work to quell the nervousness. I had no personal items to pack or bring with me, besides the clothes on my back, and Alek's soap. Tabor's idea filled me with dread, but I couldn't tell if it was because I thought it was a bad idea in general, or if I was just terrified of running off into the wilderness with people I barely knew. Ave apparently thought I had a problem with playing it safe. Maybe it was as simple as that. I was a coward, and this was yet another opportunity for my poor character to manifest. And just like that, a hole opened up in my heart as I yearned for the safety I felt when Dad was sitting near me. I missed him so intensely in this moment, it physically hurt. When life got overwhelming, he was my coping strategy. Mom was right all along. I set my jaw and clenched my fists. The kids from Southwest went off into the unknown, so it couldn't be that bad, especially just for a couple of hours. From my studies, I knew people used to do things like this for fun. I did get the appeal of being in wide open spaces. I'd done plenty of nature hikes back in P3. But this wasn't anywhere close to the same thing. Tabor's head popped through the flap, and I gasped. He stifled a laugh. Go eat dinner as soon as it's announced. When you hear the yelling, go back to your tent and wait 5 minutes. then head into the trees above camp." When I heard the yelling, his face disappeared and I sat down on my cot. Strawberry, who I'd almost forgotten was there, rolled over and stood, stretching her arms above her head. "Wait, are you in on this too?" I asked, inspecting her face. She nodded. "So, you'll talk to Aaron and Tabor, just not to me?" This whole time I'd been telling myself her silence wasn't personal, but now? It felt really personal. She walked toward the tent opening, but I reached out and grabbed her wrist. "Did I do something to offend you? We're from the same community. We should be able to talk to each other and figure all this out. She ripped her arm away from me and slipped outside, without ever speaking a word. With a pit in my stomach, I followed Tabor, Aaron, along with 3 other people I didn't know, and Strawberry, through the trees between camp and the lake. Their plan was to walk straight into P4 territory as fast as possible. The quicker we were, the less likelihood of someone in Kenna's crew recognizing we'd all gone missing for the night. The men Aaron talked to definitely pulled out all the stops for their distraction at dinner. From the sound of it, they were still yelling and hammering away at each other even after we waited the requisite 5 minutes before escaping to the trees. So far, so good. The sun hung low in the sky, which meant we had to cruise. We only had 3 handlights, but even those tiny beams would be easily noticeable from camp if they were turned on in close proximity. My eyes darted from Aaron's back in front of me to the ground below my feet as we ran. I was in a good rhythm, and I was keeping up, but with low visibility, my probability of tripping on a rock and biting it hard was high. I didn't want to be that girl in this group. "Their plan isn't going to work," Aaron said, her voice drifting back to me through heavy breaths. "There's no way they'll be able to stop these implants, even with their small disruptions. They don't even understand the tech they're up against." "Kenna said she used to be a world builder," I said. "What?" Aaron turned her head in surprise and almost hit a tree trunk. "That's what she told me. I went to her tent to figure out what was going on, and she told me she used to be in the communities." "Huh. Kenna said she worked on Cerebralink, so I guess that makes sense. That's where I'm hoping to place," Aaron said. "Still? Seems like things are changing fast enough they won't need us anymore." I dodged around a fallen log and dirt flew into the space between my shoe and my ankle. Aaron scoffed. "They'll still need us. They'll need people to innovate and upgrade. Whatever learning program Cerebralink is currently running, it's going to have some bugs." Fair point. I hadn't thought about that. "She could have been making all that up, trying to intimidate you." The image of Kenna's face directly in front of mine flashed through my mind. Because I used to be one of them. It didn't seem like a premeditated lie. "What changed your mind?" I asked between breaths. "About what?" "I don't know. After the meeting, it seemed like you weren't sure what to think about everything Kenna said." "It was a lot to sift through." "True." Aaron pulled her mask out slightly and wiped her face with the sleeve of her shirt. "I got scared. When she talked about all the communities being told the same thing about the implants, I thought maybe..." "Yeah, I'm worried about those numbers. What if the world is healing faster than we thought? And they did move exceptionally fast with this implant in P3. "Us too. But then Tabor was saying that of course all of us would have been chosen for the first round. We're in the original communities. We've all been there the longest. So it makes sense they'd want us to be the first. You didn't see anyone from P8 or P9 in camp, right?" "True. I hadn't thought of that either. Every one of us is from an original Paradise community." "Did anyone in your community freak out about the timing of Cerebralink?" She jumped over a rock, then picked up her pace as our path opened up. The handlights flicked on ahead of us, making it easier to follow the others. "A few," she said, "but I'm not concerned about that. We've been using AR for far too long. It's time they figured out how to give a better sensory experience. If they move too slow, everyone complains about bureaucracy. Too fast, and they've got a nefarious motive.
The group ahead of us slowed, and we slumped together, all of us breathing heavily from our jog down the hill. I didn't notice it earlier, but now that we'd stopped, the sound of rushing water was close. "Did we pass the lake?" I asked, and Tabor nodded.
"We're at the base of the dam."
He pointed ahead with his light, and I saw the river.
"I found a good option," someone called, and Tabor turned, motioning for us to follow. One of the girls I hadn't met yet pointed with her light. "Right there. See that rock? I think we could easily jump it and avoid getting wet. Then on the other side, we can use those logs to get to the bank."
Tabor nodded.
"Agreed. Let's cross, and then we can all take a breather. Should be an easy walk from there on out."
I followed behind Aaron, and just as I approached the bank, something in my vision flickered. My breath caught, and I froze. "Did you see that?" I whispered, and Aaron's head bobbed frantically.
"You guys!" Aaron yelled exuberantly. "I think we're getting close enough for edge access."
Shouts of excitement rose around us, and I laughed. "Do we know what direction to take after the river?" I asked.
"Nope,"
Tabor said.
"But this proves we're walking in the right direction. I know if we walk in there and sink, someone in P4 is going to find us. There's no way they don't stop us the second their security system picks us up."
"I've never thought about our security a day in my life," I said. "I'm glad you know so much about it."
"My dad's placement. That's the only reason,"
Tabor said proudly.
"Man, they picked the wrong group to mess with."
"Don't they know only top-tiered individuals are chosen for Cerebral Link?"
That other girl chimed in. A tinkling laugh filled the air.
"I can't wait to see the look on their faces."
Immediately my heart stopped, and I looked up, narrowing my eyes. "Who said that?" I hissed, and the group went silent. Tabor held up his light, and I saw Strawberry's cheeks flush. It was her, no question. Our bodies give us up every time.
"So, you thought if you stayed silent, I wouldn't figure out who you were?"
Strawberry stared at the ground.
"What's going on here?"
Tabor asked, his eyes darting between the two of us.
"Would you like to tell them, Glyn?"
I stared at her. She looked nothing like her form in P3. Her fair skin and light hair were exactly opposite. When she refused to open her mouth, I stepped closer.
"This is Glyn. I'm not sure what she's told you, but she's from P3 and she's a liar and a thief."
Glyn's eyes flashed.
"That is not true."
I laughed.
"Oh, it's not? Did you or did you not steal my code and pretend it was yours just so you could get a better placement?"
She glared at me, and that expression I recognized. I opened my mouth to speak, but stopped short. She'd stolen my code to guarantee her place as a world builder. So how had she ended up here?
"Why are you here?" I asked, genuinely confused. "Why are you here?" she scoffed. "As if anyone had a choice in the matter."
No, I know they took me off the table when I was prepped for Cerebral Link. So how did they find you?"
Glyn's eyes flashed. "After I won, I received my prizes. Time in the GameCube, resource credit, and a world builder placement, just like they promised. They informed me that world builders were required to be linked because it allowed them, us, to work collaboratively without needing the simulator. I didn't want to waste any time."
So that was it. World building would still be an option even with Cerebral Link. Rage and grief mixed with the frustration already boiling within me at the smug sound of her voice. "How dare you?" I exploded. "How dare you claim our project as your own and then act like a coward sitting next to me in that tent for 3 days and not reveal yourself? We've been friends our entire lives, Glyn, and that obviously means nothing to you." I closed the distance between us and she backed away. "It's pathetic."
Want to know what's pathetic? She shouted back, off balance. You whining to Aaron the entire way about what if the world is healing faster than we think. Same old channel, never satisfied, never trusting anyone outside of yourself. I trusted you and Ave. I gave everything I had to that project. Yeah, trusted. As long as you always got to be the one making final decisions, she said snidely. That's not trust, Channel. You know what's ironic? The fact that you're blaming me when you did the exact same thing. She shook her head. Such a hypocrite. My blood boiled at this accusation. What are you talking about? I've never... Oh, you've never? She taunted, taking a step forward. Take a second to think about your big win as a kid, Channel. You know, the one where the whole community celebrated your genius? How could one so young come up with a simulation so advanced? She mocked, sounding exactly like Cass. My heart pounded, slamming against my ribs. What are you talking about? I repeated, my voice low. You chose to leave that project. I didn't steal your work. Ha! You didn't? So you're saying you went back and took everything I did out of it, erased it all? Glynn hissed. I swallowed hard. I didn't erase it, but... Exactly! She threw her hands in the air. You used my work and never gave me any credit. You took your win, enjoyed your time in the GameCube, and never looked back. Tabor stepped between us. Hey, we need to get going. He started, but I moved him out of the way and stepped directly in front of Glynn. How could she feel justified in her actions because of something that happened years ago? That she started? Glynn, we were 13 years old. 13. You never said a word to me about why you left. You literally stomped out of the grid and ghosted me for almost a year. How was I supposed to know you felt this way? I would have erased it. If you would have said something, I would have... Yeah, but you never even asked. I asked what was wrong. I asked if I'd done something to make you upset. I tried to figure it out and make it right. I ran my hand through my hair, exasperated. My mouth felt like sandpaper and I was drenched in sweat. Why did you leave? Why didn't you stay on that project with me? I still don't have an answer, Glynn. She pursed her lips and her eyes flashed. I left because you're controlling and overbearing. You actively criticized my ideas and made me feel this small, she said vehemently, lifting her hand to show a small space between her thumb and forefinger. Her words landed like a punch to the gut. My eyes began to burn. I didn't know. I was trying my best, I stammered as she spewed more accusations, trying to make sense of this new information. This was how she saw me? For all these years, she'd viewed me as a self-centered, cruel person? It was absurd. Why would she ever accept placement into a group with me again if that was the case, first of all? Second, I wasn't that oblivious. Was I? Mom's words flooded back into my mind. I have done everything I possibly could to give you the opportunities you've wanted. I've supported you, listened to you, kept my mouth shut when you didn't want to listen to my advice or shift your perspective. I've worked hard to pull our weight here, and I haven't asked for much in return. I'd said those words before. I didn't know. I'm doing my best. I'm sorry. How many people did I have to repeat that to before I finally got it? My heart dropped into my stomach. I was the problem here. And that's why I claimed our project, because you've never let me do anything to stand out, or at least ever stand above you, Glynn was saying, but I barely heard her through the ringing in my ears. Enough, Tabor yelled, pulling me back roughly. I get that you two have some personal history here, but we have to go. We can deal with this later. He turned and began to walk. The others followed, and Glynn took one last opportunity to flash a look of complete revulsion before sweeping past me. Come on, Aaron said, nudging my shoulder. No, I shook my head. I'm not coming. Erin rolled her eyes. Don't you think that's a bit of an overreaction? My whole body was trembling. Call it what you want, I guess. Erin put her hands on her hips. That's the biggest cop-out I've ever heard. My face remained blank. The weight on my chest so heavy I wanted to collapse to the ground. So, what? Erin threw up her hands. You're just going to spend the night out here? I'll make my way back up toward camp, I squeaked out. When you bring in the cavalry, I'll be there. Erin looked at me disapprovingly. It could be helpful to have someone there, just in case. Do what you want, I guess. She tossed her light on the ground in front of me and turned, jogging to catch up with the group. As she relayed the information to everyone, a few people turned their heads and my cheeks burned. As their lights moved further away, tears began to leak down my cheeks. I hastily wiped them away. I didn't know what just happened. Leaning down, I scooped up Erin's light from the dirt. As if of their own accord, my legs started moving, taking me back the way I came. The darkness closed in on me from all directions and I shivered. Flicking on the light, the full weight of my situation settled on my shoulders. I was completely alone, in a place I didn't know, with only a hope of finding my way back solo. Following the thin beam ahead of me, I walked faster. Chapter 32. Our path seemed a lot shorter on the way down. My breath came in fits and spurts as I determinedly put one foot in front of the other, continuing the climb back to camp. Passing the lake a few moments ago settled my anxiety over whether I'd chosen the right direction at least. The very present fear of being lost on this mountain had brought me to tears twice, though I blamed my encounter with Glynn for most of my emotional instability. Even though there was literally nobody around, I found myself desperate for the edge, especially after that small glimmer of hope back there. I hated that my emotions were glaringly present on my face. The mask helped slightly, but I was also incredibly over that too. My skin was irritated, and I probably had a permanent indentation on my nose at this point. Why me? I could be comfortably implanted doing exactly what I wanted. Instead, my quads were burning, my face itched, and a few seconds ago I completely blew up at one of the only friends I had here. Gasping, I collapsed onto the nearest boulder and put my head between my knees. Why did I even care so much about what Glynn thought? It wasn't like it even mattered. I knew the world build and placements were irrelevant at this point. Obviously, there were much bigger things in this world to worry about. But still, it felt like she shoved a hot poker into my heart, and it was still smoldering. I didn't know, I repeated to myself, but each time I did, my subconscious seemed to respond, "You didn't want to know." I reminded myself it had only been a little over a week since my entire life collapsed around me. It was a lot to process. Betrayal, life-altering medical procedures, world-changing technology, loss, fear. Components of this list slammed one after another into my thoughts. And I felt nothing. It was too much at this point. My brain was completely shutting down, protecting me and refusing to bear the weight of it. I closed my eyes and continued to catch my breath. My life was completely out of control. That's why this hurt so bad. I couldn't do anything, nor did I have enough information to make a good plan of action even if I could. I was entirely at the mercy of the groups around me, the communities, the coalition, and even if I could do something, I didn't know if I trusted myself to make a good choice. Everything I touched seemed to implode, wrecking the people around me. It was stupid. I was stupid. All of this was so stupid. Pressing my hands into the granite beneath me, I stood and took off running up the hill. I didn't care if I couldn't breathe. I didn't care if I passed out and died here in this barren dirt. I didn't care. Ah! I screamed involuntarily as my body slammed into something solid. I was thrown sideways, landing hard in the dirt, My head smacked against a tree trunk, after my body took most of the hit, thankfully, and for a moment, specks of light sparkled in front of my eyes.
"Are you okay?"
A deep voice asked, sounding distant and almost ethereal.
"Hey, Channel, are you okay?"
The words began to solidify, and I attempted to focus on the face in front of me. Someone was there, but everything was fuzzy, shifting.
"No, don't get up,"
he said.
"Lie back. Just close your eyes and breathe."
I obediently relaxed my arms and did as the stranger said. The world seemed suddenly quiet and almost peaceful. I could hear the sound of rushing water in the distance. Was I near the lake? What was I doing after I passed it?
"Can you hear me?"
The voice called again. I said, opening my eyes. This time I saw him clearly, but I couldn't immediately place him. His dark hair draped across his face, and I squinted.
"Hey,"
he said softly.
"I need to put something on that cut. Stay here. I just need a second."
His hand slipped out from behind my neck, and my head throbbed at the slight movement. I groaned, wishing he was still there. I didn't want to be alone right now, and he felt safe. My muscles tensed and my heart started to pound, only making the pressure in my head strengthen. Scuffling noises sounded next to me, but I didn't trust myself to turn.
"Here,"
he said, pressing something cool against my forehead. A ripping sound rang in my ears, and his hand gently lifted my head again. A band of something soft touched both ears and pulled tightly against my head. The pressure against my skin somehow centered the pounding slightly.
"You need to keep this tied firmly, okay? I know it might not be the most comfortable thing."
"What is it?" I croaked, my voice weaker than I'd anticipated.
"Birch bark and a piece of my shirt. It'll stop the bleeding and help it heal."
I took a ragged breath and opened my eyes. He was inspecting the bandage, and the look on his face sparked my memory. "Alek?"
"Yeah?"
"You're Alek." He chuckled.
"You must not be too messed up if you can remember that."
He adjusted the placement of the cloth slightly, and I winced.
"Sorry. That should be better."
Leaning back slightly, he met my eyes.
"What were you thinking? Running around out here in the pitch dark?"
I scanned the ground and pointed when I found my hand light in the dirt.
"Yeah, that light is tiny. Not sufficient for night jogging."
I laughed out loud and immediately regretted it. My hand flew to my forehead.
"Shh,"
he said, pressing his hands against my temples.
"You need to stay really still."
"I have to get back."
"To camp?"
"Mm-hmm."
"I know. I'll help you. But it's not happening right this second. We've got time, I promise."
"No," I insisted. "I need to get back." Panic filled my chest, and with it came a sudden burst of adrenaline. I pressed my forearms into the dirt and lifted my body slightly. His hands slammed into my shoulders.
"No, Channel, you banged your head. Hard. You need to take it easy."
He didn't get it. If I didn't make it back to camp before P4 got there, I could be stuck out here forever. He could be stuck out here forever. A wave of guilt passed through me and I stopped struggling. He was going to be stuck no matter what. "We have to get back now, Alek." His eyebrows narrowed.
"What were you doing out here?"
"What were you doing out here?" He pursed his lips as if debating whether he was going to answer my question honestly.
"Scouting things out."
"Why?" He took a deep breath and peered out into the night. His hands were still on my shoulders, and in the stillness, I suddenly became very aware of his touch.
"Because I'm not convinced that Ken is going to make good on her promise,"
he said plainly.
"She needs people, and I'm not here to enlist my family in a confrontation with the communities. We want to find people on the outside, that's it."
His answer felt honest, and it made sense. He looked back at me and lifted his hands, rechecking the bandage.
What was her promise? I asked.
To us?
I nodded slowly, careful not to send my head spinning again.
She said she'd take us past the P4 boundaries and help us map a path out east.
He shook his head.
I don't know why I'm telling you this. I know you think we're crazy, and this probably makes zero sense to you. Don't worry about it.
He leaned back, resting on his knees. I was out here because there was a group heading into P4. I blurted out. I didn't know if I could trust him, but there wasn't necessarily anyone else here that inspired confidence. The fact that he opened up to me made me feel like it was worth the risk.
What do you mean?
He asked intently. Tabor, Aaron. He stared at me blankly. 2 other people in the group like me. They're from P2, I explained. They don't believe Kenna either. They're headed into P4 to give away the coalition's position.
And you were with them?
Yes, I said, trying to avoid moving my head. I didn't want to be a part of it.
So you left to warn us?
Something like that, I muttered, closing my eyes and lifting my hand to my forehead. He didn't say anything. It wasn't that noble, I admitted, still looking at the inside of my eyelids. You know that girl from P3 who shared my tent? I have a history with her.
I assumed you would.
My eyes flew open. Well, I didn't until tonight, I said a little too strongly, and the pounding started up again. Slightly less intense this time, which I assumed was a good sign. She didn't ever talk, and we don't really see each other in the communities.
Right, I remember. Fake bodies. Still sounds like a lot of work.
I rolled my eyes. Regardless, I didn't know it was her.
And that matters because...
Because she cheated me out of some coding work I did before I was pulled into this hot mess. And she hated me and thinks I'm a terrible person. After listening to her talk, I might also think I'm a terrible person. I left that part out. He nodded.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Doesn't sound like it.
His expression was soft, the edges of his mouth curling up slightly as he spoke. Well, whatever, I said, looking away. It's not important. We're wasting time.
I need to know why you're telling me this.
His voice was low but insistent. I stared at him. Why does it matter? We need to get back.
It matters because I'm curious and because I think you still need some time to sit still and rest, so I'm stalling.
He smiled and my breath caught. This smile wasn't guarded or purposeful, and suddenly I couldn't think straight. To be fair, it could have been the concussion. I guess I don't think it's fair that you get forced into living life in the communities if you don't want to. You're right. I do think it's crazy that you're living out here on your own. I honestly don't know how you deal with wearing these all the time.
We don't have to wear masks all the time.
We have filters, he said calmly, still inspecting me almost clinically as I talked. Well, you don't have filters here, I said.
True. And to your point, I agree. It's annoying.
I smiled slightly. Anyway, I don't get why you're fighting it, but I do think it's your choice. If P4 comes tonight,
we're toast.
I raised an eyebrow. What? He met my eyes, confusion written all over his face. What does that mean? About toast? He barked a laugh as if that was the funniest thing he'd ever heard.
You've never heard that phrase before?
No, it was weird. His eyes fixed on a point over my shoulder, and suddenly, he was a million miles away.
It's something my parents always say. It means it's over. We're done for,
he said, grinning to himself. I couldn't stop staring at him as he reminisced. I could sense the love he had for his parents, and for a moment, he drew me in, and I thought I knew what a family like his would feel like. But how does that make any sense? I asked, trying to make sense of the phrase. And does toast even exist anymore?
He looked at me, and I regretted saying anything. I could tell the spell was broken.
Okay. He chuckled. I get it. It's weird. But now we're wasting time. The fact that you're able to muse about regional idioms means you're probably going to be just fine.
He reached behind my neck with one hand and gently supported my head as he gripped my right arm and began to lift.
Slow,
he said, observing me as I began to rise from the ground. Did I hit you, or did I hit a tree? I asked, distracting myself from the rushing blood in my ears.
Both. Me first, then the tree.
I breathed deeply, waiting for the pounding to subside as I finally reached my feet.
It was my fault. I saw your light and came to check it out. I didn't realize you were moving so fast.
I was. Moving fast.
I think we've established that.
I laughed and immediately hunched over as bright light exploded behind my eyes.
No laughing, he scolded. Just 1 foot in front of the other. We aren't far.
I clung to him, allowing his body to guide mine through the tree trunks and around the rocks embedded in the hillside. Walking like this was comforting and terrifying all at once. It wasn't like me to blindly follow anyone, let alone someone I just met. Although, I guess it was becoming a new habit. Thankfully, the pressure inside my head wouldn't allow me to properly self-reflect. I kept my eyes fixed on the ground, made visible by the thin glow of my handlight. Alek was right. This beam of light wasn't nearly strong enough to get me through these woods safely. After a few minutes, everything seemed to blend together. Alek and I moved in sync with each other, our feet hitting the ground in a steady rhythm. My eyelids begged for permission to close, and just as I was about to give in, my body stiffened. "Wait!" I shouted, and Alek gripped me tightly, frantically scanning the area for danger. No, it's okay. I just thought I saw." I trailed off, still holding tightly to his waist, pulling him back a few paces. "There!" I pointed excitedly until he shone the light in the direction of my finger. I gasped as the small splash of green was illuminated. Together we walked closer and, with Alek's help, I crouched down to investigate. "What is it?" I breathed.
It looks like a plant.
I smiled wryly. "Thanks for that. I might be unreal, but I'm not a complete idiot." "I meant, what kind of plant?" He shrugged. "It doesn't matter," I whispered, lifting the tender leaves and sweeping my fingers along their serrated edges. "It's growing. In the middle of all this."
Mila found a plant growing like this outside of Kay's home.
"Really?" I stared at the thin stem and marveled at how the light seemed to make the spring green glow from within. This amount of detail and intricacy was not what I was used to. Incredible.
I hate to say it, but I think we have to keep going.
Alek's voice brought me back to reality, and I nodded. Leaning on him again, I stood, bracing myself. This time, the throbbing in my head nearly bowled me over. I forcibly closed my eyes and focused intently on putting 1 foot in front of the other, while simultaneously not throwing up. And even in this most uncomfortable moment, the green shoot continued to light up my subconscious. The plant I just saw proved that Kenna was correct about one thing, which meant she could be right about all of them. Chapter 33. "Is she awake?" Mila asked, tentatively peeking her head past the wooden door to my room. Alek, sitting on a small stool next to me, waved her in. She inspected my face, and even in my half-awake stupor, I found myself shrinking. I was propped up, leaning against my pillow, and based on how I felt, I knew I must look awful. "Hey," she said gently, walking toward the bed. "Remember me?" She, on the other hand, did not look awful. I still wasn't clear on the timeline. Had I been here for 1 day, too? But everyone else had obviously found time to clean up since the temporary camp. Mila's black hair was smooth and shiny. It seemed to spring with every step. Alek quickly jumped up from his seat, moving out of the way for his sister to sit down. Over the past who knew how long, each time I'd opened my eyes, he'd been somewhere in the room. On a stool, propped against the wall, napping on the floor. I was starting to feel guilty that he felt so responsible for giving me a head injury, especially since it was mostly the tree's fault. "Mila, right?" I said, my voice scratchy from a lack of use. She smiled. "You got it. How are you feeling?" "Better," I said, and without thinking my hands lifted to my face. There was nothing there. "No masks?" I asked in shock. How had I not noticed that earlier? Mila waved at the air around us. "Filtered," she said with a grin. I sighed gratefully and tentatively ran my fingers over the bumpy rash on my skin. No way to hide mask irritation here, but at least I wasn't the only one. Mila had a ring around her mouth and nose too. Alek, annoyingly, looked completely normal. Better than normal. "Your bandage is gone," I said. "We swapped places." Mila laughed and I smiled. "Alek was just telling me we've moved locations, but we're still with the coalition." Mila nodded. "We're at their home base. At least for now. I guess they travel around a lot." It made sense. With what they were doing, there was no way community leaders wouldn't be looking for them constantly. "What happened to everyone else? The other Unreals?" I asked, not sure if I was ready to hear the answer. Alek shifted uncomfortably, only confirming the suspicions that had begun to percolate once I started to understand our situation. He cleared his throat. "Anyone who wanted to go back to the communities stayed." "At the temporary camp?" I asked. "Yes." "They were left behind? Alone?" Alek nodded, and Mila looked away, her shoulders tensing. Suddenly feeling faint, I pressed my hands into the mattress. "Figures," I sighed. "I didn't like it either," Mila said quickly. "But the coalition was sure they'd either be picked up by P4 and your friends." "They weren't my friends," I cut in automatically. The details of that night were fuzzy, but I did remember Glynn. The way she looked at me as she walked away. I shivered. "Right, sorry," she said. "I meant the people you were with. The group left at camp was given directions into P4 just in case nobody showed up." I nodded, feeling slightly mollified. "It's definitely walkable." "And they have water close by. They were given some food supply as well," Alek added. "So, you're saying I shouldn't go on a rampage about this?" I teased, hoping to convey I was mostly over it. "I mean, it would be fun to watch." Alek laughed, and I couldn't help but smile at him. I caught my eyes lingering and reached my hand around to rub my neck as a distraction. "So," Alek said, clapping his hands together, "you need food. I'll go grab that." "Wait," I said, just as he turned toward the door. "I know I told you about our group going into P4, but..." I hesitated, not wanting to accuse anyone. "How did it turn into all of this?" "You mean, how did the coalition find out?" Mila asked. I nodded warily. "That was me," she said hesitantly. "I told Kenna." I stared at her intently, waiting for a more in-depth explanation. She crossed her arms in front of her, and her eyes dropped. "I didn't feel good about leaving them," she said. "And I don't think we could have traveled without their help. You were in bad shape." "Wait, you wanted to take me with you?" I asked, cutting her off. Why would they have taken me with them? They knew I was planning to go back to my community, that I wasn't their ally. Alek had already done everything he could to help me, which was above and beyond given the circumstances. They could have left me there to be found by P4. "It seemed like the right thing to do,"
Alek said simply. I looked at both of them, somewhat perplexed. They didn't owe me anything, and yet. I know Zane and Alek, probably Kay too, don't agree with me, but I trust the coalition, Mila said conclusively. I don't think we have enough info, Alek said hastily. I didn't say I completely disagreed with you. Mila rolled her eyes at her brother, and a laugh escaped my lips. The sudden motion made my head spin slightly, and I sucked in a breath. When my vision was stable, I turned my head. That just means we need to find out more. Alek raised an eyebrow, and Mila's eyes lit up. I used the word we, and it hadn't gone unnoticed. I meant it. Before going back to P3, I needed to know what was going on there. I knew myself well enough to be sure I wouldn't be able to let this go, even with Cerebrolink. And not just for myself, for everyone I loved. For Mom, for Ave. I wanted all the information I could get my hands on, and I felt good about finding it with them. Chapter 34. I was barely alone over the next 24 hours. Always one or two people from Southwest Territory group coming or going. The next afternoon, all four of them sat in my room, and it felt surprisingly cozy. That's crazy, I laughed. None of you knew what you were doing. The coalition is going all vigilante, and you four, you seriously thought you could cross from ocean to ocean on your own? Without edge access? What else were we supposed to do? Alek said defensively. It was only a matter of time before things started to break down. Hey, I cut in. I'm not saying I don't get the motivation. I'm only saying it was incredibly stupid. Alek looked at me, brooding, and I had to stop myself from smiling. He was cute when he was mad. And maybe a little bit brave, I added. Alek looked away, but not before I caught the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. What was I doing? Flirting with this boy I barely knew? Who came from a completely different background and whose path I'd most likely never cross again in the future? Actually, that didn't sound half bad. Until I thought of Ave and realized I was a terrible person. Was there something wrong with me? I was in the midst of a crisis and all I could think about was, it is crazy though, Mila agreed. They seemed a lot more professional when they picked us up. I need to know more about how that went down, I said. Kay spoke up. We were down at the river, washing our clothes. Her voice was light and airy, consistent with her waifish appearance. She was the one I'd talked with least, and I couldn't quite get a beat on her. And they tranked you? I asked. No, Mila said slowly. Did they tranquilize you? Mila had a bandage because she fell and hit her head, Kay said before I could answer. And I was more than happy to let that question slide. Ah, that makes sense, I said, thinking back to that night in the clearing. Mila grimaced. It wasn't as bad a fall as yours. You passed out, Kay said, and Mila shrugged. What about you? I asked, pointing to Zane. What about me? Do you have anything to say about anything? Ever? Zane scoffed and Mila laughed out loud. I looked between them quizzically. I don't think I've ever heard you speak. I waited, folding my arms across my chest. I speak plenty, Zane said. Too much sometimes, Mila muttered, and Zane looked at her annoyed. Fine, he said. You want to hear my version? These two decided to go down to the river and came within inches of P4 boundaries. A few coalition members found our camp and, after talking with Alek and me, rushed to find them before they accidentally crossed and tripped security. They risked their lives to keep us undercover and bring us back to camp. Wait, the river? That's the boundary? I asked, ignoring Mila's expression of frustration. That's what they told us, Zane said. When you cross a boundary, that's when the edge is accessible, I said to myself, remembering the glorious flicker of light at the river. Explain, Alek said, and I looked up to see all of them staring at me, confused. You know what the edge is, right? They nodded in unison. I'm guessing for you, though, the edge is accessible through a port. You have to link up with a device? They nodded again. Well, for me, it's not like that. It's linked to me through my retinal implant. Right now, it's completely offline, so it doesn't matter, but when I'm inside a community, I'm connected permanently. That means everything I see is dictated by my settings and whatever program is currently running. The whole time I've been out here, I've wondered where and how I'd be able to link up again. When I walked down to the river that night with Tabor and Aaron, the group of Unreals heading into P4, I saw something, a flicker. I'm sure if I would have continued on, the signal would have gotten stronger. I wonder why the signal is only available inside the boundaries, Mila asked. Think about it, Zane said. Why would they want to use more energy and bandwidth to send their signals out into no man's land? It's more than that, I said excitedly. It's about purposeful signal interference. They looked at me blankly. Because the whole Earth has had universal connection for over 130 years. Again, blank stares. Okay, let's step back. What do you know about the edge exactly? It connects us to information, Kay said. I've never actually used it, though. My eyes widened. I know it's a worldwide network, allowing us to communicate and access information. When it's working, Alek said. Right, but don't you see? I said. This is how they've been cutting you off. You can't just turn off the edge. It exists everywhere. Ever since 7G became a thing in the early 2000s, the orthogonal frequency division multiplexing tech became so advanced that high-quality signals existed literally everywhere, and nobody could turn it off or disconnect. Wait, Mila said, holding up her hands and blinking rapidly. What is that? What? The orthogonal whatever you just said? I laughed, forgetting that the tech I lived and breathed probably sounded like nonsensical babble to them. In simple terms, it's the ability to modulate a digital signal across several different channels to reduce interference. I searched their faces for some element of understanding. You send signals out in unique ways, so they don't cancel each other out and can reach further distances. This got a few nods. You've really never learned any of this? Maybe our parents knew it, Alek said, but there really wasn't a need or opportunity to teach us. And it was in that moment that I realized how truly divergent our lives had been. They hadn't had access to any of the knowledge the rest of the world consumed on a daily basis. It was the equivalent of them growing up on a desert island. Yeah, I said. That makes sense. I'll try to explain this the best way I can, but keep asking questions if I go too fast. I leaned over to the bedside table, picking up my cup, and took a drink of water, attempting to gather my thoughts. My moments of clarity came and went, and I didn't want this train of thought to disappear quite yet. So, we got continually better at modulating these signals, right? But then, of course, people realized this faster speed also gave governments, corporations, and tech companies massive amounts of information, as well as complete flexibility in their bandwidth. Then the question became, how can we monetize this? Alek's eyes were narrowed, intensely focused. Smart city explosion. Exactly. The Internet of Things. That's where the edge was born. That tech allowed us to move applications and services to the edge of the network instead of pulling from central data centers. Along with other processes that are too complicated to get into, this basically obliterated the ceiling on what companies could provide to consumers. I don't need to comprehend everything, but what exactly are smart cities? Kay asked. Where everything was connected, Alek said. Imagine billions of devices talking to each other. A whole network of digital communication happening under your feet. Like you'd pull something from the cupboard, and your house would notify the store that it needed to be replaced.
Exactly. Breakfast is ready when you get up. Your car takes you to work, your food is at the door when you get home, and you barely have to think about anything. Kay nodded, impressed. Sounds idyllic, Mila said. It was. Until it wasn't, I said, thoroughly enjoying the drama of my storytelling. Right, Mila breathed. But don't you think that eruption would have knocked the signals out? I'm not even talking about the eruption yet. I'm talking about privacy. If nobody could disconnect, that meant someone had access to you and your information at all times of day. Not everybody appreciated that.
Understandable, Alek said.
Dad would lose his mind, Mila said, her eyes wide.
Finding ways to hide off-grid became a rich man's game. And to your point, Mila, yes, the eruption unhinged things for a time, but not forever. The new tech and the communication possibilities it created is exactly what allowed us to survive. Getting everything back up and running was imperative to producing filters and managing our food production, for example. The human race would have been wiped out without it. But life wasn't running as smoothly as it was before, Zane said. I know this part. I nodded. Right. I'm sure you're all very well versed in the birth of the communities, but now that you understand the before, think about this. If you created a way for a small group of people to live life at a higher level than everyone else, would you want that signal to be freely accessed by everyone? Definitely not, Alek said. Someone would want to benefit. I don't know about benefiting, I shrugged. In the beginning, this was a group effort between the 5 major tech companies in the world. It was altruistic cooperation to... Zane laughed out loud, interrupting me. It was not altruism. Mila nodded as if saying, I warned you. And I grinned. How so? I asked calmly. The communities weren't formed by a private company. They were working off of grant money from at least 16 different governments. That's still money, Zane said. It doesn't matter who it came from. The owners of those companies were billionaires. They were billionaires before they took on this project, I argued. Zane shook his head. I realize we don't know everything about the coalition, but I agree with what Kenna said about how community leaders are trying to control us. All of us. Inside and outside. I think it's been that way since the beginning. Maybe they had the money already. This was about gaining power. But the communities dramatically increased our quality of life, I said, this time slightly more impassioned. Would you want to continue to live looking at rocks and dead remnants of vegetation for the rest of your life if there was a better option? As the words left my lips, I froze, immediately regretting them. Yeah, actually we would, Zane said, standing and walking from the room. Mila smiled apologetically and followed after him. I'm sorry, I said as Kay walked toward the door. But before my words could fully form, it was just Alek and me. I lay back on my pillow and took a deep breath. I didn't mean it like that. I think you did, Alek said, his tone kinder than I deserved. He walked toward me and sat on the stool vacated by Mila. What were you saying, though, before we got sidetracked? He asked, and I had to think for a second. You asked if the communities would want that signal to be freely accessed by everyone. Right, I said, thankful for the reminder. You were correct that they wouldn't want everyone to benefit, but I guess we disagree on the reasons. What are yours? I shrugged. It was an experiment, a trial. I don't think they wanted anyone to have access to their information before they did. He nodded. I could see that. Anyway, my point was that they would have had to create a way for their signal to remain safe. They'd already started working on ways to protect individual privacy, right? I don't know any of this for sure, but it occurred to me. Just as that technology allowed for removing interference, it definitely could have worked backward. Creating it. To hide their signals?
Exactly. Now he was getting it. And we're way past 7G at this point. 4IO could easily be precise enough to land that signal exactly on a boundary line. Alek ran his hands through his hair.
Which would prevent families like mine from accessing the edge.
I nodded, noticing the circles under his eyes for the first time. Maybe he was a little exhausted. I'm not saying that's what they did or that their motivations are nefarious, but I can see how it would work, I said.
Channel. If any community leaders wanted to help us, they could have helped. We've petitioned them over and over again. They know exactly what they're doing when it comes to the reels.
But we don't know why.
I think Kenna's numbers give a pretty good idea.
I don't know, I sighed. My life was really great there, Alek. I don't see how something good could be as bad as she says.
Just because something's good doesn't mean it's right. Or that it's not headed in the wrong direction.
But if it's good, does it matter? I asked carefully, not sure if I actually meant it or not. Alek stood stretching an arm over his head. His shirt lifted, baring an inch of his waist, and I couldn't help but think about the lake.
I can see why our way of life would seem very unexciting for you,
he said, shaking out his arms. It's not that it sounds horrible. It just seems hard. For no reason. I mean, you could be learning anything you want in the communities, not having to worry about where your next meal is coming from or how you're going to keep your air filters running. It doesn't cost you anything. Alek smiled wanly.
Everything has a cost, Channel. You might not recognize it yet, but I think Kenna may have an idea. You have to pay the piper eventually.
I tilted my head quizzically, and Alek laughed.
Don't tell me you haven't heard that one either.
He shook his head and walked toward the door.
Maybe you have more to learn than you think.
Grinning, he turned and walked into the hall. Chapter 35.
You're standing,
Kenna said, looking up from her plate. The sun was barely rising, but I couldn't stay in my bed 1 second longer. Spending 48 hours lying flat will do that to you. I am. Successfully, I might add.
And you're up early.
She stabbed a piece of something gelatinous and put it in her mouth. Am I the only one?
So far. Help yourself.
I followed her gaze and saw breakfast on the counter. Picking up a plate, I served up my portion, grabbed a fork, and walked back to the table without looking at it too closely. What is this? I asked, glancing at the thin, square loaf.
Don't ask.
That bad? She shrugged.
Not bad, just nondescript. But I'm sure it's nutritious. And I'm grateful I don't have to cook for everyone.
I took a tentative bite. Bland, but not repellent like some of the others. Not bad.
Like I said.
I smiled and put another forkful in my mouth. Kenna's dark hair hung loosely around her shoulders, and somehow this made her seem more approachable than when she had it tied back. More of a casual peer, rather than the leader of the coalition. Who takes care of the food anyway? And where do they get all this? I asked.
Ames.
Have I met Ames?
Probably. You'd recognize her, I'm sure. Thin, shorter than me, curly hair.
I scanned my memory but couldn't place anyone with that description. She makes everything? I asked skeptically.
No, this is courtesy of the communities.
My brow furrowed. They gave this to you?
Gave is a strong word.
Ah, I said, nodding. That made much more sense.
Shouldn't I have to schedule an appointment or deal with a bodyguard or something to talk with you like this?
Kenna laughed.
That never stopped you before.
I could feel her eyes on me as I ate, and it was unsettling.
So what do you think? Kenna asked finally. I swallowed. About the food or the coalition? She raised an eyebrow. I don't know. About the coalition, I answered honestly. I'm still trying to figure out what's true and what's not. I get that. But if I could prove to you that everything I've said is true, I can't, by the way, but if I could, what would you think? Setting my fork down, I contemplated this. If everything she said was true, that would mean the people at the top, the billionaires Zane mentioned yesterday, would at this point have had enough power and technological strength to strong-arm the entire world into community living. They'd have been hiding the fact that Earth was on an upswing, making it possible for us to build our own lives. Outside of the communities. It seemed terrifying. I guess I'd ask what you're trying to accomplish. I know you're opposed to Cerebralink, but why? And if the goal of these community leaders is to take over, as you say, why wouldn't they just kill everyone and get on with it? It seems like they'd certainly have the resources. Kenna nodded approvingly. Those are the right questions. She stood and took her dish to the sink, quickly washed it, and set it on the counter to dry. The kitchen looked almost prehistoric, and I found myself gawking at every new-to-me piece of outdated equipment she touched. Do you know who is currently the worldwide community head? She asked. Bryn Lee, isn't it? She nodded. Right. He's organizationally in charge, so to speak. But just like we have a coalition, so do they. That's how it's always been, ever since the inception of this dream of a new world order. It started with 8 delegates, and there are still 8 delegates, each from a different part of the world, each with massive technological backing. You have to remember, Channel, these people didn't just decide to build a utopia out of the goodness of their hearts. They were hurting. With the world in complete crisis, they were watching their companies, their fortunes, everything they'd built waste away to nothing. Technology wasn't going to save the world, it already had. People were using it to survive, but they weren't interested in innovation when they were scrambling to keep themselves alive. I hadn't ever thought about it that way. So much for altruism. Kenna lifted herself up and sat on the counter, swinging her legs lightly beneath her. By accepting this delegation, they were evolving, grasping at straws to hopefully solidify their positions of power, and it worked. I don't disagree that a lot of good came out of it, but a lot of good doesn't justify what's happening now. Just because it's good doesn't mean it's right. Alek's words played back in my head, and I felt myself bristling slightly. Why couldn't it be right? Why couldn't the good things, the easier things, be right? To answer your questions, I'm against Cerebralink because it gives them too much power. They aren't functioning like a delegation anymore, Channel. They are the world leaders at this point. No governments have any sway when the communities are holding all of the technological cards. I give it 10 years, maybe 20, before countries, territories, and governments as we know it completely dissolve. It's already mostly happened here. True. I didn't even know territories still existed at all until meeting Alek, Mila, Kay, and Zane. Once that happens, we're done. We're toast. Again, Alek's words flashed into my brain and I bit my tongue to hold in a laugh. Those phrases made absolutely no sense. But what does that even mean? I asked. We've all been implanted and have no say in what happens anymore. What about the world builders? What about the people taking care of the infrastructure, food production, all of it? And again, why not just kill us all instead of carrying out some lengthy world domination charade? 8 people, remember? She gave a meaningful look, but I wasn't following. Not all of them agree, she continued, hopping from the counter and walking toward me. I'm sure some of them, Bryn included, would be completely fine with killing all of us, no problem. But they're not in the majority. My guess is that the majority, while attempting to live within the realm of morals and ethics, still agrees that we can't go back to the way things were. You know the stats. Community living has decreased our overall resource usage by 70% with all else equal. 70%. We haven't had an innovation in efficiency like that in the history of the world. Well, maybe since the invention of farming, but that's beside the point, and Cerebral Ink will most definitely increase that. She sat on the chair next to me, turning it around backwards so she had somewhere to rest her arms. You're not convinced. I shook my head, moving the strange food around in circles on my plate. It doesn't make sense. Things are going so well. Why would anyone want to do something like this? Kenna cocked her head to the side, thinking a moment. So what would you do? You know the world is on its way back, much faster than expected, but certainly not rapidly enough to support our old, inefficient way of life. And you know exactly what would happen if you let everyone make their own way because you've already seen it happen pre-community. I listened to her, trying to grasp her point, and my brow furrowed. You were tasked with creating a new system, with a technology you loved. You don't want to harm anyone, but you don't have to, because you know a way, she said pointedly. A way to make sure every single person is happy, beyond happy, until their dying day. And then when the world got better, nobody would care if you kept it. The entire real world for you and your family. Your best friends, maybe? I sucked in a breath. You think they are killing us off? Kindly, she said definitively, standing and replacing the chair under the table. Killing us slowly and kindly. You think Bryn wants the real world for himself? I shook my head, incredulous. He created the unreal world. He made it all possible because he knows it's better. Why would he give that up? Another perfect question. Kenna smiled, and I ground my teeth. Crossing my arms over my chest, I took a breath and exhaled. So, if this is as big as you say, how exactly is ripping a few Unreals from their homes going to help? Kenna grinned. It's not. We're stalling. Disrupting things enough to draw their focus, spreading the truth and hopefully gaining more support. I know who you've been targeting. All of us. We were all hoping to place as world builders. This was a slight exaggeration, but I didn't think it was a coincidence that Aaron, Glynn, and I all had the same goals. And we all simultaneously ended up here. Kenna smiled. Interesting, no? The wheels in my head were spinning, but not gaining traction. Why would she want us here? She'd been a world builder. She should have all the skills necessary for any sort of cyber attack. Though she'd already mentioned her efforts weren't entirely successful, but still. Why us? Why me? Kenna's hand lingered on the back of the chair a moment before she turned and grabbed her mask from the counter. Think about the plant you saw, growing on its own on the side of the hill, she said, slipping the mask over her head and cinching it into place. I can't give you much more proof than that. She opened the back door, gave a small wave, and walked into the early morning glow. Chapter 36. Later that day, the whole house and property were humming. People moving in and out of rooms, prepping equipment, packing up essentials, and an entire group on projection screens in the main sitting area. And then me. Doing nothing but watching in frustration because I had no idea what to think anymore. I knew the coalition was preparing for another raid of some sort, and the business of it was fascinating, but I'd been mulling over Kenna's words all day and still couldn't come to a satisfactory conclusion. I didn't know why I was there, and I didn't know how any of this could possibly be worth the trouble. Out the back window, I spotted Kay, Mila, Zane, and Alek playing some game involving thick pieces of wood placed in the dirt and large sticks being thrown at them. This was almost as strange as their phrases. Zane tossed his stick, and it missed the block by inches. Mila turned and taunted him, and Zane ran at her, tossing her over his shoulder and running across the yard. I couldn't help but smile watching them. It wasn't all annoyance between those two.
The back door opened and I sat up straight. Alek poked his head in and motioned for me to come outside. Hesitantly, I stood and walked to the door. 4 masks hung on hooks and I grabbed one. Mine was being sanitized and I was fairly sure these ones were available for the taking. If they weren't, nobody was there to stop me.
I saw you through the window, he said as he walked toward the others. Spying on us?
Don't flatter yourself. I'm so bored. Watching you is my best option. Alek grinned.
I have a better one. You want to join us?
I'm still trying to take it easy.
Smart, but this is a no-contact game.
That excuse isn't going to work. Tell that to Mila, I laughed, watching her chase Zane with a cup of water from the dispenser.
Mila,
Alek called.
Don't waste that.
Mila groaned but slowed her gait and drank from the cup instead of throwing it.
I'm always the bad guy,
he sighed. Seems that way. So how do you play? I asked, and Kay handed me a stick. She pointed at the blocks on the ground. Your goal is to knock as many of these over as you can before Alek hits his. She motioned to another set to the right. When you hit one, you run. And grab it and add it to Alek's line. He'll add to yours and so on. The first one to knock all their blocks down wins. I don't know how fast I can run right now, I said. I'll be your runner, Kay offered, grinning at Alek. Alek looked between us skeptically.
That seems fair.
Kay laughed. Ready? I nodded and Kay counted us down. When she said go, I threw my first stick and it fell short. Kay handed me another. This time it went long. On the third throw, I at least grazed one of the blocks. Alek was already running and putting a block on the end of my line.
Hey,
he shouted, watching Kay pass me another stick.
You can't hand them to her. She has to reach down and pick them up off the ground just like me.
It hurts my head to bend over, I said churlishly, and he shook his head, running back to his pile. You got this, Kay said. I threw and hit a block squarely. Kay immediately took off and placed the block while I continued to aim and fire. I hit another one, and she laughed giddily, running again to retrieve it. Alek's head spun toward us, an expression of panic on his face. He threw another and hit one of the blocks Kay had just set down. He ran to get it just as I hit another.
This 2-on-1 isn't working for me,
he laughed, but I ignored him, focusing on my last block. I hit it, then noticed the one he'd just set down. One more, Channel, hurry! Before he hits another one! Kay cheered from between our 2 lines, and my adrenaline spiked. I could barely hold my hand still enough to throw. Stop, I giggled. If I'm laughing, I can't aim properly. I tossed a stick and missed. Leaning down, I grabbed 2 more and threw them together. Kay jumped and shouted as one of them made contact. Winner! She shouted triumphantly, and Alek threw up his hands.
Did you use 2?
He asked accusingly. I shrugged, grinning widely.
If you threw 2, that doesn't count.
Nobody ever told me I wasn't allowed to do that, I said. It's true, Kay laughed. I forgot that part.
Convenient story,
Alek said, breathing hard as he walked over.
Beginner's luck.
No luck about it. I'm just a good aim. Kay ran up and we slapped hands. Good teamwork, she said. Thanks for your help.
When your head heals, I call a rematch,
Alek said, and I nodded in agreement. Kay looked around, but Mila and Zane were nowhere to be found. Alek perked up.
Where'd they go?
He asked. Probably packing up, Kay said.
We don't have anything left to pack,
Alek muttered. I laughed. She's almost an adult. You can't hover over her forever.
She doesn't feel comfortable around Zane,
he said, and Kay and I looked at each other. Kay snorted, and I burst out laughing. I was really beginning to like this girl.
What?
Alek said, looking slightly offended. I think she's probably just fine having him around, I said, and Alek stared at me questioningly. I think they enjoy each other's company, I clarified, and his eyes widened. He began to stomp toward the house, and Kay grabbed his arm. I'll go check on them, okay? Don't make her mad again, please, for all our sakes. Alek took a deep breath and held it as he watched her walk toward the door. He finally let the air out slowly and put his hands squarely on his hips. Want to take a walk? I think you need to take a walk, I teased, and he looked at me unamused. Sure, I'll come. It'll be good to move my legs. We strode past our game and further away from the house. The air was sticky, and I could already feel sweat beginning to collect along my hairline and the edges of my mask. My skin was never going to heal. Alek walked quickly, and I tried my best to keep up. Eventually, he slowed, recognizing my struggle. You okay? I nodded. He put his hands on his hips, and his face looked pained. I don't understand why they're suddenly buddy-buddy, you know? I looked at him, confused. Then realization hit. Oh, we're still talking about Zane and Mila? Alek grunted and looked away. Alek, he's an attractive guy, and Mila's 17. Alek stopped and turned to me. You think he's attractive? Yeah, I mean, he's strong. And his face? He has a nice face. I stammered awkwardly. You're attracted to him? No, I didn't say I was attracted to him. I was simply noting that one, especially a 17-year-old girl, could find him attractive, if that was their thing. My heart was beating out of my chest, and it didn't escape my notice that my body often did this around Alek. It was a sensation I loved and hated, and wanted again, all at the same time. He looked away, crossing his arms over his chest. It's not like they're pledging their lives to each other, Alek. They're just having fun, I said. She's smart. You need to trust her more. She said she hated him, he muttered, kicking at the rocks by his feet. I shrugged. Things can change. Have things changed for you? He asked, meeting my eyes. What do you mean? Are you going back? I pondered his question. I think so. Well, you should probably figure that out soon, he said brusquely. Tomorrow they'll be in P3. What? I said, incredulous. That's where their raid is? Nobody told me that. This morning. They practically announced it. His tone was brash, and I didn't appreciate it. After talking with Kenna, I'd gone back to my room and slept. I must have missed it. Seems like that would be your chance. I think we're moving east later in the week. We? Alek nodded. We're going to stay with the coalition until we pass P7. Then we should have a clear shot to the coast. Have you looked at any maps to see if the people you're looking for actually exist? Yep. The territory is smaller than we'd hoped, but it's there. What about your parents? Alek turned as if he could see past the miles of barren countryside to wave to them. We'll arrive in the Eastern Territory much sooner than anticipated, even with these delays. I want to scope things out before we go back for them. Seems like you have a solid plan then, I said. Seems like it. I pursed my lips. Why is Kenna helping you? Alek shrugged. We're all on the same team as far as I can tell. We all want the freedom to live in the real world. She's more concerned with taking power away from the communities, but I think we'll have to join that effort to protect our way of life. He shoved his hands in his pockets. Honestly, I'm sure she needs more people right now, too. They've had a few casualties. My brow furrowed. What do you mean? These raids, they're dangerous, Channel. People don't always come back. I sucked in a breath, remembering standing next to Glynn and Abe watching medical workers dragging a body behind the community center. Could that have been a member of the coalition? Someone who got caught? Why would they be willing to do this if the cost was potentially so high? It was like A wall existed between my unreal understanding and theirs. It was maddening beyond belief. I still don't get it, Alek. Why is this worth fighting for? You're risking everything for an opportunity to work and have a more difficult life? I don't get why you'd want to live in a society where you have to worry so much about your appearance and no one can ever see the real you. He shot back. That sounds more stressful and a lot less satisfying to me. What are you talking about? The question came out more confrontational than I'd intended, but I pressed on. It's not all about appearance. The communities are literally all about appearance. That's why they exist. So people like you don't have to look at this all the time, he said, motioning to the dirt, rocks, and dead trees. I shook my head. Yeah, it's about making our world more visually stimulating, but not because we're obsessed with it or anything. It's just a better way to live. Channel, you said you have to decide everything every day. I don't decide everything. The world builders do. I get to control my own space, my own image, my own living areas, and everything else is done for me. And with this new implant? With the new implant, everything will be even better, I said passionately. I'll have complete freedom to do whatever I want with whomever I want. Everything will be beautiful, everything will taste fantastic, and everything will be fun because it will be exactly what I want. Alek shook his head. Are you even listening to yourself? What? How does that not sound amazing? He turned and looked at the world around us, thinking for a moment. Channel, it sounds completely self-indulgent, like a total waste of a life. Self-indulgent. Selfish. There was that word again. Pressure built inside my chest and I took a deep breath. I wasn't doing this to be self-indulgent. I was never even given a choice as to whether I would live in the communities or not. So why did people keep blaming me for trying to excel within the life I'd been handed? How is my life a waste, Alek? I'm unreal. My brain doesn't know the difference between what's actually happening or what it's being told is happening. It's the same thing. I can learn, challenge myself, innovate, grow, all within a perfect simulation. It's not any different than what you're doing. With a stoic expression, he walked closer. But don't you see? As he approached, his eyes seared into mine, and the whole world seemed to move slower. That unreal world might be perfectly comfortable, exciting even, but you're missing the most important ingredient for happiness. Actual happiness, not just, hey, the world looks pretty. I wanted to argue with him, but his eyes were locked on mine. My mouth wouldn't move. That perfectly beautiful, stable life will never hold meaning because deep, sustaining fulfillment comes from imperfection. All the mess. When I get a break after working in the dirt all day, it feels better than anything in the world because I didn't have it a few minutes before. When I eat a delicious meal after going 2 days without food, it tastes better than any community-enhanced food I've ever tasted. It's the not having it that makes the having it good. Sounds unnecessary, I muttered. Alek ignored me. And it's our relationships that help us grow, not exciting new challenges or made-up competitions. My eyes flashed. Those competitions are tough. I've worked extremely hard to be good at what I do. I've spent hours working on a capsule project I'll never complete, and months testing code that I'm guessing won't help with my placement at this point. If that's not tough, I don't know what is. I looked away from him, blinking away unwanted tears forming in my eyes. What's your capsule project? He asked gently, still standing so close I could feel the warmth of his body against my skin. It's nothing, I said, fidgeting with my fingernail so I had something to do with my hands. He placed his hand on mine, and I froze. I'd like to hear about it. I looked up, my heart beating faster as I met his gaze. It's a project that all of us do, our last year of grid work, when we're turning 18. We complete a series of group projects in made-up competitions, and our results count toward eligibility for placement, our community positions when we officially become adults. Alek was silent, waiting for me to go on. I thought I'd put all of this out of my mind, but talking about it now, I was shocked by the intensity of my emotions. I wrote an entire letter to the reels. Did you know that? I laughed, taking a few steps away from him. A letter to people like you. He grinned. What did it say? My cheeks suddenly felt hot. It doesn't matter, I said, waving the question off. The point is, I've worried for years about whether I'd be good enough to get the placement I wanted. I practiced night and day sometimes to learn new skills for competition. This last one, I figured out a real solution. Something that could be utilized in all our programming to... I trailed off. To make our lives even more perfect, I said pointedly. Alek didn't move a muscle, just watched me. It was unnerving. I'd still have relationships, Alek, I breathed, and this time he responded. His voice was rough and low when he spoke. Would you, though? A relationship isn't a one-way street, and the best ones aren't all good all the time. I know that, I breathed, again lowering my eyes. My last conversation with Mom made that very clear. Do you really think that after living within a system that builds your brain on convenience and sends you down a streamlined, predictable path, you're really going to have the mental fortitude to stick it out when things get tough with someone? Because meaningful relationships are always tough, Channel. He took a step closer, closing the gap I'd made earlier, and my heart rate sped up. Everything he was saying, I couldn't even imagine it. Not having things purposefully? It terrified me to think of the world he was describing. How could anything possibly be made better by being worse? The struggle is what makes them great, he said, his voice sure. That's what makes life great. Digging into the hard times and working until you feel like you might break. Hurting so bad that you don't think you can take another breath. He took another small step, and he was so close I could feel his breath on my forehead. But in my world, I'd always know what to expect. I could control it. My voice was shaky and my whole body tingled. Something was happening within me that I very much couldn't control in that moment, and I wanted to run, to escape, to make it predictable again. I wasn't oblivious enough to miss that this reaction completely proved his point. Alek reached out and slipped his arm around my waist. You could. You could, he said. But then you never really truly know if something's real. If instead you let the world go, in all its wild unpredictability, and it comes back to you, that's when you find out. That's when you build something bigger and stronger than any code could simulate. My heart felt like it might burst out of my chest. Out of panic or fear or excitement, I couldn't tell the difference at this point. Standing there with him felt awful and incredible and anxiety-inducing and like I never wanted to leave all at once. What are you thinking? He asked, his voice a whisper. I can't think right now, I said. I think my head is... I reached up to my forehead, but he caught my hand. There's nothing wrong with you, he said, chuckling. This is the real world, Channel. This, he whispered, tracing my jaw with his fingers. And this, he breathed, leaning forward and brushing his lips against my cheek. I want to be here, right now, with you. Not because you coded it, not because you made it happen. This is real. I reached up and pulled him to me, crushing my lips against his. His hands pressed into my back and I could barely catch my breath. Heat pulsed through me, my whole body electrified. I knew I wasn't thinking straight, but his words sank deep into my soul because I was living them. The last week had been the hardest of my life, the most miserable by far. Being torn from everything I knew, put in a place that was uncomfortable and dismal, not having any clue what to expect next. Then the pain of my fall, and the torture of not functioning at a level I was used to. 10 minutes before, I just wanted to get back to what felt good, comfortable, and forget all of it. But this was better than anything I'd ever felt before. My hands tangled in his hair as I breathed him in. I didn't know if he was doing this purely to prove his point, but right then I didn't care. If this was the real world, I wanted more of it. Chapter 37. Alek led me back to the house. As we crossed into the yard, Mila bolted through the back door. "Are you two okay?" she asked, her face full of concern. "We didn't know where you were and—" "We're fine," Alek laughed, still holding my hand. "Just went for a walk." Mila looked between us, her eyes narrowing. The irony of the situation was not lost on either of us. "Well, hurry up," she said. "Kenna's in and we don't know how long it's going to last." "In?" I asked. "In where?" We rushed through the back door and found a crowd of people staring at a projection in the middle of the room. Kenna was tapping and swiping frantically. "Did you get that?" she called. "Yep, it's in our system." "Scrolling," she said, and a long list of text began to move. "What is this?" I whispered, sidling up to a woman with curly hair who was standing near the back of the group. Ames, I realized. This was the girl Kenna was talking about. "It's the list of transplants for tomorrow. We're finding our targets." Targets. They were pulling people out, and Alek said they were going to P3. "I don't get it," I muttered. "Get what?" Ames asked, her voice low. "It's so inefficient. Using those tablets instead of their implants?" Ames looked at me quizzically. "Kenna doesn't have an implant. None of the community leaders do." My eyes narrowed. "What?" "They have them removed. It's part of the ceremony." I blinked, unable to process what she was saying. "They use removable augmentation technology?" she prompted, but again I stared back at her. "The community leaders can't be linked to the edge permanently, because they could be manipulated by the world builders." She snorted. "Says a lot about how they really feel about the world you live in, eh?" She nudged me with her elbow, but I found nothing funny about what she was saying. My mind flew back to Vera's office. Community protocol, she'd said. It was true. Community leaders didn't have their implants. I suddenly felt nauseous, and I put a hand on Ames' shoulder to steady myself. "Are you okay?" she asked, and I squeezed my eyes shut, nodding weakly. Pieces began clicking into place, and I knew I had to do something. I took a deep breath, opened my eyes, and rushed forward, pushing through the crowd as considerately as possible until I reached the front. "Kenna!" I called, but she didn't answer. "Kenna, I need to see that list!" "A little busy," she said, riveted on the projection in front of her. "I have to know if my friend is on it." "We all have friends, Channel. Please step back." "I'm all in, Kenna," I cried. "I don't need more proof and I'll help you, but please, let me find him. He's a coder and a good one. Maybe he can help you too." She paused slightly, then said, "First name?" "Ave." "Placement number?" 765312. I'd remembered that number since Ave first recited it our first year of primary. "Right there. Nat, put that in," Kenna commanded. A man behind her with a projection mirroring her own swiped the line into what I could only assume was a databank of some sort. Before it disappeared, I searched the text for information. Relief flooded through me as I saw his date of implantation was upcoming. Not tomorrow, though. I wasn't sure what that meant. If he wasn't going in for surgery, would we still be able to pull him out? I blinked, and the screen changed. Alek stood next to me and nudged my arm, nodding toward the others. I followed him back through the group and stood next to them. "Who's Ave?" Mila whispered. "My best friend," I said. "Do you think they're going to be able to pull her out?" "Him," I corrected, and Alek shifted uncomfortably next to me. "I have no idea," I continued. "It didn't look like his date was tomorrow." "Do you think they're only able to find people going in for implantation?" Zane asked, and Mila hushed him. Kay joined in, her voice even softer than usual. "You'd think they would need to change things up? They already got you and a few others from P3. Wouldn't community leaders be expecting them?" I shrugged. This whole operation seems like a suicide mission.
"I mean, what are the community leaders going to do if they catch them?"
Zane asked, and his question stumped me. "I have no idea," I admitted. "Nothing like this has ever happened in P3.
"That you were awake for,"
Zane said. "What happens when someone breaks the law?" Kay asked. I shook my head. "I don't know."
"Nobody steals things? Or gets into fights?"
Zane asked, confused. I shook my head. "Everything's linked up, remember? If someone did that, they'd be caught in 2 seconds. Plus, there's nothing to really steal or fight about, I guess."
"Huh,"
Zane said.
"Seems pretty boring."
Alek laughed and I elbowed him. "We're out," I heard Kenna call, and there was an audible letdown in the room.
3 minutes, 43 seconds,
Nat said. "Less than last time," Kenna sighed, already organizing her equipment. "Okay, people, we have our options. Get on, do the analysis. We'll be heading out at 0400. Not knowing what any of that meant, we turned to head back to our quarters. "You 3 and you 5, Kenna pointed at us. "Come with me." We walked across the large common room to a wing of the house that was foreign to me. I didn't know why I hadn't noticed the doorway there on the other side of the room before, but it had completely escaped my attention. Kenna wound past people sitting on chairs in front of makeshift desks, flat pieces of wood on top of blocks and old furniture definitely not made for this purpose, but working nonetheless, and stopped when we reached the back room. The ceiling stretched high above us, and there were open shelves built into 3 of the 4 walls. "You 3, she said, pointing at the boy and 2 girls standing next to us. "This isn't your mission, but I want you to hear this so you'll know what to expect." They nodded, and I tried to get a good look at them. I didn't think I'd seen them here before. But then again, I didn't get out much. Alek started.
"Kenna, we didn't agree to any missions. We only—"
"Save it," Kenna said. "I'm not asking you to do anything you don't want to. I've called you in here because of what Miss P3 pulled in there." She looked at me, and I steeled myself. "These raids are dangerous," she continued. "We target patients entering surgery because they're already compromised, which means it's easier to extract them. We typically only have 20 to 30 minutes within the boundaries before our patch is detected." "Is that how you're doing it? Hacking the visual settings in a geographical area?" She nodded. "Obviously, they're beginning to catch on. The time on that entry in there was less than it's ever been. However, they still haven't figured out how to detect us preemptively. And that was an attack on their most protected server." Our conversation this morning still niggled at me. Why us? It didn't make any sense. These disruptions, as she called them, couldn't be making any significant difference, and I still didn't see how we were supposed to come up with anything better than she could. I was willing to put this all aside, though, with Ave on the line. The more time I spent with the people here, the more I was beginning to feel different. To feel more, somehow. And I wasn't ready to give that up yet. Kenna continued,
Their counterattack so far has been to convolute our streams of information. We went into P4 from our temporary camp to find the coordinates we'd gleaned were incorrect. We were more careful this time, but who's to say if we have the right intel? She looked at me intently. Which means we may be going in blind unless someone who understands the community is there to lead us. I sucked in a breath. You want me to go in there? No, you can't go in. It'd be too risky. As soon as you reconnect with the Edge, they'll know you're back and they'll be looking for you. Too much attention. I deflated. So, what do you want me to do? Guide our crew. I need you on deck. You don't have a map? I haven't been able to find one yet. I have no idea why that isn't easily accessible, but the only way I found it is by hacking individual profiles, and it's only in working memory. I can't download it. We've studied it as a team, but we can't be tapped in there and still have the bandwidth to patch. I nodded. I can do that. And Ave? We'll do our best. We don't have a strict location on him, so it will be a game of chance. I'm willing to try, but you have to know it's risky. I thought back to my life in P3. Was it only last week that I'd intended the World Build celebration? It felt like eons ago. Where would Ave be first thing in the morning? I could come up with a few options. Home, the grid, the bathhouse. That'd be awkward. Kenna spoke up, pulling me out of my thoughts. I called you four in here because we're going to need some support getting loaded up. After we hightail it out of P3, we'll need to be on the move immediately. I'm sending in more of our group than usual tomorrow. Just let us know, Alek said. Whatever you need. Kenna smiled gratefully and nodded her head. That's it then. We'll see you first thing. We exited the office and walked back through the large room to our end of the house. Mila, Zane, and Kay walked down the hall first, and I followed them, my thoughts racing. What if I didn't know where to go in P3 because I'd only ever seen the real version of it once? How was I going to find everything when it looked completely foreign? Alek reached out for my arm, and I stopped short of my doorway. Are you okay? He asked. I looked at him and nodded. I'm here for you, if you need anything tomorrow. Thank you, I said, and I wanted to tell him how scared I was to do this, how worried I was that I wouldn't be able to find Ave, how I felt nauseated about looking at my home and realizing that, as far as I knew, my mom wouldn't be in it. How I couldn't think about her, or I'd get so emotional that I might never stop crying. Instead, I took a deep breath and stood tall. I don't know what to expect, but if anything comes up, I'll let you know. Alek looked at me quizzically. What? You said that very professionally. Alek laughed. I did? Yeah. Like we're sharing a work assignment or something? I blushed. Sorry. I don't know how to do this. Do what? There it was again, my heart hammering. I don't know, life? Me? You? Under these circumstances? It's like moving to a different planet. I'm used to letting people see what I want them to see. Here, I don't know what people are seeing or how to change it. Everything I do means something, apparently, and I don't. Alek reached out and tucked a tendril of hair behind my ear. You don't have to control it all, remember? I don't know. I stopped mid-sentence and gasped. The world around me suddenly lit up with colors so brilliant I could barely take them in. My surroundings didn't look like a house anymore. The hall was replaced by a series of pathways stretching out in every direction. I slammed my hand against the wall to stabilize myself. Alek? I called frantically and felt a hand land on my shoulder. I'm here, Channel. What's wrong? I can't see you. I moved my head from side to side, but he was gone. All I could see were the undulating, psychedelic patterned lines in front of me. What's going on? He asked, his voice thick with concern. It's the Edge, I breathed. I'm back online. But that's impossible. We're not within the boundary lines like you said.
They must have extended their signal. Alek, you have to find everyone else. If I'm connected...
They know where we are.
I nodded, closing my eyes to keep from seeing the kaleidoscope of colors.
Stay put,
he said, and his footfalls were already sounding behind me. Chapter 38. It's a localized signal, Kenna said, quelling the hubbub in the room momentarily. It's currently only affecting Unreals on channels 6 and 24. I'm guessing that means the signal's coming directly from P3. What is she talking about? Mila asked, though I could barely hear her above the chatter. Our implants. Remember when we were talking about signals the other day? I waited for a response. I can't see you, Mila. You have to say something. Oh, sorry, she said, raising her voice. Yes, I remember. My implant is set up to talk to this signal. Can you adjust things? Change your settings so you can see? Tried that already. I'm locked out. Alek's hand stayed firmly planted on my shoulder as Kenna again spoke up. We can't wait, she called. We have to move now. What about the mission? Someone called out, and other voices joined in. Too dangerous. They know where we are. Who knows how long we have before they get here, and half our crew for tomorrow is now blind until we get out of the signal range. What if we can't get out? Another voice raised above the din, and the room suddenly fell silent. We'll find a way to get back off grid. They've thrown things like this at us before, and we've always figured it out. Don't worry. We'll find a solution. For now, please hurry. Grab all the necessities. The room came alive around me, but even if I could see, I wouldn't have been able to move. Ave. We weren't going in for him, and I couldn't bear it. My eyes filled with tears and they bled into my lashes, eventually falling down my cheeks. Hunching over, I dropped my face in my hands and began to sob. Mila put an arm around me, and as much as I wanted to shrug it off, I didn't. At least I couldn't see their expressions reflecting how pathetic I was. Channel? Kenna's voice called and I sat up, attempting to compose myself. I'm sorry about this, she said. I know this meant a lot to you. Isn't there another way? Mila asked. Mila... Kenna tried to jump in. No, there has to be, Mila continued. We can't leave him behind. We have to leave him behind, Kenna said, along with the other 4 we selected. It's simply not possible to wait. What if... No. Anyone I send in there would be at risk. Even the people who haven't been connected yet. What if they switched channels? Every community runs on their own frequency and we have no idea what they're up to. What if you send someone in who isn't implanted? She asked. That would be me and Nat, total. Everyone else... I meant me, Mila said softly. No, I said. That would be too risky. If you got caught, it's risking 1 life for possibly 5, she said matter-of-factly. Though I couldn't see her, I heard Kenna tapping her foot. You couldn't get them all by yourself. And there's no way you can carry patients who don't have full use of their limbs. I can, Zane and Kay said together. I can, Alek said a moment later, and my heart squeezed. No, this is crazy, I said. You'd all be at risk of losing everything. If they catch us, Alek said. Kenna considered this. I don't see how they would. Unless they have world builders in that part of the community, which they never do, there'd be nothing to tip them off. You aren't built into their augmented reality. So we could walk around, and nobody would even see we're there? Zane asked with far too much excitement in his tone, given the circumstances. Not exactly, Kenna said. Even though Unreals wouldn't be able to see you, they can hear you and feel you. You'd have to be silent unless you're in a large group of people, and you'd have to be vigilant about giving everyone a wide berth. Easy, Kay said. I wanted to scream. They couldn't do this. It was too dangerous.
How would they get out? I asked. They'll be with people who are linked to the edge. That's where we'll patch. Since we won't have to worry about that early on, we'll have 20 minutes to take them out before we're noticed, Kenna said. It could actually work perfectly. And everyone else? I asked. They can move on to our next location. We'll meet them there. At that point, we'll know how far the signal reaches. And what if we don't know? I asked, becoming more agitated by the second. What if it reaches forever and we can't escape it? What if the people we pull from P3 are homing beacons that lead community leaders right to us? Kenna put a hand on my arm. Channel, you of all people know how much bandwidth it would take to project that signal. They won't be able to hold it. My guess is that they're sending them out for a certain amount of time, flipping through different channels and hoping they get lucky. Well, they did. Which is why we need to move. You especially. She paused, and I stood. Alek put out an arm, and I gripped on tightly. Are you sure you four want to do this? Kenna asked. Yes, they said in unison. Then meet me at the front in 10. We have to go now. Channel, as soon as we get out of range and you can see, we'll need you to guide them. Can you do that? No, I screamed inside my head, but I realized no amount of arguing at this point was going to change anything. I couldn't control this. I nodded in defeat, and Alek led me out of the room. 15 minutes later, we were in the transport. This time, I rode in the front. It took a few minutes for the filtration system to bring the air quality up to acceptable levels, but once it did, I ripped off my mask. The ring around my face was doing better each day, and though I'd become much more comfortable with how I looked naturally, I was going to do everything I could to get rid of that particular feature. Each time I opened my eyes, I was treated to another mind-bending visual reality that made me want to throw up. I was relying entirely on others at this point, and that also made me nauseous, especially because I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that Alek, Mila, Zane, and Kay were on their way to P3 without me. At least Nat was driving their transport. Since he was the only other person besides Kenna without an implant, he got the job. And he was one of the most seasoned coalition members by far. It's going to work, Kenna said from the driver's seat. You don't know that. I feel good about it. Well, that's comforting. Kenna laughed softly. You're a bit of a skeptic, aren't you? You're just noticing this? No, I'm simply continuously astounded at your propensity for stubbornness. I'll take that as a compliment. You should. We drove in silence for a few minutes. I still wasn't used to this kind of transportation, and mainly because I had no visual cues, my brain was convinced we were moving at nearly the speed of light. Alek said we're heading east, I said, trying to distract myself. We are. How long will we be traveling? Tonight? Only as far as we have to. We can sleep in our transports since I don't think anyone will want to set up camp in the middle of the night. I opened my eyes, hoping beyond hope to see something normal, something real. But I was disappointed. I quickly closed them again. Not there yet? Kenna asked. Nope. It's okay, Channel. We're still only 15 minutes from the borders of P3. So if this doesn't clear up in the next 5 minutes, they'll have to drive fast. Chapter 39. It had been 15 minutes, and I was still seeing colors. At least the rain had stopped. Kenna attempted to call Nat, but he'd already gone to radio silence for their approach. There was nothing we could do but keep driving, and hopefully come up with some sort of plan to get them out safely. If they actually found everyone. Right now, with me unable to see their location, that was seeming less and less likely. Try again, Kenna said. No, I whispered. It has to be any second now. That's what you've been saying for 10 minutes.
Little taps began to sound on the roof of the vehicle. Now, on top of everything else, it was raining again. I took a deep breath and blinked my eyes open. When I saw the colors, I slammed my eyelids shut again. I pounded my hand against the window in frustration. Kenna didn't say a word. We drove in silence for what seemed like forever, the rain drumming steadily now. "Channel, can you put a hand on my bag before it falls?" Kenna asked softly. "I can't quite reach it. Next to your left knee." I looked and saw it slowly slipping off the side of the center console. Gripping the handles, I replaced it on the floor. Kenna slammed on the brakes, recognizing my newfound sight before I could process what I'd just done. "It's gone!" I shouted jubilantly. "Kenna, I can see!" She was already sending voice messages to the other transports, telling them we were going to find a place to set up and link in to communication with the team on the ground. I was amazed at how quickly everything happened and how good it felt to finally be able to help. Within minutes, Kenna had parked our transport behind a large boulder and I'd unloaded the equipment from the back. Other transports were pulling in around us, and pretty soon our small patch of desert was full of life. "If their signal won't reach here, how are we connecting to the edge?" I asked, leaning down to set up the power bank. Kenna set up one of the wooden desks she'd pilfered from the house before we left. "We're not using their network." She set her projection plate on the tabletop and turned it on. The communities were set up with their own localized networks because it allowed them to transfer massive amounts of data faster and more reliably. They must have taken a major hit in function to send their signal as far as they did tonight. A dashboard appeared in front of her and she swiped it to the comm screen. "We're connecting through the I/O towers." "Those still exist?" I asked incredulously. Kenna nodded. "Wait, if those are still around, couldn't Southwest Territory connect?" "Absolutely, if they had tech capable of handling it." "What do you mean?" "The communities stopped supporting their upgrades before the transition. Their devices won't be able to receive and interpret those frequencies." "But I/O's been around for, 40 years? "It hasn't been everywhere for that long, but yeah. Sad, isn't it?" She stared at the screen, waiting for Nat to connect. If the communities were already using a different network, why was I/O even necessary? "Well, the technology is used in the communities too. But back then, you have to remember there were huge gaps between groups, and communities weren't covering nearly as much area. When people would travel from place to place, go out on recruiting missions and such, they still needed a way to connect." I nodded. "If the reals aren't using it now, then who is?" She grinned mischievously. "Only us." An image sprang to the screen and everyone gathered around. 4 more images popped up next to it and Kenna swiped to turn on the audio. "Comm check, Nat." "I hear you," he said, waving in front of the small camera attached to his shirt. "Comm check, Mila." "Here," she said breathily as her camera jolted with her footsteps. She was walking across a landscape that looked shockingly unfamiliar. I couldn't see any part of P3 and they were supposed to be close. Zane, Alek, and Kay all checked in, and I breathed a sigh of relief. We may have had zero idea how we were going to get the targets out of there, but at least everyone's earpieces were working, and they were safe for the moment. "We should pull them out," I said, my voice low. "There's no way they'll have enough time." "They're already within the boundaries," Kenna said. "They're about to enter the community proper." I stared at the screen. How? A blank landscape stretched as far into the distance as we could see. Though it was dark, the light of the moon was enough for the cameras. Is that? My eyes narrowed and I moved closer to the screen. The 4 of them reached the crest of a hill and suddenly, the entire community came into view. It looked much larger than I'd expected, sprawling from one side of the camera to the other.
There aren't any lights, Zane said softly.
Communities don't need light, Kenna said. Everything is sent directly to the retina without the need of light entering through the pupil. Do you think Unreals will evolve to not have pupils? Alek asked. Isn't that how it works? If we don't use something, we lose it?
Focus, Alek, Mila growled, and I felt guilty all over again hearing her stressed. They approached the first square building, and I was frantically searching the screen to gain my bearings. South edge of town. What was on the south edge of town? Then I saw it. It wasn't the look of the building that tipped me off. It was the layout. The bathhouse, I said. There. That building with the metal bars in front of it?
We see it,
Alek said, and their cameras moved up the street. Everything was dead, as it should have been at this time of night. Please be careful, I silently pleaded. They walked past the bathhouse and continued up the road. Keep going, I said. You're going to walk straight for a few minutes, and then you'll split off. Abe's house is further up the road and off to the right. The medical center is in the middle of town.
This is a perfect time, then, to review your assignments. As you know, we've changed our targets based on the time discrepancy, Kenna said. Our team assessed the information we pulled earlier and found 3 candidates that meet our criteria who also should be small enough for each of you to carry. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the communities are desperate enough to push people through. They've got appointments running all night.
Kenna paused and took a sip from her canteen.
Do you all understand where you're going?
Yes, Kay whispered. Nat gave us a rundown of the building.
Those images are based off old blueprints, but they were correct last time we were here. You're going to have to move fast, Kenna said. Nat will deploy the welcome wagon and we'll start the patch as soon as you have targets in hand. Please try to be synchronized. They all know how to use their tranquilizers as needed, Nat said. I offered to let them try them out on Ames, but they didn't take me up on it. Only because Ames wasn't here,
Alek said, and I laughed.
Focus, Channel.
I bit my lip. His attempts to keep the mood light only served to sober me. There was too much at stake here, and too much out of our control. How did the coalition do this night after night? How were their nerves not totally shot? Turn, I said, recognizing the street I used to walk to the grid each day. The road was wide, and I could see the steps up ahead. Not you, Mila. You keep going straight. They each obeyed, and I guided Alek, Zane, and Kay up the steps and through the courtyard. The lonely, dilapidated brick building was on full display as they walked, and I couldn't help but stare at it. This was not the grid I knew. Keep going? Mila asked, and I looked over at her screen. My breath caught. Stop, I said, and her camera went still. Centered on the screen was our bench. It had to be. It was plain and washed out like everything else in P3, and I couldn't look away. No letters. Tears formed in the corners of my eyes.
Mila, Channel, is everything all right?
Alek's hushed voice sounded tense. Yes, I said, wiping my eyes. Sorry. I just saw something and it took me off guard. Keep going, Mila. You're not far. I looked back at the other screens. When you get to the next street, turn left. Then you'll follow that to the big clearing. The medical center will be on the far side, directly in front of you. I let my lids fall closed and imagined the way the community looked in my mind. Pristine, colorful, perfect. Even though I could see it, I couldn't seem to conjure the feelings it used to bring up in me. In my imagination now, it only seemed cold and lonely. Turn right, I told Mila, and she turned. I envisioned walking to Abe's house, remembering how his street looked. It was the 5th house on the left. I looked again at the camera and began to count. There, I said, that's it, the 5th house from the corner. Mila hesitated. He'll be sleeping, I said. You'll need to wake him up without causing a scene.
Okay, Mila said, and began walking cautiously toward the door. Do you see it, Alek? I asked, switching my attention to the other images. Right in front of you.
Got it, he answered. We'll take it from here.
Mila stood in front of Ave's door. Do I just go in? She whispered. Yes, but you need to slip in quickly. If the door stays open too long, someone will be notified of a ventilation breach. Okay. She reached out and turned the knob, then quickly swung the door open and padded inside, closing it softly behind her. His room is the first one on the left. Mila walked forward and turned into the dark room.
You can flick on your light,
Kenna said, and she did so. Immediately, Ave's bed came into view, and there he was, sprawled out across his sheets, his chest rising and falling peacefully. Sorry, Ave. Mila walked toward him and extended her hand. Before she made contact, Ave rustled and shifted position. Ave, she said softly, and he turned his head. Ave, I need you to wake up.
I'm awake,
he mumbled, his eyes still closed. She shook his shoulder and he slapped her hand away. Ave, it's Channel, Mila said. Brilliant. At this, Ave stopped moving and slowly blinked his eyes open. Pushing up to rest on his elbow, he squinted. I know you can't see me, but I'm a friend of Channel's. Here, she whispered, pulling out her earpiece and placing it in his hand. Ave's eyes widened at feeling something he couldn't see. Put this in your ear, Mila instructed. What is she doing? Kenna muttered, watching the screen intently. Ave put it in his ear slowly. Hey, I said, and Ave sat up straight.
Channel? Is that really you?
Where have you been? I've been so worried. Shh, I said, and he stopped talking. Ave, you need to listen to me closely. In a few minutes, you and Mila are going to need to run as fast as you can. I'm waiting outside of P3, and I'll explain everything when you get here.
Is this a dream?
He said, rubbing his eyes. No, Ave, trust me, please.
Prove it's you,
he said, and I sighed.
You told me you wished there were tongue implants so that everything would taste good.
Ave grinned.
I've told a lot of people that. Doesn't count. Tell me something only you would know.
I swallowed. Ave, this isn't the time, please.
Tell me what happened on our bench the last time I saw you.
Kenna raised an eyebrow, and I could feel myself blushing. You kissed me, I said quickly. Now, please.
That's a lame description and not really the correct order of things, but okay.
He said.
I believe you. Am I leaving P3? I need to tell my mom.
Ave, I hissed. You were right about Cerebrolink, okay? You need to leave now. I promise. I'll explain when you get here. He nodded and pulled the earpiece out, holding it out in front of him. Mila took it back and he jumped. Alek, Zane, Kay, I'm clear. As Mila spoke those words, my stomach sank. All three of them were on the comm channel as Ave and I were talking. They heard every single word. Alek cleared his throat, and I groaned internally.
I'm in position,
he said. Me too, Kay chimed in.
Give me a second,
Zane whispered.
Almost there, I think.
I could see his light scanning the hallway ahead of him.
Ready.
Nat, Kenna called. Are you ready?
When you are.
Kenna swiped across the bottom of her screen and quickly tapped the code. On my mark. Patch is uploading. And live. Go now. A flurry of action erupted on screen, and I couldn't keep track of who was who. A young girl slumped in a chair next to a man who looked equally out of it. Someone squatted down and turned, pulling her wrists over their shoulder and hugging her to their chest, blocking the camera almost immediately. Though we couldn't see much, the screen was moving up and down rhythmically. They were running. My eyes were drawn to the next screen over, where I could barely see a thing. Something was flashing in front of the camera, and all we could hear was the sound of scuffling. I'm clear,
Zane said, panting. Us too, Mila said, and I saw her view down the road clear as day, with glimpses of Abe's arm swinging next to her. Having a little trouble, Kay said. He's heavier than anticipated. I watched as she attempted to throw the nearly dead-weight preteen boy over her shoulder. Get as far as you can, Zane said. When I reach the meeting point, I'll come back and help you. Where was Alek? I thought. His camera must have been the one in the middle. Whatever was happening was clearly over, but the view remained dark with no motion. Alek, I called. No response. Alek, I said again, forcing myself to remain calm. Welcome wagon is at the meeting point, Nat said. On Zane's screen, I watched it come into view and my eyes widened. A long flatbed on heavy-duty wheels sat silently on the dirt. Zane ran toward it and gently laid his target down flat. He turned just as Mila and Ave came into view. Get on, he said hurriedly. Squish to the back. I'm going to relieve Kay. He sprinted back the way he'd come, and I was watching the clock. It had been 4 minutes. Still no word or movement from Alek. Alek? I called again, this time my worry evident. No answer. My hands started to shake. I have to go back for him, Mila said, and her camera moved to the edge of the wagon. No, Kenna commanded. You won't make it. I can't leave him. He's here, Zane said, breathing heavily. He's here. I've got Kay, Alek, and their targets. We're making our way to the wagon. Relief flooded through me as I saw his face clearly on the screen. Lost his camera and earpiece in the room. 2 workers in there, Kay explained, barely able to talk as Zane pulled the target off her shoulders and onto his own. All 3 of them darted as fast as they could toward the meeting point. At 6 minutes and 32 seconds, they were all on the wagon, clinging to the pop-up rails along the edges. Clear? Nat asked. Go, Zane growled, and their cameras again showed movement. The wagon started slow but quickly picked up speed, heading toward Nat and the transport. I reached over Kenna's arm and tapped the mute button on her projection. They're not going to make it. They could. They took too much time. They have barely 14 minutes to get out here, and we're a solid 35 minutes away. They might have longer, if the patch holds. But what if it doesn't? I shouted. I'm not willing to bet their freedom on a mite. Kenna put a hand on her hip. What do you want me to do, Channel? Nat knows how close this is going to be. He's going to do everything he can to speed things up. We need more than that. You're a world builder. Think of something. She looked at the screen, her eyes searching. I kept talking because I didn't know what else to do. In 14 minutes, possibly sooner, those dots are going to be glaring on P3 community leaders' security logs. Kenna, we have to— I've got nothing, Channel, she shouted. I've spent every waking hour planning a very specific mission, and everything was shot to pieces a few hours ago. Your new friends found a way to make this happen for me and for you. Your P3 friend is in that wagon because of them. Pressure built behind my eyes, and I pinched the bridge of my nose with my thumb and forefinger. What does any of it matter if they're picked up in 13 minutes, Kenna? You didn't listen to me when I asked you to pull them out. You didn't listen back at the house when I said this was too risky. Channel, the only way we've succeeded thus far is by doing everything that everyone said was too risky. You're new to this. I know how scary this feels because I've been living it every single day for the last 6 months. I've just stuffed it way down deep so I can make decisions without obsessing over every possible false move. I suggest you do the same. The images on screen began to shift, and our group watched as my friends moved the targets to the transport, then climbed in themselves. On Zane's camera, we saw Alek reach out for the now folded-up welcome wagon and Nat shoved it in the back. Tears welled in the corner of my eyes, and I blinked them away. 12 minutes. We had to do something. We had to find a way to keep community leaders from seeing— A thought slammed into my brain, and I nearly lost my balance. Channel, are you— Lag time, I breathed.
What?
Kenna reached out to steady me. Lag time! We can change the simulation code. She tilted her head, processing. My voice was high and shrill. Everything that moves forward can also be used backward. We can add lag time back into the system. I know how to rewrite it. If you can get me in, I can put it directly into their code for that section of the community. There won't be any hack or patch to find. They won't even know it's there until the morning when people start showing up 5 minutes earlier than their indicator light. Kenna blinked at me. You can do that? It was my world build project. I obviously haven't seen the P3 code, but there's not much variation with something like this. I don't know if we can get in there while that patch is running. That code is deep. She tapped on the screen and shook her head. I don't have enough processing speed. I can write it now. As soon as the patch crashes, we'll move as fast as possible. Kenna nodded. Even if they see their actual location for a few seconds, that may even work in our favor. It'll look like they stopped, I said, my voice shaking. As soon as I had an empty screen, my fingers flew across it, typing in line after line of instructions. Kenna watched me, her arms folded in front of her. You missed a bracket there, she said. Thanks. I corrected my error and skipped back to where I was, typing out the last line. It's good, she said approvingly, scanning my work a second time. It will give them a chance. We waited and watched as the 20-minute mark came and went with the patch still intact. Kenna's foot was tapping again, and it made me nervous. A red error box appeared abruptly on screen and Kenna rushed forward. She swiped communication back on. Patch expired, she said, and Nat cussed under his breath. Nat, I called out. We're going to try something. Keep driving and we'll update you as we go. Almost in, Kenna said slowly, her fingers dancing across the screen. Yes, gotcha. Every second of this wait was torture, knowing they were sitting ducks. Upgrading my privileges. I closed my eyes and breathed. Please work. Please work. Please work. I chanted this over and over in my head until Kenna called me over. Here it is, she said. You've probably got less than 2 minutes. Jumping over to the code I'd written moments before, I copied it and swiped back, pulling up the search function. Come on, I begged silently, willing it to move faster. The code pulled up and I hurriedly selected the section I was looking for, pasting my version in its place. Looking over everything, I made a few necessary edits and stepped back. That's it, I think, I said, my hands trembling again. I hope I didn't screw it up. You didn't, Kenna said. She excitedly tapped the screen to upload my changes, and another red window appeared. My heart stopped. Password required. Do you know the password? I asked desperately. Kenna cursed and ignored my question, frantically pulling up another screen I didn't recognize. Kenna, we're running out of time. Again, she didn't respond, still muttering under her breath. She was sending a message. That much I could gather. But to whom? Standing up straight, she crossed her arms and her toes started to tap. I was beginning to dread that sound. A weight settled on my chest as I stared at Kenna, staring at the screen. We weren't going to make it. She was waiting for something that wasn't coming, and we weren't going to make it. My head swam and I dropped to a crouch, closing my eyes and waiting for the vertigo to pass. My friends had risked everything to help me tonight, and now they were going to be toast. Was that the correct way to say it? My heart ached remembering Alek's laugh when I hadn't known what that phrase meant. I hated that we'd let them do this, that I'd let them do this. Yes, thank you, Talia, I heard Kenna mutter, and my head snapped up. Talia? I didn't have long to ponder this because something was happening. I stood as Kenna copied a string of numbers, letters, and symbols into the field on the red box. The password. She had the password. How she got it, I had no idea, but the box disappeared and my code was accepted. And we're out before they kicked us out. Impressive work, Kenna said calmly,
but her hands were visibly shaking as she reached up to tuck a loose strand of hair back into her bun. I barely heard her. The throb of rushing blood in my ears was too loud to process anything else. How? I started, but Kenna cut me off. You've got time, Nat, she called into the comm. Do you hear that? Mila whispered, and my eyes were immediately fixated on the screen in front of me. I listened, trying to tune in to what they were noticing. A low hum was audible in the background. Nat, I choked out. We uploaded a slight edit to the P3 system. It should create a good 5-minute lag time for you if it works properly. Don't stress, Nat. Just keep driving, Kenna said. You still have our coordinates? Got 'em, Nat said, his fingers gripping the wheel tightly. He'd turned off the vehicle lights preemptively, and I didn't blame him. If they were out looking, even in the wrong places, they weren't going to miss a bright light in the distance. What's lag time? Mila asked, and Ave, sitting directly in view of her camera, lit up. Who's talking about lag time? He asked, seemingly unaware of their very present danger. Channel. That's what we did for our world build project, he said thoughtfully. Tell Ave I have so much to tell him, I said, barely getting the words out through fresh tears. The humming through their mic grew slightly louder, and I held my breath, wiping my cheeks. It had to work. Kenna got the password, and it had to work. Everyone in the vehicle was now dead silent. We watched Ave bounce in his seat. Alek, his face turned from us, held a boy's head away from the side of the seat so he wouldn't slam into it as the vehicle bucked over the uneven terrain. Nat's knuckles grew white as he clenched and unclenched his hands on the wheel. I slumped to the ground and leaned against the bumper of our transport, my eyes glued to the footage. People in our group began to pack equipment up and stow it. Ames walked around with a tray of what looked like breakfast bars, wearily offering one to anyone who would take it. I waved her off. I couldn't do anything but watch, and even if I could bring myself to move, I was too nauseous to attempt eating anything. My friends on screen continued to bounce, and the humming eventually grew quieter. My eyelids began to droop. I allowed them to close for a few seconds, then looked up to make sure I didn't miss anything. I gave in and closed them again. It felt so good to be sitting there in the dark and still. They were going to make it, I repeated. I knew they were going to make it. Chapter 40. Channel. I heard my name. Channel, I've got a spot for you, in the transport. Something jostled my shoulder, and I lifted my head. It was Kenna. Turning to look around me, I winced. My neck was so stiff it hurt to move quickly. I slowly stretched it out and took in my surroundings. Did I fall asleep? I yawned. You did. Did they make it? I whispered, my stomach dropping. They did. A wave of relief washed through me. Where are they? Sleeping. But I need to see them, I said blearily. You will. Come on. She reached for my hand and I gave it to her, allowing her to help me up. I followed her to the back of the transport next to ours, and she opened the doors. Stepping inside, I saw the seats had disappeared into the floor. The targets are being taken care of, except for Ave, Kenna said. I left him here with all of you. Thank you, I breathed, and she handed me a thin blanket. I woke to the orange morning glow outside our windows and stretched my arms over my head. My back was stiff from sleeping on the hard floor of the transport, but I felt surprisingly well rested considering. As the events of the night before flooded into my mind, I sat up. Mila, Alek, Kay, and Zane. They were all here. I had no idea how they made it, but they were here. Looking down next to me, I found him. Ave.
His sandy hair seemed longer than when I last saw him, now wild from sleep. His long, dark eyelashes stood out against his light skin. I knew I should let him sleep, but I couldn't wait another second to talk to him. I gently shook his shoulder, and he shifted. "Ave," I said softly, trying not to wake the others. "Hmm?" He lazily blinked his eyes open. "Oh, hey," he said, smiling widely when he recognized me. "Shh," I said, grinning and motioning to the sleeping bodies piled on the floor around us. He nodded apologetically. "Where are we?" he whispered. "In the middle of nowhere." "Were we moving last night?" I frowned. "Were we?" I lifted to my knees and looked out the window. I thought I dreamed that. It made sense, though. It wouldn't have been wise to stay so close after leading them, albeit slowly, in our direction. A thrill ran through me as I fully absorbed the fact that my plan worked. My plan! I helped save my friends using lag time of all things. My heart sank. All I was thinking about was myself, again. I flashed back to my conversation with Glynn and was finally able to see our 13-year-old project through her eyes. "Where are you?" Ave whispered, and I started. "You just..." He whistled, twirling his finger up into the air. "Sorry, I was thinking." I twisted under my blanket, shifting toward him. "I think you were right." "I usually am," he grinned, and I smacked his shoulder lightly. Suddenly self-conscious, I looked out the van window. "Remember what you said about me trying to avoid real responsibility?" "Channel." "No, you were right. I've been so worried about myself. Making sure I got the recognition I deserved and the placement I wanted. I never took a second to think about what would be best for you or Glynn." "Okay, what Glynn did had nothing..." Ave started, but I shook my head. "It's more complicated than that, Ave," I sighed. Motion caught my eye and I looked past Ave's shoulder. Alek turned over in his sleep, and his face looked utterly peaceful. "Who's that?" Ave asked, watching a smile creep onto my face. "Who?" He raised an eyebrow and pointed at Alek. "Oh, right. You already met Mila last night. She's there. And that's her brother Alek. Next to him is Zane." Ave's eyes widened. "He looks like a beast." I stifled a laugh. "He's a force, but a gentle force, believe it or not. Next to him is Kay." "Who are they?" I watched his face carefully as I answered. "Reals." He gaped at me. "Are you serious? From where?" "Southwest Territory." I thought, I know, we thought wrong. I watched his expression shift from shock to disbelief and then finally to wonder. But how? I moved closer, attempting to keep my voice down. "Their families have been there for generations. They believe in preserving real experiences," I said, my eyes subconsciously drifting back toward Alek. "You said I was right about Cerebrolink," Ave said, rubbing my arm softly. "I'd like to return to that comment. I'm loving this whole 'you're right' thing we've got going on." I laughed, pulling away. "I'm sure you do." He rubbed his chin with his forefinger and thumb, hamming the situation up. "Channel, could you please tell me more about how I was right?" I shook my head and reminded him to be quiet. "You're the worst," I whispered. "But yes, I'll humor you and explain." I told him about Kenna, the coalition, and their missions, about how I'd been with them since I disappeared. I filled him in about Glynn and P4, conveniently skipping over Alek and the lake, and about how I'd warned the Reals. Ave listened intently, taking everything in. "Kenna used to be a world builder. She left because she believes this new implant is being used to slowly take Unreals out of the picture." Why? So the reals, well, not all the reals, but the ones who have power, can have the world to themselves. Abe nodded, pondering this. I saw a plant, Abe. He looked at me blankly. Like a plant in the wild. It was growing on its own. His eyebrows shot up. I don't know for a fact that everything Ken has said is true, but I'm becoming increasingly convinced that some of it is. You know, Channel, I haven't felt good about this from the beginning. But you were on the list. I saw your name. What was I supposed to do? Everyone was signing up, and you were gone. He looked down at his hands. I wasn't especially optimistic about my placement, and with things changing so fast. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to come sooner, but there wasn't any way. No, I get it. I took a deep breath. Have you seen my mom? He shook his head, not meeting my eyes. Your house was empty for a day or so. And then? It disappeared. Just gone. This hit me hard, and it took me a minute to speak. I have to find her, I whispered. They say it takes 3 weeks for cerebral link to fully bond or whatever, right? Abe shrugged. My parents are signed up for the same time I was. I nodded slowly. I still don't understand how the coalition is going to affect any significant change. I know Kenna is targeting Unreals with a high aptitude for coding, but she was a world builder. I don't see... Wait. Didn't you solve a problem last night that she couldn't solve? I blinked. Oh, right. You heard all that. I did. That was pretty awesome. Abe laughed. Here I thought you'd gotten all humble on me. I heard movement and turned. Alek sat up and stretched his arms over his head, moving from side to side. Stiff? I asked. I've gotten soft. He groaned, smiling. Then he noticed Abe next to me, and his smile dissipated slightly. I grinned, feigning obliviousness to that particular reaction. I'm so glad you made it out. For a minute there... I know, he said. I couldn't hear anything. I just kept running in the direction I came from. His hair, disheveled from sleep, fell across his face and he ran his hand through it. Smart, I said, now fully distracted from the conversation. I cleared my throat, attempting to get back on track. What happened in there? He didn't respond, but as he turned, I saw a dark, angry bruise on the right side of his face. Alek, are you okay? I asked, shuffling over Mila to take a closer look. He explored his face gently with his fingertips and winced. That swelled up nicely. Kay stirred. Where are we? She asked, yawning. Middle of nowhere, Abe said, not missing a beat, and I laughed. You must be Channel's friend, Kay said. Wait, where are the other targets? Kenna said they're in another transport, I answered. I'm starving, Zane groaned without even opening his eyes. Alek chuckled, then flinched as his movement tugged on the swollen skin. I'm sorry, I breathed. He met my eyes. Don't worry about me. You should have seen the community worker. Did you get to stab him with your tranks? Alek laughed, trying not to move his mouth. Had to, is more like it. I only got one of them. But you got out, I said softly. His eyes seared into mine. Had to. Abe cleared his throat. I'm with that guy, he announced, pointing at Zane, who was still refusing to get up. What do we need to do to get some food up in here? Mila, get up, Alek said, nudging her with his foot. She groaned, annoyed. I feel like I got hit by a truck. And you didn't even have to carry anyone, Kay teased and rolled her shoulders, loosening up her neck. Thanks, by the way, she said, patting Zane on the back. Zane lifted 2 fingers from the floor, his maximum effort for acknowledging her comment. Do we have masks? I asked, not seeing any near me. Mila spotted a bag near the back door of the transport. She opened it, searched the contents, and pulled out 2 masks, delighted with herself. Brand new, she said proudly. They've been holding out on us, Kay said, reaching for one. More like I grabbed a box of them on my way out, Zane mumbled. What? Mila said, her face scrunched up in confusion. How would that even be physically possible? Zane finally rolled over, exposing his bare, impressively chiseled chest to the rest of the group. It was on the counter. I figured we could use them. Mila's eyes lingered on him a little too long before she shook her head. You're something else. Alek clenched his jaw. Come on, I laughed. I see Ames out there. Ave, I'm sorry, but the food is definitely not going to measure up to what you're used to. Set the expectations low. I like it, he said, hunching over as we filed one after another out of the vehicle. Chapter 41. After grabbing our portions, we found a few logs to sit on while we ate. The air was crisp and cool against my skin. I couldn't tell if there was more humidity because of our location or due to the rain the night before. It was a new sensation, and I loved it. Our mission the night before was a success. Best case scenario, and yet, as everyone talked excitedly around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still missing something. What was it? I racked my brain, running everything over again. What was it that wasn't sitting right with all this? Kenna was clearly intelligent and organized. It didn't make sense that she would jump into something with no plan, no endgame. It didn't make sense that she'd be randomly targeting people with a specific aptitude in the hopes that we might haphazardly discover something she'd missed. Not hungry? Alek asked, and I looked up. We were completely alone on the log, and my breakfast was still untouched. I picked up my fork and took a bite. Where's everyone else? Alek laughed. You've been sitting there staring off into the abyss for at least 15 minutes. No way. I shook my head and looked away so he couldn't see my honest concern. I seemed to be disappearing a lot lately. Everyone else went to set up the blocks. He pointed behind him, and sure enough, all of them, including Ave, were laughing and preparing the game. I took a deep breath. Nice. We're staying a while then? Alek shrugged. At least until everyone else finishes breakfast. With the midnight caravan, Kenna didn't want to make the crew start early. Not everyone was as lucky as us, sleeping on the floor as they drove. I nodded and took another bite. I wasn't sure what this food was exactly. It was a solid block that crumbled when I tried to cut it, and it didn't taste like much. I tried not to think about it. Alek chewed and swallowed. Ave seems cool. I took my time removing the cap from the small bottle of vitamin drink Ames handed me when I'd dished up. He's a really good person. Alek brushed the hair from his face as I took a drink. Seems like he's more than that. More than a friend, I mean. My heart began to race. How so? Last night, you were talking about how he kissed you before you left? I was about to go in for surgery the next day, Alek. Things were a little unknown at the time. So, you're saying you don't have feelings for him? I'm saying... I searched my brain for words I didn't have. Closing my mouth, I paused and tried again. I've had more feelings the past week than I've had my entire life. I don't know what I feel. Being unreal, you kind of just feel the same all the time. This is all new to me. It was the truth, but from the look on Alek's face, it was not what he was hoping for. He smoothed his expression over and made a valiant effort to be empathetic. Is that what you've been thinking about? When you're quiet and staring off into space? Feelings?
I'm sure it's part of it, but no. There's something else. Something I can't quite put my finger on that's not making sense in all this. Alek nodded, seemingly grateful for the shift in topic, even though he was the one who brought up Ave.
I know what you mean, he said. That's exactly how I felt back at camp.
Hence the collision in the trees? Alek laughed.
Right. How's your head doing, by the way?
I waved him off. Fine. I don't even notice it anymore. He chuckled, and I looked ahead, not sure what to say next. I didn't like how everything felt more complicated.
Hey,
Alek said, and I turned my head, grateful not to have to come up with something to break the silence.
I'm sorry you didn't get to present your capsule project, and that you missed the competition.
I grinned, impressed he remembered. It wasn't that big of a deal.
No, I think it was.
Alek reached over and put his hand on mine.
I'm sorry I made it sound like it wasn't. If I'd worked that hard on something, I would have wanted to see it finished.
I sighed, turning my hand over and weaving my fingers with his. Yeah. He sat up straight and his eyes lit up.
You could finish it now. Right here. I could call everybody over.
No way, I laughed. I didn't even share that letter with my mom. There's no way I could say it in front of
us.
I nodded and set my empty plate on the rocks next to the log.
You remember it, though?
I mean, not word for word, but yeah, I remember the basics. He rubbed his thumb along mine, and my skin tingled. You have to remember, Alek, when I wrote that, I took a deep breath. I thought the real world was terrible, that anyone who chose not to join the communities was uninformed.
Is that your way of saying stupid?
I laughed out loud. I didn't use that word.
But you were thinking it,
he teased, and a grin lit up his entire face. My cheeks flushed. He leaned forward and pulled my hand into his lap, wrapping his other hand around mine too.
What if you just told me?
He looked at me with round, hopeful eyes, and I couldn't take it. This isn't fair, I groaned. It's so embarrassing.
I won't judge you, I promise.
I leaned back, protesting dramatically, but he held my hand tightly in his. Over his shoulder, Mila motioned for us to come join them. I think the game's ready.
Mila can wait.
Alek laughed.
Don't try to get out of this.
My heart fluttered. Somehow, after all the things we'd talked about, this felt infinitely more vulnerable. Okay, I said. I'll share what I remember, but I reserve the right to make a few changes. Alek lifted his hand to tuck his hair behind his ears, then quickly placed it back on mine. I cleared my throat. My name is Channel, and I'm unreal. I'm guessing that statement probably makes you feel pity. I paused as Alek feigned offense. Hey, you definitely pitied me. Don't pretend you didn't. That part is right on.
Fair,
he said, still grinning. So, as I was saying, before you feel pity, let me assure you, I'm thrilled to be living in Paradise 3 community. From what I've seen, I don't ever want to live in the world as it is. It's supposed to take over 1,000 years for a landscape to regenerate.
I think it's closer to 2.
Really? 2,000 years?
Give or take.
Then how are those plants growing? The one we saw in the woods?
That's not complete regeneration. Don't get distracted.
Then stop interrupting, I said, and Alek laughed out loud. I loved it when he laughed, especially when I'd caused it. I continued. With our retinal implants, my visual reality is permeated with color and beauty. And what even is reality?
Our brains are both interpreting electrical signals from the world around us. Does it matter where that input comes from? Alek listened intently now, and I took a deep breath. I used to think, I said slowly, that choosing my input and avoiding the negative parts of life was better. That non-augmented reality couldn't be worth living. I used to think a lot of things that ultimately made me purely focused on myself. I wanted everything to be perfect for me, and it didn't make me happy. I looked up and met Alek's eyes. Don't get me wrong. The real world still scares me. And I miss being able to swipe the air to find any information I want or look out at the beautiful green treetops. I'm still not totally comfortable with how I look, I whispered, and Alek squeezed my hand. But I'm getting there. I worry about it less, and I can't deny that thinking about other things, feeling other things, makes me happier. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I bit my lip. I really miss my mom and dad, I blurted out, and Alek pulled me close, wrapping his arms around me as I cried. I missed everything. I missed Mom pushing me to be creative and reminding me to grab my mask. I missed my room, even though I knew it didn't look how I thought it did, and now it didn't even exist. I missed walking to the grid in the morning and sitting on our bench. I let it all out, grieving for a home I no longer had and a life I could no longer live. Alek held me until my breathing slowed, and just as I pulled back, I noticed someone approaching. Channel? Abe said, still a few meters away. Are you okay? Yeah, I said, hastily wiping my cheeks. I'm just tired. Alek dropped his arms but didn't turn around. Abe stopped, obvious concern, or hurt, written all over his face. Mila was trying to get your attention. We've got the game all set up. Okay, I said, forcing a smile. We'll be right there. I just need to take care of my breakfast trash. Abe nodded. You're sure you're okay? Mm-hmm. It was just a really long night. I turned to pick up my plate. When I looked up, Abe had already started back toward the others. Alek stood, folding his plate in half. I can take that, he offered, but I reached for his instead. No, I can do it. I wanted to ask Kenna about something that happened last night anyway. She messaged someone. When we were working on getting you out, I glanced back toward base camp. I'm hoping she's up. Alek nodded, pointing toward the breakfast serving area, and I spotted her standing next to Ames. I took a few steps, but before I got far, I stopped. I was worried, I said hesitantly, not daring to look at him directly. Last night, when we weren't getting any feedback from your camera. You mentioned that this morning. The corners of my mouth turned up involuntarily. I still didn't like this whole biofeedback thing, but at least reactions like this weren't sending me into apoplectic shock like they did initially. I really liked your letter, he said, his voice low. A+. I looked at him, confused. Are you serious? He smirked. You've never heard that either? I shook my head. It's from school. It's the best score you can get. A smile stretched across my face. Thanks. Feelings are a good thing, Channel, he said, shoving his hands in his pockets, even when they're complicated. You mentioned that the other night. He chuckled. See you later, then? I nodded and turned toward the transports. Anything you need help with? I asked Kenna, watching her pull out another box of food for Ames. I think we're good. Almost everyone's up at this point, but thanks. She grunted as she lifted the box and walked back to the table. Setting it down heavily, she adjusted her shirt and took a deep breath. We'll need help taking down if you have time then. My schedule's pretty packed, but I'll see if I can swipe you in. She grinned, scanning the table to see if any other supplies were running low. I took a deep breath. Kenna, I know this probably is the last thing you want to talk about right now, but you have questions. You're wondering what happens next. I nodded hesitantly. We're heading east like we talked about. We'll be meeting another group in about a day's travel, and from there we'll make assignments for the next few weeks. Assignments? I repeated. Like, what kind of assignments? Kenna shrugged. Depends. But for me specifically, or Ave, how are we going to be able to come up with new ways to fight this if we don't even have access to the edge? We can get you access to the edge. I know, but even then, there are hundreds, maybe thousands of people being implanted every day, and there's no way we can come up with something fast enough to stop that. Even if you have help, which I think you do because you got that password from someone last night. I'm curious about that, by the way. But even then, no number of missions from this small coalition is going to disrupt the communities enough to make more than a ripple. The only way we can possibly slow this thing down is by... I froze mid-rant, goosebumps rising on my arms. Hey, Channel, Ave called, closely followed by the others. We found something. We thought... He stopped short when he saw the expression on my face. What's going on? He asked, close enough now to recognize he was interrupting. Kenna stared at me intently. You weren't ever planning on keeping us out, I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. She raised an eyebrow, egging me on. You want us to go in. Ave stepped closer, concern written all over his face. Do you always make realizations mid-sentence? Kenna asked, amused. She does, Ave said slowly. It's a common problem. But how? I asked, utterly oblivious to Ave's comment. We can't alter something we're inside of. You do it all the time, don't you? Kenna said calmly. My eyes narrowed. What's going on? Alek asked, pushing carefully past Kay to the front of the group that was forming around Kenna and me. The grid, I gasped. My eyes widened and I began to talk in a rush. But that's a simulator. It was built for us to be able to alter it, for us to give it input and have it react under the current code, and... I froze. So is Cerebralink, Kenna. It's a simulator. Our brains are giving the input and the code is reacting and vice versa. I sucked in a breath. Whatever goes forward can also go backward. What's going on? Ave asked, echoing Alek's earlier question. Ave, I spun toward him. I know why we're here. I finally get it. We have to go back in, you and me, and the others from Paradise. We have to be implanted with Cerebralink. Ave's eyes widened in confusion and disbelief. Alek turned away abruptly from the group and walked back toward the log we were sitting on earlier. I wanted to call after him, to explain, but my heart was hammering too quickly. My voice died in my throat. Mila reached out and put a hand on my arm. Today, we travel. Tomorrow, we start training, Kenna said determinedly. Welcome to the Coalition. End of Book 1. This has been a production of Unreal, Book 1 in the Unreal series. Written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2022, Button Press.